It'll go on. Long. Not the long ones, but one of the long ones.
So you had two long rounds, or is that this one? That's already long. I don't know why that's what that is, unless one of them take us with that, two on it. I know it has 6 to 8, minimum 6.
I don't think it's that.
But then definitely has 5. Yes. That was one of the cases I found when I was here. And I'd make sure I'm telling you your interest with that in case.
Good morning, cricket fans, and greetings from the Caribbean. It's round 2 of the Cricket West Indies Championships coming to you live from this iconic Sabina Park here in Kingston, Jamaica. Jamaica Scorpions and Barbados Pride will be playing here after Jamaica won the first game. Let's go to the toss.
The sun is shining and the weather is sweet. And we're at spectacular Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica for round 2 of the West Indies Championship 2026 between Jamaica Scorpions and Barbados Pride. After a very exciting first game, we're all set for this game, and at the toss, I'm here with the captains of both teams, John Campbell of Jamaica, Greg Bradford of Barbados, and referee, Mr. Donovan Hales. For Captain John Campbell, we'll see with the flip of the coin.
Heads the call.
Heads is the call. And tails it is. So that means, John, you've won the toss. What will you do today?
I'm having a watch first.
Any reasons for that?
Pitch it's pretty good. I know that Sabina normally plays a little bit slow in the first session, but once we get past that, it tends to be a good batting wicket.
And any changes to your squad into this game?
No, same 11.
And how are you feeling after that very historic win in the last match?
The boys are pretty confident. It's just about for us now to repeat the good things that we did and touch up on the areas that we didn't do so good on.
All right, John, all the best to you. We look forward to this game.
Thank you.
Craig, didn't win the toss. What would you have done?
Yeah, I would have a bowl, to be honest. So quite happy with the end result. Bit of moisture normally here in Jamaica, so it's important to utilize it.
Right, and any changes to your team?
Yeah, this one change. Ross and Chase comes in for Joshua Bishop.
Right, and after the first game, your team put up a very excellent effort with the bat and also with the ball. Coming down to the end, Jamaica just had the extra advantage with the determination of Campbell and McKenzie. How do you feel after that first game?
Yeah, I think we were in it for a majority of the game. Obviously, I thought those guys really batted well at the end, and took us out in the last 2 sessions. But we were in with a shout throughout the whole game, and that obviously that's history. We got 2 more games left, and that's where our focus is now.
Right. Well, we look forward to this encounter, as I know you're coming out with all of the pride of Barbados ready to go.
Yeah, thanks, man.
All right, Greg. All the best.
Yeah, man.
Take care. So there you have it. The news from the toss. The Jamaica Scorpions, they have won and they have decided to bat first.
And now let's have a look at the pitch here at Sabina.
It's round 2 in the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championships, and we're here at the iconic Sabina Park for round 2 in Jamaica Scorpions versus the Barbados Pride. And here what we can see is a very, very grassy pitch. It's very, very hard. There's been a little bit of rain in Kingston over the last couple of days. Nothing too heavy. It might have a little rain throughout the day as well. But this pitch, it's grassy, it's hard, it's a brilliant first day pitch. We expect that the bowlers will get some joy in the first hour, but based on the heat and how the pitch may dry up, that first hour might just shorten about half an hour. So it's up to whoever wins the toss and is bowling, or whoever is bowling I should say, to make use of this first day pitch.
Back here live at Sabina Park, and we see the 2 umpires walking out as cricket is being ready to be played at Sabina Park. It was a very, very good win for Jamaica. They won by 7 wickets. Andrew Chan and your company, and sliding in just in the nick of time is that man, Mr. Orville Higgins. A pleasant good morning to you, Mr. Orville.
Morning to you, Sir Chang. Morning to the viewers. And welcome to Sabina Park, Kingston, Jamaica.
You had a look at the pitch. What did you think?
It looks typical Sabina Park pitch, maybe a little less green in the middle than it otherwise could have been. And the traditional Sabina Park pitch will give some assistance to the fast bowlers, maybe for the first session, but come day 2, we expect some runs and maybe some spin.
It's interesting that you say that you don't think it's very green, because I think it's quite a green pitch. And then speaking to Coach Robert Samuels of the Jamaica Scorpions, he said his team has been training on even greener pitches than that.
Interesting that they choose to bat first then.
Yes, indeed. But what I've always found at Sabina Park, I mean, you mentioned that the first session would be difficult. Usually it's the first hour, but I find with the bright sun at Sabina Park, it's usually only about the first half an hour that is helpful to the bowlers. After that, it sort of just flattens out completely and becomes a batter's paradise, as it will.
Yeah. Well, it's all left to be seen. Sometimes reading how pitches will play is not an exact science, but we expect good cricket.
What is an exact science?
Well, there you go. Not very many things are, eh?
Even physics and chemistry and biology professors would say they don't work with exact sciences either. Just to give you an update on the teams, so there are no changes for the Jamaica Scorpions, and I'll ask. And so we have Brad Barnes, Carlos Brown, John Campbell, Odin Smith, O.J. Shields, Pete Salmon, Romaine Morris, Marquino Mindley, Abby J. Mansing, Kirk McKenzie, and Javel Glenn. We'll confirm the starting 11 for you. The one change for Barbados, well, the West Indies captain, Roston Chase, has replaced Cheyenne Bradford. Your thoughts on that move?
Well, that was always going to be the case. Once Ruston Chase makes himself available, then he'd play. The interesting for me here, Andrew, is that he's not going to be captain. Craig will captain the team, Craig Brathwaite. And I'm not sure how to read into that.
I did ask manager Vasper Drakes about that situation, and it was a very short response. I mean, I didn't push anything further. But I mean, I would understand. I mean, as part of the think tank of the Barbados Pride team, that Roston Chase would still be heavily involved. But and then, of course, the other thing is that Craig Bradford has way more experience than Roston Chase, even in terms of first-class cricket as well.
Well, I was thinking along the lines that Roston Chase, the last time we heard, was the West Indies captain, and it's just my theory that if the West Indies captain is playing in regional cricket, then he should be the captain of his territorial team as well. But whether Roston Chase remains the captain when Sri Lanka gets here is up to be seen. But
I certainly agree with you. It is a talking point that maybe our Bajan counterparts can weigh in. Of course, this stream is coming live to you on Windies Cricket YouTube channel. John Campbell, the Barbados captain, will take strike from the southern end, and he will be facing up to Johan Lane. And of course, Kirk McKenzie will be starting as his opening partner. A wide delivery from Johan Lane. I'm genuinely surprised that wasn't called a wide, considering. But even though it's Test cricket, or 40 cricket, I should say.
yes, this is one of the problems I have with umpires generally. That is not a delivery that the batsman standing in his natural position could easily get access to, and that is what a wide ball should be. That was definitely wide. If the bowler continues to bowl on that particular line, Andrew, we'd have 0 runs for the rest of the day. That is a wide. And a poor start from Lane.
Well, the umpire, Christopher Taylor, just giving Lane a bly, as we say in Trinidad. This delivery is a good bouncing delivery, but still a little wide, and Campbell played inside the line of it. Orville Higgins, this is a very attacking field, as you would expect. Why don't you run through the fielding positions?
Yes, so there are 3 steps that you're seeing in your shot right there, and there's a gully and a point and a mid-off. Very conventional start to a 4-day field. There's a man just in front of square and a mid-on, and also a man patrolling the long leg fence. So typical field, but interestingly, that delivery bounced on its way to the keeper. So while Craig Brathwaite and the Barbados think tank think it's going to be fast and bounce it, that did bounce before the keeper.
That's a good bouncing delivery. Campbell almost flinched to that one, but again, it was moving away from him. He really didn't have to play that at all. So, as you can see, there's good bounce on the pitch. It's just up to the bowlers to use it properly, which I think was a problem, and of course our team here, Keshav Bahadur Singh, our producer, and then of course Kadir Mohammed, cameraman. We were discussing that Jair McAllister and Johan Lane are very good opening bowling partnership on paper, but they really need to get their line and lengths right.
Yeah.
That's a good delivery, maybe a little bit too straight. turned into the leg side by John Campbell. The first time the bat has touched the ball. And there's no run.
Yeah, it hasn't been a great start by Lane. First 3 deliveries well outside off stump, not influencing any kind of stroke play. And then delivery number 4 was on the batsman's leg.
That mid-off is very wide. So they're, of course, encouraging Campbell to drive with 3 steps in play. Mid-on, I also think, is very, very close in as well. Almost a short mid-on. That's a better delivery. Well left. Campbell can trust the bounce on that one.
Yeah, that is where he wants to be. But John Campbell did well just to leave that alone. But he'd want to be there and thereabouts. Still feel that this is not the quickest Sabina Park pitch. It will probably get quicker after the initial moisture is out. But so far, decent carry through to the keeper. But I wouldn't say it's the absolute quickest I've seen it.
I'm sure you have some wonderful memories of Sabina Park. This delivery from Lee. That one is almost squaring him up at a little bit extra bounce. Campbell touches that one onto backward point. No run at the first over. Jamaica are yet to get off the mark. Kirk McKenzie will have to do battle with Jair McAllister.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. And John Campbell, as you said, squaring up. Ball did just move a little bit. But he adjusted well, played it out into the offside. Yeah, I have great memories here at Sabina Park. The last not so great memory was watching the Australians dismantle the West Indies for 27 in a day-night test. The last time West Indies played test cricket here, so that wasn't the fondest of memories.
Yeah, that was a very, very interesting series, I have to say. I mean, even though the West Indies were comprehensively whitewashed and even more comprehensively beaten in that last test at Sabina, it was unfortunate because the bowlers actually did a genuinely good job, and I haven't seen any team contain the Australian batters in terms of their bowlers in a very long time. None of the 3 final totals that we had to achieve in those tests were unrealistic. At every point, our fast bowlers. It's actually Mayers who will be starting, interestingly enough. That's a good delivery. Swinging away. You saw a little bit of movement in the air from him.
Yeah. Definitely touched down and left the batsman. There was swing, but there was also a little bit of seam away. And maybe that is one of the reasons why Craig Brathwaite has decided to start with the Mayers. He genuinely swings the ball.
Yeah.
And in the early exchanges here.
Yeah, so in that Australia series, I genuinely felt sorry for our bowlers because Alzari Joseph, Samar Joseph, and Jaden Seals really, really put their hands up. They worked brilliantly as a team. And again, none of the totals were ridiculous to say.
Round the wicket comes the Mayers now.
Swing and a little bit too much swing down the leg side.
Yeah. 1 or 2 hands on heads from the slip cord and thinking that just maybe they may have been a little tickled. But the bat was well away from ball on that occasion. Still 3 slips, which is in stark contrast to how Barbados would have started in that Shedwin Park first game. They expect the ball to bounce and seam more here.
Another delivery down the leg side, maybe a little bit too short there from Mayers. I always think he has to be a little bit fuller to get that seam and swing movement that he's looking forward to. I almost combine swing and seam. You can call it sweam if you want.
Yeah, again, not hitting the right line, just down the leg side. Not allowing Kirk McKenzie to even think about playing.
That's better. Nice push by McKenzie to the cover region. Played easily. But that's about maybe a little bit too full there from me. Let me pull it back maybe an inch or 2. But that is where I like to see him. And I sort of have the same problem. Like I'll get a straight ball, but it's nice and full. And I'll be like, oh, I can hit that anywhere. And then you just kind of get confused. And then it clatters into my stumps. Bouncing delivery outside the line of the off stump.
Too wide.
Too wide indeed.
And Kyle Mayers, who was a model of accuracy in that first game at Chedwin Park, is just a little inconsistent with his line, if not his length here. So not the best of starts for him. He's asked to open the bowling precisely because he's expected to make the batsman play it. So far, not great.
Again too wide. Again, good bounce, but again too wide. And that's the end of the over. And again, Jamaica Scorpions haven't scored any runs, but it's not due to very good bowling, I should say.
No, much too wayward. Not asking the batsman to play, and old timers will tell you don't waste the new ball, get the batsmen playing. Batsmen are at their most vulnerable in the first 20 minutes, half an hour, but you've got to let them play.
Have to make them play, indeed. Just to give you an idea of what's going on in games around the region, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 38 for 2 against Trinidad and Tobago. That's on North Sound. Meanwhile, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are in all sorts of trouble. 30 for 5 against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That's a better delivery from Lane, but still moving away from Campbell, so he didn't have to play at that one. There's actually also an injury or concussion check here in that Windward Islands game. Niall Smith doing the damage with 3 for 14. Kimo Paul also 2 for 14. So Windward Islands in all sorts of bother here against Guyana. Anderson Phillip has the 2 opening wickets for Trinidad and Tobago. At one, almost had him squared up there. That was a better line from Johan Lane, but unfortunately gives it away with a no ball. So Jamaica finally have a run on the board, and it comes courtesy Johan Lane.
Yeah, that one pitching maybe about middle and leg, and definitely looking to just go across John Campbell, and again just adjusted well. But that was a better delivery that from Lane, who is not yet up to full pace, just trying to get his line and his length and his rhythm together. That was a better ball.
That's a better one. Campbell rehearses the drive, but it's still wide of that off stump, and he needs to be targeting that off stump a little bit more. And especially if he has the ball moving away consistently from Campbell, and he needs to pitch it on middle stump. The 1 or 2 deliveries that he's actually had on middle stump has had Campbell a little bit unnervy, because in the sense that he's not sure if to try to flick it in the leg, but if it's moving towards off, then it's always going to be difficult.
Yeah, so you see 1 without lost after 2.2. I'll get back to that.
That's a little bit better, but going on the leg side now.
Yeah, you look at the scoreboard if you just come in and you see 1 without loss from 2.3, and you might think, oh, great bowling, the Jamaicans are being tied down. The truth is, though, it has been more due to waywardness on the part of the opening bowlers than anything else. They have not encouraged too much stroke play. Too many deliveries are being left alone, and all of this is playing into the hands of the 2 Jamaican opening batsmen, because the less they have to play, the less risk of getting out. Like that. Not great.
Not good at all. I do have to also mention that Barbados' bowling fell a little flat in that first game at Chedwin Park, and the introduction of Roston Chase, I mean, he's a quality spinner in himself, so that could also add a little bit of extra dimension to the Barbados bowling. It'll be, of course, a little bit of time before he comes in.
Lane has got to let John Campbell play.
Just at this one, and finally some runs off the bat. Jerry McAllister will come around from square leg. It was a rising delivery on the ribs, and Campbell turned it around a little bit awkwardly and a little bit uppishly, but into open area. And Campbell finally gets off the mark.
Yeah, but again, it was not a great delivery. Bowling back of a length on a batsman's hip very rarely gets anybody out, unless John is going for a hook shot. But it was just almost like a gimme. Here's a way to get you off the mark. Not great start from Lane.
That's a better delivery. That's where he wants to be. And that's well played by Mackenzie. At the end of the over, the Jamaicans have finally got some runs on the board. They're 2 without loss.
Yeah, not a bad delivery, and Mackenzie was solidly in behind it. I get the feeling here, Andrew, that the Jamaican batsmen want to dig in. Sometimes just the body language can tell you the mindset and the intent of the batsman. Just get the feeling that both John and Kirk, that's John Campbell, Kirk Mackenzie, are just prepared just to dig in, to be watchful for these early exchanges.
Yeah, good point. Mayers will resume from the northern end of the ground with the fabulous Blue Mountains behind him. Let's see if he can get that ball to swing and do what he's supposed to do. And Campbell is coming forward to this one. And Mayers actually got his line and length really right on that occasion.
Yeah, by operating from round the wicket to the left-handers, what Kyle Mayers is hoping to do is to just pitch on and try to take it away. Kemar Roach may be the best exponent of that from the West Indies in the modern game. He's not bowling over and just sliding it across. He wants to pitch on and then take it away.
That's a nice one. That one almost went on with the hands, I would say. And well played by Campbell. But of course, we have to consider that these are 2 batsmen who are very good form as well, both coming off hundreds and a double hundred partnership in that last game at Chedwin Park in St. Catherine. Wide delivery down the leg side, and they'll run down to long leg.
Yeah, I know that I'm beginning to sound like a stock record, but that wasn't a great delivery either. If you want a batsman, if you should ask most batsmen, how would you want to get off the mark? Half volley on leg stump is probably as good a way as any. And Cam just tucked that away out to that man at long leg for an easy single. Now he's...
That was actually his second run. Mackenzie is yet to get off the mark. And he's feeling for that one. No foot movement at all on that one. A little bit of a moral victory there for Kyle Mayers.
That is the ball that he wants. That didn't come straight through. It did straighten a little bit, not much, but that was a naughty shot that from Kurt Mackenzie, just throwing his hands, no feet, and he's going to be a little bit upset with himself because that is exactly what the bowler wants him to do. Throw it wide and get him to just fish at it.
Better. Good line from Mayers, left alone.
Yeah, he now wants to be a little bit straighter. Getting the ball maybe an inch or 2 outside of taking it away. It's not the easiest of art to get that delivery leaving the left-hander bowling from around the wicket, but Kyle Mayers is fully capable of doing that. So far, just not quite getting the length and the line the way he would like. Yeah, left alone again by Kurt Mackenzie. John Campbell 2 from 15 deliveries. Kurt Mackenzie isn't yet off the mark, having faced 10.
A pleasant good day to all of the viewers all around the world, and of course in Barbados and Jamaica and in the Caribbean, watching our stream live here on Windies Cricket. And there's a comment that Ruston Chase actually captained Craig Braffett and Carlos Braffett as well in high school, so adding to that whole situation of of Ruston Chase not being the actual skipper. I mean, it's tradition, and I think it's honor, and it's a form of respect as Lane comes in. That's a beautiful delivery. He's come around the wicket now, so this might just create the angle. And that first delivery, it's coming and had a little bit of bounce, and Campbell was feeling for that one. We'll have to have a look at the replay on that one, and Orville will talk us through this one.
Yeah, for the first time since the start of play, John Campbell was genuinely beaten. No pretenses about that. He played at a ball that seamed and bounced. Good carry through to bow through as well. So good line, good length, good bounce, good pace. Everything good about that particular delivery.
That's well touched by John Campbell into the offside, and he'll get a quick single. I think if Lane gets his radar right, he might enjoy bowling to McKenzie a little bit more. McKenzie's looks a little bit iffy in the opening exchanges.
That was good batting there by John Campbell. Looks simple, just drop on which opening batsmen must operate, especially in the early exchanges. Get yourself off strike.
That's a delivery along the leg side and flicked by McKenzie. We'll wait for the signal from the umpires. The first boundary of the day. It's leg buys by Christopher Taylor, and it goes for 4.
And that is one of the difference between the good bowlers and the great ones. They will not give you those kind of freebies. He was bowling a good delivery to John Campbell. Let's just watch this. Was that the leg buy for 4? That can't be good. Was outside the off stump, getting the Jamaican captain playing and missing, then dropped one in the offside, taking 1. The very best bowlers will not bowl freebies into the pads down the leg side. They'll keep the pressure, and Lane just missed his mark.
That's too wide from Lane, and this one is signalled wide by Christopher Taylor, and rightly so.
Yeah, so he's still not quite finding the radar. Still not yet able to hit a spot. A fast bowler, you think, Andrew, at first class level should be able to hold a line and a length 8 out of 10 deliveries.
Well, I think, again, the problem with fast bowlers is that they always try to come in too fast. Get your rhythm first, get your run up first, get your approach to the crease first, and then you can say, okay, I can step on the gas. And this one is turned into the leg side by McKenzie, and he will get his first run. That is his first run indeed. He'll get off the mark with that one. In terms of our viewers who haven't been updated, and Jamaica is unchanged. Brandon King is still out injured. Ruston Chase has come in for Dominic Drakes. And there's a shot of the Atlas airplane, which will be landing at the Norman Manley International Airport. Good shot there by our cameraman. Better from Lane. Back of a length, bouncing delivery.
That was excellently played, though, by John Campbell. Technically very sound. And it's just a feeling, Andrew, as I said before, just a hunch that these two Jamaican batsmen, having put on, 242 in that opening game, are encouraged that their contribution could be vital. So they are digging in. No false shot yet. No rush of blood. Nothing too adventurous yet. Just prepared to just lock down and play defensively.
Feeling for that one. I was too wide for Campbell, but he still had a feeler for that one. And at the end of the 5th over, I believe, it's 10 without loss.
I think John Campbell will tell you that he didn't actually play at that. I think he will tell you that he played well inside the line. It would be interesting to see that one again. He is one of those people who could make you believe that he played, but I just had a feeling that he knew that his bat was coming down well inside the line of that wideish delivery.
A lot of comments about how beautiful Sabina Park looks, and it really is a wonderful ground. If anyone in the Kingston area, please come down. It's a wonderful Sunday, and can certainly sit down all day and watch some cricket. Wide delivery again down the line of the leg stump, and it's Barbados bowlers are not utilizing this first pitch. It's been 24 minutes we've played cricket so far, Orville Higgins, and I haven't seen the Bajans put together 3 or 4 consistent deliveries, either one.
Well, 3 or 4 is probably a little stretching it a little bit. I haven't seen him putting back-to-back deliveries together. I'm not sure why. Yeah, that looks okay. Nice carry to the keeper, but not forcing the batsman to play.
It's well, I guess on social media, you know, the Manchester United fan is not cutting his hair until his team wins 5 games in a row. So let's see, Barbados can put together 5 good deliveries in a row. Sort of right back to 1 now. It's back to 0.
There you go.
Because the
Let's
first
see.
delivery is good, and then this one is just going a little bit wider.
And Kalmars, who impressed so much with his accuracy in that Shedwin Park game, what a difference a few days can make. Because now he's all over the shop.
I don't know if it's the excitement. You've seen a green pitch, a pitch that maybe is offering a little bit more than Shedwin Park did. And you're just, again, trying too hard. That's a better delivery, but I think it's still going down like a little bit too much.
Yeah, a little extra bounce that. Kurt McKenzie a little surprised at it. And in the end played fairly well, but still 3 slips. And Kurt McKenzie just willing himself to stay there and concentrate. He'll want a good season. He's already started well with 100 to his name. Here's Mars. That was Fuller. Maybe just asking the batsman to have a go. Kirk McKenzie, though, Andrew, nice, pleasant drive, not trying to overhit. And one of the things that opening batsmen will learn is that you don't have to go hard at the new ball. Just a forward press. A
shot of that man, Kevin Wickham. And interestingly enough, a little bit of stats here for you. That's a nice drive by McKenzie. That's pleasantly through mid-off. Wickham is after it. It won't reach the ropes, but McKenzie will come back for 2 first confident runs off the bat, I would say.
Yeah, and again, didn't overhit. Just coming forward and just pushing it back past the bowler out towards mid-off. The outfield doesn't look the quickest I've seen. There were some rains.
That's the end of the 6th over as well. So Jamaica, a model of consistency with 2 runs off the over.
That is it. Not overhitting. Just pleasantly head down, elbows behind it. That's a nice, pleasant off drive. And Kirk McKenzie must feel pretty good with himself for that. It's 12 down. 3 overs each from the 2 opening bowlers, and not been particularly impressive. 8 runs off the bat. The other 4 runs have been a combination of wides and the leg buys and that kind of thing.
A change in bowling now. The Johan Lane experiment has not reaped success. So Jair McAllister will come on. Another one who is has a lot of potential, has the aura of a fast bowler, but unfortunately not the consistency to go along with it. But he is so awkward, is Jair McAllister. Those shoulders, those interesting shoulders, and the interesting action and the pumping arms.
Genuinely bowl quick on a fairly flat Shedwin Park pitch. Would be interesting to see how he goes here.
That's a beautiful delivery. That wasn't short at all, but it still got up by Campbell's gloves as he played it in the rib area.
Well, that was a decent start. Came on at Shedwin Park at a time when the game was running away from the Barbados team. Look at this. Nice, strong action. That one did come back at John Campbell. Didn't carry across him with the right arm angle across the left-hander. Did just hold up a little bit and a little bounce, and John Campbell played that in the end reasonably well.
He's slashing at that one. And that one has gone through the... and that one has actually gone through the cover regions before. Well, stand and deliver from John Campbell.
That was lovely because it wasn't all that short. It was just back of a length, but almost as if John Campbell knew it was coming. That was a lovely shot. You look at this, it wasn't a rank long hop or anything. That was just slashed through.
It moved away, so he got a little bit of width that he needed. But of course, here in Sabina Park, we're ensconced in thick glass and air conditioning, so we didn't hear the crack as we would here at Chetwynd Park.
And that shot has influenced a change in the field that they have now taken out the third slip.
He goes for the pull shot this time, but he'll wear that on. Oh dear, I think he was hitting a very tender area. John Campbell goes down. Yep, there's a bit of a delayed reaction there. I'm not sure if he was hitting the stomach or in the nether regions, but John Campbell will certainly have to have some treatment.
Yeah, he's out for the count. Knocked to the canvas, maybe well down, but definitely not out. That one hit him somewhere in the midsection.
But his reaction is very, very odd. I mean, if it was in the very sensitive area, as we all know, he'd be sort of rolling on the ground. So you'll have to have a look at the replay on this one and see actually where he was struck. Because if he was stuck in the stomach area or maybe on a rib, that might be even more detrimental. Let's have a look at the replay here. Yeah, I think it actually hit him about the rib area.
He's down and out, Craig Brathwaite there. Maybe just mulling over things. And the assistant has come up for John. That is not a live shot that you're looking at. That's still the replay. We'll get back to live action in just a bit. Well, that's a live shot. And John Campbell still looks very uncomfortable here.
Very uncomfortable indeed.
He received some injuries in that first game as well. He was hit on the boot. He was hit on the arm. He was hit in the chest. And now seems to be hit in the midsection and is not a happy camper at this point in time.
Yeah, Keshav, can you pull up that replay again for us and just slow it down? I want to see exactly where he was struck. Because his reaction to that, now when a batter is hitting in nether regions, he immediately roll over. Like he immediately just drop everything and roll over. Sometimes the batter is very close to falling on his stumps. But John Campbell walked away and then immediately bent down on all fours, and he's remained on all fours for a good couple minutes now.
This is not looking good at all.
It really isn't, yeah.
Was he hit in the stomach or was he hit on the groin? This will tell the story. Where exactly in that midsection did that ball cannon into? No, that wasn't it. That was that grasping square drive.
Yeah.
No, that was the one that came back, played it well. So maybe the other one is the one that is creating all the problem. He's still not getting up when you look at the well, he is now.
He's getting up now, yeah.
Clearly discombobulated. He's adjusting the box, which is probably, well, he's looking at the box to wonder if it's still whole. So maybe that is a telltale sign that he was hit in that very sensitive area.
We're drinking some water now, so maybe. And
having played a little cricket myself, Andrew, when you get hit there, the only thing that works is time.
Well,
I've seen them stretch your leg, give you water, tap you on the back. That stinging pain only goes with time, and John Campbell has had. Who knows, 5-6 minutes? Now hopefully this is... Oh, he actually played it into his groin, you know. It was an inside edge.
Oh. That's what happened.
Which maybe meant it...
The angle, yeah, a little bit of a ricochet. But he seems to be back up and running.
Yeah.
And coming back to injuries in those nether regions, well, I mean, as dedicated as your physiotherapist might be to the job, you can't ask him to rub there for you.
Not quite. Yeah. When you get hit there, I tell you, it. Have you ever been hit?
A life-changing experience.
I can tell
you. Never forget it.
Let's leave it right there.
Yeah.
Well, after some time, the Jamaican skipper is ready to do battle. Let's see, will there be a bumper?
I'd go for the Yoko, McAllister. And instead it's a harmless delivery outside the line of your stump. Campbell still looks a little bit uncomfortable, and he is doing some stretches as well. Now, I mean, of course, if as you love cricket, you're always a historian in a game, and you read stories and stuff like that. And remember those protectors back in the day? They actually used to shatter.
Yeah.
So I remember reading stories about
David Lloyd.
batters who would have shards in their own balls. Delivery tucked up again. Campbell is still looking very, very uncomfortable. He's not moving freely at all. And again, he's down on his haunches. So, McAllister doing a job as an enforcer, you have to say.
Yeah, the thing for John Campbell, if you're a Jamaican Scorpions supporter, not to lose his cool, just to, just settle in, still concentrate hard. McAllister, though, will try to ruffle him.
Short delivery, and he's pulled that away. Where's that one gone? It's almost flat batted, I think, down to long on. And that will go for 6 or 10 runs in the over. And a mean injury for John Campbell. But the Jamaica skipper is not giving out without a battle here. I think it's 22 without loss after 7 overs.
That was an audacious pull shot. Look where this was hit wide of mid-on. That was a mid-wicket or square leg. That was hit well in front of the man at mid-wicket, which tells you that the batter had absolute control. That is almost embarrassing. A fast bowler bounces and you hit him wide of long on for 6. That is telling the bowler that you have no pace, you can't trouble me, I am the man. That is an audacious, almost embarrassing pull over wide long on for 6. Wow!
Well, sir, I'm not one to toot my own horn, but in speaking to John Campbell at Chedwin Park, I told him good luck and best of luck for the season. But certainly look for those singles. I know you're very, very good at hitting the 6th ball. So whatever success John Campbell has this season, it's all down to me. You're welcome.
Mayers continues round the wicket.
Straight to delivery. Campbell is interested in the single. Mayers does well running across. And there is no run on that occasion.
3.1 overs with 17 dot balls. A lot of those, though, are balls that were either too wide down the leg side or wide outside off. Maybe this is the over where he gets it all together.
Beautiful delivery. That is where Mayers needs to be all day, all night. Just back of a length. Actually, just full enough to just swerve away from Mackenzie. Feeling for that one outside the off stump.
Excellent. This would trouble any batsman in the world. Wide on the crease, and then look at that go. That is as good as it gets, Andrew.
Yep.
That is probably the ball of the morning so far. Now he's getting the deliveries to do what he wants them to do. He's coming round, angling them in and then shaping them away. That's exactly what he wants to do. That one, though, was a little bit too wide, but the ball is now starting to go for him in terms of swing. So now he just wants to get them closer to the stumps, forcing the batsman to play, and then there's 3 slips and a gully there waiting. The ball is starting to work for Kyle Mayers.
Coming forward to try sort of negate that spin. Well played by Mackenzie, right underneath his eyes. And it's a good point that you're making there, Orville Higgins, in terms of getting those 3 slips and gully into play, because they haven't done anything at all for the morning. The ball has not gone to the slips at all. It's barely gone to the keeper. Boucher. And that one is, again, drifting into the pads and an easy single for Mackenzie. So whatever pressure has been built has just been released with those deliveries. And the other thing to consider, of course, for the Bajans is that this is where the Scorpions train. This is their backyard. This is their yard. You don't even have to say backyard. This is their yard, as the Jamaicans like to say. This is their home turf. These two players, more than anyone else, would know exactly how to play. They know that in this morning session, you'll have the morning session. We don't care what happens in the morning session. The second session, we're going to make mass as the St. John.
Interesting. He's now coming over. That man from mid-wicket that's coming across your shot now, he will go to cover, which means that his mode of dismissal has changed. He will no longer pitch outside off, expecting the ball to leave the left-hander. Now it's straight angles, straight pitching on and going away from the left-hander with a natural angle from over. So let's see how he goes.
This one's swinging in and it's spaced on the leg side. And that will be flicked through the mid-wicket region for 4. Craig Bafford has to go and retrieve that one.
Were I the captain here, Andrew, I would be livid. I've just taken a man out of mid-wicket and enforcing the covers. I am telling my fast bowler, you have to be off stump or outside. And then right after that change, there, leg stump. I'm going to tell my bowler, what on earth was that? That is telling the batsman, I am not in control. That's as easy as you can get. And these two, they need no help. We saw what they did in that first game.
The line was wrong. The line was wrong, but the length was brilliant. If he got that delivery on off stump, he would have been in business there because that one swung in brilliantly. So you're quite right in terms of that he wants to have consistently getting it away, and the inside one maybe as a surprise delivery. But the other thing is for the batters is if they know they're coming from that angle and it's going away, then it's always going to be a little bit wide. So there's and you know these two batsmen are very, very good square of the wicket. Mackenzie is up against McAllister. This might be a little bit interesting. Settles and it's wide delivery and going wide outside the off stump.
That's Kurt Mackenzie just leaving alone. And his initial movement there, Andrew, just at the point in time where the bowler was about to release, he made that little trigger movement to cover his stumps so that anything outside his eye line he will not have to play.
Yeah.
So that's his tactic. Just watch his initial movement just to cover the stumps.
Pulled in front of square through mid-wicket, and that's a lovely little 4 by Kirk Mackenzie. Short, wide and short, and it was begged for it, and I think it was a no ball as well from McAllister. Horrible stuff from the Barbados opening bowlers.
Can't bowl short. We haven't yet seen a genuine bouncer. That was just short and asking to be hit. And that was the pull shot, no ball as well. That was a lovely shot that also was well in front of square. That's through straight mid-wicket. And these batsmen having a lot of time.
That is too short. That could be called a wide. But instead Christopher Taylor allows McAllister to get away with that one. And he comes around the wicket now.
Well, both John Campbell and Kurt Mackenzie have hit boundaries well in front of square, which tells you that maybe this pitch is not quite as quick as it could be yet, because they are hitting in front of mid-wicket, once for 6 and then one for a rasping 4 out towards that straight mid-wicket position. And then that bounce was almost tennis-like through to the keeper.
A little bit better from McAllister, but wide enough that Mackenzie can leave alone. And I think what bothers me most is that of the 3 pride bowlers used, Mayers, McAllister, and Lane, if they all consistently hit that 3rd stump, 4th stump line, they all bring something different to the game and would be extremely effective, and none of them have done that. I don't know, maybe he might have to resort to Shamar Springer just now. Let's see if they can build any pressure at all.
Yeah, continue to watch Kirk McKenzie's technique. Just at the point of delivery, he's shuffled across, covers all stumps, which makes it a little bit easier to leave the ones that are wide.
It's a good lifting delivery, but again, angled down the leg side. And again, it's just they're really just off at the moment, Barbados.
That one was from around the wicket. As you see, McAllister has abandoned the over the wicket tactic. He's aimed now to pitch on and just leave the left-hander, but that one was just too wide on the leg side, and Craig Brathwaite can't be pleased with his seaman so far. Maybe Warwickon or Bishop, maybe not too far away at this point, because it's the
Yeah,
seamans.
but you can't throw all your eggs in the Warwickon and Bishop basket, can you?
They have to. The Pacers have got to hold their hands up.
That's a better short delivery and well played by McKenzie.
Yeah, that one had some effort. Really walked it in and was a little bit uncomfortable. Anything just under the armpit at pace can be disconcerting for most batsmen. He played it well in the end, but the bowler would feel pretty good about that.
You also referenced McKenzie's trigger movement, and of course the typical one is back and across. But what are your thoughts on trigger movement? Would you, after this delivery? Is it because I mean you think of and it's actually the end of the over as well, 32 without loss after 9, because the batsman should be still, shouldn't they? With that trigger movement. Gets them into a better position.
You want to be still at the point, just at the point when the ball is leaving the bowler's hand. But trigger movement is your way of telling your brain, get ready. And there isn't any particular rule as to what that trigger movement should or should not be.
Yeah.
But it tells your brain, go. And different batsmen trigger differently. Some, like Viv Richards, would slightly lean onto that left foot. The back and across method has been favored by batsmen going back centuries against the fast bowlers. But Brian Lara used to jump across with that high backlift.
We look at but that back and across one kind of bothers me because okay, yes, you get in terms of the line to defend the off stump, but then if you're a cutter, you get it maybe too close to the ball. Johan Lane, interestingly, is coming back from the northern end. He'll have a bowl at the Jamaica captain, John Campbell. Let's see if maybe a change of ends might work for Johan Lane. A little bit wide, and that's punch through the extra cover region. Didn't get a full connection on that. Shane Mosley does the fielding, and Campbell gets a single run.
Some parts of the outfield definitely quicker than some. Didn't quite time that the way he would have wanted to John Campbell, but that really trickled across the outfield. There were some rains early, and there were spots on the field that the umpires were a little concerned with. And that wasn't the quickest part of the ground, let's put it like that. Lane operating from around the wicket again, which means game plan, pitch on, take it away, operating from around. It's not the easiest arts to accomplish. But let's see how he manages it. Still 3 steps though.
As a training and discipline tool, I think it's a good idea. You make sure, look, I'm not giving you any protection on the leg side or barely any protection, so you have to stay on the side or you're going to leak a run. And coming back to this, coming back to trigger movement, we have to talk about the great tiger, Shivnarine Chanderpaul, because I mean he was straight on when he faced the batters, but by the time the ball was released, he had actually moved into a perfect position.
Yeah, he did. And for me, when I coach or talk to young batsmen, do all that you can do before. But
that's a nice one by Johan Lane. That's tentative push by McKenzie.
At the moment of the bowler letting go, you should be ready with a still head and weight evenly distributed on both feet. So all the preliminaries before are just your own idiosyncrasies. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's how ready you are, how prepared you are just at the point of delivery.
But you mentioned Lara and the jump across. That was, of course, only when he just got into the crease. As he got settled, didn't really have too much of a trigger movement. Another no ball here by Johan Lane, signaled by umpire Jacqueline Williams. A very, very good morning to her. Pleasant, lovely lady.
Yes. And that no ball signal. So in combination with wide balls down the off stump, down the leg side, we're seeing no balls now coming into play. So this can't be something that Craig Brathwaite is happy with. The Jamaicans are already at 34 on the board. These two, we know what they did in that last game, both getting 100 each in that 242-run opening stand. And so far, there have been very little alarms. Barbados must start to feel a little concern.
Nice back foot punch by Mackenzie. Excellent fielding there. And there's no run.
Yeah, punched nice and easy off the back foot. Kurt McKenzie 8 from 34, so he's not perturbed or bothered. We already see that these two have the ability to rapidly increase the scoring tempo. So at the moment, opening hour of a first-class game, they take 34 without loss after 9.4 any day of the week.
Squared up by that one, and he got a thick outside edge, and that will run very close to the third man boundary, I should say. The fielder pulls it in just inside the ropes, and they come back for two. That was finally a good delivery that asked a question of the batter.
Yeah, he was trying to maybe work this one into the leg side, but as you will see here, the ball generally touched down and then moved a touch. Maybe not overly, not exaggerated movement, but Kurt McKenzie generally beating, maybe trying to close the face a little too early.
I think he got in that awkward position. I'd like to have a look at that one again, because I think if McKenzie had almost decided he was going to turn it into leg, as opposed to that delivery just playing straight. This one, again, down the leg side again. So Johan Lee not following up a good delivery with another good one. 36 without loss after 10. Jamaicans getting there without any real alarms on the way. And
they've been assisted by some indifferent bowling. Maybe that's the best way to put it. Some reasonably good deliveries, but too many ordinary ones. And they haven't consistently put enough pressure on this left-handed opening combination. And the first bowling change. Spinner. It's not Warrican. It's not Bishop.
Ruston Chase.
Shall we say the West Indies captain? Or is that at this point still in the air?
Well, he is West Indies captain until further notice. So
well, there you go.
as far as we know.
Well, I'm not surprised that it is the right-handed off spinner coming on. There are two left-handers batting. He will spin away from both, as opposed to both Warrican and Bishop who will be spinning in. Now, it's always better to spin away from batsmen than to spin in. It's harder to hit when it's spinning away as opposed to coming in. It's just a natural way that cricket is set up. So Ruston Chase being introduced ahead of the other two spinners is not a bad decision.
Goes for the sweep to put him off. Gets that down to fine leg. Will it run fine enough? The fielder comes around from deep backward square. That's Johan Lane, and they trot back for an easy two. I understand that point, but of course there's to add that Campbell and Mackenzie would have seen a lot of Warrican and Bishop. So this is just something different as well. Because I think left-handed spinners also do well against the left-handed batters, because you can get the ball to go on and then turn away. But agreed, Ruston Chase is a good option. This one is better. Well played extra bounce, and he actually played that to the slip region. Interesting.
That is almost a nothing shot. He was probably trying to steer it past for a slip, but that's too risky from John Campbell. Good ball that though from Ruston Chase.
Nice drive, no run. Goes for the sweep again, gets this one in front of square on the leg side. That will roll into the Kingston Cricket Club. A little bit of a loose one there from Austin Chase. And John Campbell, in the form that he is in, he's not wasting that opportunity.
That was well played. That was outside off stump. There's no protection at mid-wicket. And he's sweeping at the deliveries outside off. Had that hit the pad, he couldn't have been given out. It would have been a case of being struck outside playing a shot. So that's relatively safe unless there's bounce for a top edge. But he certainly played that well. And taking it to Ruston Chase quite early here. He moves to 24.
Back to this one and punches that one through the offside. Brilliant stuff from John Campbell. Off the back foot, carves Ruston Chase like a Sunday roast chicken. That is 42 without loss. No, 46 without loss. Campbell races on to 28. He's always been very positive, very aggressive. But I have to say, today, here at Sabina Park, Oval Higgins, he looks ominous.
He does. This one, Ruston Chase didn't want to overpitch, so he was slightly short. John Campbell, I am prepared to bet, didn't expect it to be full, expected that after sweeping a full delivery, he'd readjust and be a touch short, almost as if he's reading the bowler's mind. That was a lovely shot. Lovely batting as well.
Dances down the pitch to this one, carves that through the extra cover region. John Campbell is bored with what Ruston Chase is bowling. He's decided, well, you're going to bring on the spinner early. I'm going to bring up the Jamaican 50 after 11 overs.
John Campbell, at this point in time, is batting as well as I've seen him for a while over the last 2 innings. Look at him, coming down the pitch, reaching exactly the pitch, and boom, through the covers. He's looking ominous is the word.
Yeah,
Certainly
maybe that pain in his groin is keeping him focused over Higgins.
Yeah, sometimes they say a little pain keeps the mind fixated. But that was a lovely shot. And Ruston Chase being made to look very ordinary here indeed.
50 partnership as well of 69 deliveries. John Campbell, of course, doing most of the heavy lifting, 32. Kirk McKenzie doing Kirk McKenzie things, 10 or 36. Now, in that last game, McKenzie, I think when he was doing some fielding, he fell very awkwardly on his right shoulder. I did see him with some strapping early on today. So he's still icing it. So that might be a little bit while he's playing inside himself. Trigger movement again, too wide for McKenzie to be interested in that one.
Yeah. And none of the seamers seem to be able to string 2 or 3 good deliveries. And Ruston Chase, when he came in, was also harshly treated. So Craig Brathwaite has got to be not just concerned now, but worried as well. The last time he saw these two, they put on 242. Now they're on 50 without loss. And John Campbell in particular looks like he's a man on a mission.
Wide delivery down the leg side. A comment from our live stream. Lord Campbell doing the international captain bad. LOL. Yes, sir, indeed he is. But all the more reason Ruston Chase will probably pick him in his final 11. But Campbell, he's played 107 matches, first-class matches as is, 6,072 runs, an average of only 31.29. Now that, I think, is the problem that we've seen with West Indies batting, at least at the regional level. And that's punch into the offside, and a quick single there, the throw comes in, and it will be a wonderful attempt at getting the stumps here, but unfortunately it's just an overthrow there. Poor backing up, I think, by Warrican, who's on the leg side there. So just a little bit of unraveling here happening for the Barbados Pride.
What I liked about that Kirk McKenzie, just push into the offside, he was right out. There were no half measures about it. Ball and a length, is in this case his right foot being a left-hander coming right out to the pitch. Stayed low and getting himself 2 runs. Good batting.
Beautiful bouncer. That was a brilliant delivery there by Lane. Well swayed away by McKenzie.
That is very well bowled.
Yeah.
You want the bumper to get the batsman to react. And we haven't seen too many short balls in the first almost an hour so far. That was perfectly bowled, rearing just below or just above chest height. But you'd also have to say very well played. Dropped his hands, swayed sideways away from it. Good all-round cricket in there.
Again, down, it's drifting down the leg side and an easy single for Mackenzie. Warwick through comes in at a non-striker's end. And good backing up this time by Kevin Wickham. I mean, if you look at the regional 4-day championship this season, of course, Trinidad and Tobago playing the Leeward Islands, Guyana Harpy Eagles playing the Windward Islands, and then Jamaica Scorpions versus the Barbados Pride. But I really think that if you look at the matchups here, I mean, no offense to Leeward and Windward Islands, they're probably not as strong as Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana Harpy Eagles have been so far. But Jamaica Scorpions and Barbados Pride have sort of been there or thereabouts. They're about mid-table. So the matchup. That's a good run there by John Campbell. Is it? Yes, it is indeed. He's shielding his head as the fainted throw from Shane Mosley came in. It was supposed to come in. It didn't come in. Johan Lane has... John Campbell has pinched a strike, and after the first hour, the Jamaica Scorpions will be extremely happy. 12 overs bowled, 53 without loss. We'll take a short break, and we'll come back in a little bit. Action resumes here at Sabina Park. First hour, or second hour of the first session. The Ruston Chase experiment. 14 runs in his first over, but he's continuing. Campbell goes for the sweep again, gets his fine. Will it run close to the ropes? It does indeed, but Johan Lane does the fielding.
They're back for the second, and one of the things that they have done in this innings, these two opening left-handed batsmen, they have put away the bad balls. In fact, they've put away balls that aren't always bad. But they've run hard. They've taken some drop-and-run singles. And on that occasion, came back for the second when sometimes they'd settle for one. So this is a pair on a mission, especially the Captain Campbell.
I provoked some comments on the on our live feed. As one of those commentators has informed me that average does not define a batsman, it's the runs that counts. He goes to the sweep again, a bit of a top edge, but he'll get a single down for this one. Because the more not out that a batsman have, it gives them a better batting average. And then somebody has defended me, saying no, average definitely defines a batsman because it shows their overall performance and what to expect. Both commentators, I think, both comments are correct in their certain regard. But you don't want... I mean, an average of 31 after 107 matches in first-class cricket doesn't reflect a player's full potential. You should be pushing closer to 50, I would say. Because in Test cricket, you want your average to be over 40. Over 40 is the mark of... well, Over 40 is the mark of a good batsman. Over 50 is the mark of a great batsman in Test cricket. Nice punch by McKenzie. A little bit uppishly, but through the extra cover region, and you just get a single. But it's all about consistency, because even in my figures here, Craig Braffett, 229 matches first class, and he has an average of 37.55, and in Test his average is 32.51. So it indicates that there has been a fall off in the quality of batsmanship and the quantity of runs that they put out consistently. Another attempted sweep, and this he's overdoing it now with that sweep, John Campbell. A little bit of a top edge. Ruston Chase and John Campbell having some words in the middle of the pitch there.
Yeah, he's usually sweeping from the ones wide outside off. That one was a little straighter. May have just bounced a little bit more than he would have anticipated. But he's not allowing Ruston Chase to settle at all.
And he goes to the sweep again. And this time he does get the run down to Lane.
Yeah, again, that was wide off stump. You could see the ball genuinely maybe 6-8 inches outside off stump. It's a relatively safe shot to play, because once your foot is across, even if you get hit, once your foot is across and outside off, you won't get LB. And just sweeping it around.
I think they're going to have
look easy.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a close fielder under the helmet here for McKenzie. Ruston Chase. Good delivery by McKenzie. By Chase. That should end the over. 59 without loss after 13. And of course, having Ruston Chase back in the fold will add that little impetus. You want to impress the West Indies captain as well. So all the bowlers that are on display, all the batters that are on display, will want to make sure that they put their hand up and be counted. There's always an interesting dynamic, I think.
Whether Ruston Chase goes on to captain the West Indies for the next series is debatable. His place in the top 6, because to be a captain, you've got to be an automatic member of a team.
Yeah.
His returns with a bat haven't been great in his last few games.
Yeah, his batting has really, really fallen off.
But we'll see.
That's a bit of an inside edge there by Campbell. He punches his helmet in disgust. You're quite right. I mean, when Ruston Chase first broke into the squad, I was thinking, brilliant. We found a genuine, very, very good bowler, a very good all-rounder. And his batting, what seemed elegant just seems slow now. What seemed elegant when he first came out and languid and free just seems so slow and just not getting right, just not getting it right at all. And I think, a couple of years ago, I think our bowling was a problem. Now we sort of solved that problem in that we have a core of Jaden Seals, Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, Jamel Warwick, and Gudakesh Moti, who on paper are very, very good bowling side, and then Ruston Chase offering the off spin as well. That's an excellent bowling side.
Yeah, and Greaves, the all-rounder who can do his bit with the ball as well. But I'm not happy with Lane here. Too many deliveries that are just not good deliveries.
Not good deliveries at all. See what he does with this one. That's not a bad delivery. It's a little bit too straight. But
he made his Test debut earlier this year, and you think, okay, here is an up-and-coming young fast bowler who impressed enough to be considered in the West Indies Test team. Now, he's still learning his craft. We accept that. But there's more bad than good this morning. He can't be happy with how he has spread it around. But there's always time to correct it.
it's a bit of a better delivery, a waft by McKenzie, but that was almost like a A practice delivery. And I think that's the issue here because we saw Lane and his promise in New Zealand. But he had the same issues there. And if it's almost 6 months to a year on, and he hasn't learned, he hasn't adjusted, he hasn't made the changes necessary, then is that indicative of a bowler who cares about his craft and wants to develop his craft? That's another delivery down the leg side. You get that one fine. Is it off the bat? Yes, it is indeed. John Campbell gets that down to fine leg, and that's an easy 4 for him. Wasted delivery again by Johan Lane.
The one thing that all bowlers, if you should ask bowlers, look at this. Just from round the wicket, speared into the pads, down the leg side, and that's gone. That is a give-me delivery. The one thing that all bowlers must have, whether it's fast, slow, medium, is accuracy. You should be able, 8 out of 10 times, to hit roughly where on the pitch you want to hit. You can add spin and pace and seam and swing and all that after. But you should be able, at this level, to pitch pretty much where you want it. And we're not seeing that. Now, that is good.
That's a better delivery. No, but the other thing is, at the end of the over, which unfortunately I cannot speak about because it's yet, well, I can't speak about it, but the Lane is running in very, very close to stump. He's almost trying to bowl stump to stump. If stump to stump is sending you down leg side, go a little bit wider.
Yeah.
Just use the width of the crease. And then maybe that could even create a better angle because you're coming in from a little bit wider. You're pitching on and you're aiming to pitch on that off stump. That's where you want to pitch. If you're starting to pitch on middle and moving towards leg, a shot of the beautiful flags of Jamaica and Barbados here. Jamaica, green, black, and gold. I think everybody in the world knows the Jamaican flag. They mightn't know the Bajan flag that well with that wonderful trident. But the green, black, and gold of Jamaica is so distinctive. Ruston Chase continues.
What is interesting there about the flag here, Andrew, is how windy it is. And maybe that is a factor as to why the fast bowlers are struggling to maintain a line. It's blowing pretty stiff at the moment. We are in an air-conditioned building, not hearing the breeze. But that, I'm trying to be kind to the Barbadian fast bowlers to say the fact that it's quite windy could be a factor in why it is so difficult to maintain line.
I have an interesting question I have to pose for you, Orville Higgins. Maybe you can answer me as a Jamaican. Now, the international sign of distress is worldwide known as an upside-down flag. The Jamaican flag looks exactly the same upside down. So does that mean Jamaica can never be in distress?
Boy, that's too big for me, Andrew. That's too big a question for me. I prefer to leave alone that.
And it's quite interesting because, of course, you know, the Trinidad flag with the angle and stuff like that. People, sometimes our own Trinis, you know, they go away and they hold the flag upside down because of the weird angle of the stripe, the black and white stripe. That's cut away. That's cut through the gap. Stand and deliver from Kirk McKenzie. Did he get all of it? He doesn't hit it as hard as John Campbell, but it'll dribble into the ropes in the square region. Wonderful little shot by Kirk McKenzie. Ruston Chase, you're supposed to be tight. You're not bowling tight enough.
Yeah, this one was punched through the offside on the quicker side of the outfield. That was short. That really was asking to be hit. So the Pacers not hitting their straps. And Ruston Chase, who can be a banker, can be fairly economical up to this point, is also going for a few. 60, 63 now without loss. And not a semblance of any chance by either of these two. This is a Jamaica Scorpions team that's playing very good cricket at the moment. Yet to bat, clearly not in any particular order that because there's no way Marquino Midley will be the man coming next, neither Odin Smith or Salmon. We expect Carlos Brown to come at 3. And it appears that there could be a bowling change. Here's the points table after round 1. TNT Red Force are leading 22.6 points. The Scorpions are right there behind them with 22. Harpy Eagles not far away with 21.4. And then the three teams in the rear at the moment, Windward Islands Volcanoes with 5.8. Barbados Pride 5. And the Leewards 1.8. Bowling change at the commentary box end with Shamar Springer.
I've always liked Shamar Springer. He's a talented all-rounder. Spent some time with Windwards as well as, I think, CCC as well. Let's see if he can offer some consistency. And, well, his first delivery is a little bit of a looser. It wasn't a bad delivery, but it's smacked through the extra cover region by the ominous John Campbell.
Welcome to you, Mr. Springer.
Wagwan Springer.
Yeah, man. How you doing, Mr. Springer, sir?
Nah respect at all. Nah respect.
Yeah, there was no... He just put that down on a length and John Campbell just hit through the line.
It really wasn't a bad delivery at all. But again, you're coming from this angle and the batter know the ball is going to be moving away. And that is a really wide delivery. Jacqueline Williams lets him get away with that one. That was barely on the strip.
Why on earth is that not a wide? Why on earth is that not a wide ball?
I don't know. They just it almost seems like they're unaccustomed to giving a wide in Test cricket or red ball cricket, I should say.
That is shocking, if you ask me. There is absolutely no way the batsman legitimately should get a bat to that.
That's better.
Pitching outside
That's
leg.
straight.
Pitching
Maybe
outside leg.
moving outside. Yep. He says it looked like Campbell is indicating that I was moving towards the leg. That was a very, very good shot though by Springer. And the first delivery that has actually asked a genuine question of the umpire.
Bowler from over the wicket. Right arm fast bowler to the left-handed batsman. It's difficult to get an LBW because the ones that will hit the stumps are pitching outside leg. That just outside leg, and the ones that pitch on usually go across. So you usually have to hit and get the ball to do something coming in.
That's a good line. That's better from Springer.
So that was good umpiring. Many umpires make the mistake of forgetting that once it is marginally pitching outside leg, the batsman can't be given out, whether they are playing a shot or not. But that followed. So that good decision by the umpire was preceded by that wide delivery and not signal wide. So John Campbell's position, he'll take the no wide and that good decision not for him to get out.
That's a very good delivery. That would have been LBW if that had struck Campbell's path, because it pitched on the off and it was coming in a little bit too. It would have been plumb middle stump. But very well played by the Jamaican skipper. He's closing in on 45 or 40. Well, I guess it would be 40. Yes, it is 49 deliveries now. So good stuff by Springer after the little loosener to start. Let's see if he can finish strongly now.
He started well. Maybe the most impressive of the seamers. I know it's early days.
That's good stuff. But good cricket from John Campbell. Pinching the strike again is he. Kirk McKenzie, poor little Kirk McKenzie, doesn't get much time to bat because John Campbell is hogging the strike as he moves up to 46, 72 without loss after 16 overs. The Jamaica Scorpions are enjoying themselves in the sunshine of Sabina Park.
That was a good delivery, that. Shamar Springer, like I said, you don't want to jinx the young man, and some shots of some spectators. Former Jamaica opening batsman in the cap there, Wayne Lewis, and also a national selector. So too is the guy he's sitting beside. That's the father of Brad Barnes. Delroy Morgan in the yellow shirt, former Jamaican opening batsman as well. So,
and they're in the imposing George Henley stand on the other side of the ground.
Yes, so some Jamaican luminaries there. And Rastan Chase will continue. 23 off his 3, so he's going out well over 7 and over. He's definitely going to want to do something about that.
Goes for the sweep again. Gets it fine enough, but just a single again from John Campbell. So almost as every time Roston Chase comes on, he's going to bowl a sweep. But in terms of watching cricket at Sabina Park, where do you think is the best vantage point, and where have you enjoyed watching the game most from?
Well, George Headley usually has a little bit more spectators. It's the traditional stand that was built from the devil was a boy. This north stand we're in now is the more modern, built for the 2007 World Cup. So I'd say George Headley.
But it's just, I mean, viewers, you don't really see it at Sabina Park, but at least from the north stand, when you're watching cricket, it almost feels like you're on top of the field. It's so interesting. Nice push by Mackenzie. Springer knocks it down. They're going to run for the single. Springer doesn't pick it up cleanly enough. And John Campbell just about scuttles back into the non-striker's end. That was a little bit iffy there. I think Chase could have still had a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. But he decided against it.
One of the conventional, I don't want to say rules, but one of the conventional sayings about cricket, never run on a misfield, because it's difficult to say how quickly the fielder will retrieve. These two have run excellently between the wickets, except that occasion. It's an indiscretion that they'll want to put behind them.
Goes for the sweep again, a bit of a top edge, and Lane will come down from deep fine leg to pick up that one.
Now John Campbell is is saying to Chase, whenever you're outside the off stump, you can't keep me quiet. I'm not going to just block into the covers. I'm going to sweep. Now the captain has got to do something about that. Whether they bring somebody from backward square into leg gully just to prevent that sweep shot. For me, he's doing it too easy at the moment.
He's had a few top edges of them out of the moment, so that would have been a dolly of a catch for a leg gully, so you're quite right there. Mackenzie playing conventional cricket, punching into the offside.
What the fielding captain should be doing is getting you to do what you don't want to do. John is sweeping.
Exactly, yeah.
You want him to think about sweeping by placing at least one fielder there, because he's getting runs from that lap sweep a little bit too often for my liking.
Yeah, exactly. You're quite right. Mackenzie loves to go into the offside, try to force him to bat into the leg side. At the end of the over, 75 without loss after 17.
Wonder what's going through the minds of the Barbadians at the moment. The last time they saw these 242 opening stand. Here at Sabina, where there was a little bit of help for the fast bowlers, they are 75 without loss and have not yet either of them given a chance. It's still, a little over half an hour to lunch. If these two go to lunch and are not separated, then at least mentally the Barbadians will think that this is problems. They need a breakthrough. Well, it's unfair because now we have 14 fielders on the field.
Pitch invaders.
It's the three little words, huh? Like Bob Marley sang about. Let's see if Springer can continue his impressive spell.
That's a beautiful delivery. Well dug out by Campbell. Good Yorker length delivery. Just a punch into wide mid on. Campbell is looking for the second. And there is no second on offer. But yeah, you mentioned, of course, not running on a misfield. And us cricketers are very, very superstitious people, as you know. Have you encountered any cricketers with odd superstitions, Orville Higgins?
Yes. A lot, actually.
Any that stood out for you? You don't have to call names of Higgins.
No, because they'll find me and that's a lovely shot.
On the leg side again, and that's flicked away by Mackenzie. Will that go all the way to the ropes? It does indeed. Through the mid-wicket region, so Shamar Springers will start to leak some runs as well.
Yeah, he started well, but whatever it is that the Barbadians have, he's catching it because his line that time was just wrong.
His length is beautiful. It's just a wrong line. It's just easy pickings for two quality batters on the leg side.
Yeah, this is on the pads, and that's meat and drink to somebody in the form that Kurt Mackenzie is in at the moment. 80 without loss. I know guys who wouldn't warm up, just wouldn't play any shots on the grass before games. No. The theory behind that is that I'm not going to be playing all my shots here. I'm saving them for the middle.
Oh, interesting. So even getting a little throwdown, so field bat and ball, they wouldn't do that?
Not at all.
That's This is a little bit extreme.
I agree. Most superstitions are extreme.
Well, that's true. A little bit of a misfield here from, well, Warrican did well coming across from mid-wicket to stop the ball from getting past mid-wicket, but the Jamaica batters were able to still get a single.
Shamar Springer throwing up his head in disgust after that misfield. You want you want now when the odds are against you, for your fielders to support you.
I think
Campbell now just one away from his 50. 49, as that Shamar Springer with the distinctive dreadlocked hairstyle. They've moved the gully out of earshot. They're strengthening the onside field, so they're expecting him now just to bowl a touch straighter. A straight mid-wicket and a catching mid-wicket, you could say. Yeah.
a good delivery. And that one's dug out a bit on. The throw comes in, and it's another single there. And that will be the 50 for John Campbell, the Jamaica captain, fighting hard for his team, following up from his 100 in the first match.
You mentioned earlier that John Campbell averages 31, and there are many people, I was saying it on another platform last week, that the reason why John Campbell is on 31 is not usually because the bowlers in the region have the better of him. John Campbell, and I've watched a lot of John Campbell, gets out 60-70% of the times by not being patient enough with regional bowlers. If he settles down, he'll average 45 for sure.
That's a good delivery there by Springer.
In other words, once John gets his eye in, he feels that he can impose himself on anybody, anytime, and not even the greatest can do that. Between his second innings at Chedwin Park and now, he is appreciating the fact that he's good enough to score quickly anyway. He's 50 from 54 balls without really going after the bowling.
Yeah. Well,
they are just unable to contain him when he's set because he's going to put away the bad balls and will put away some that are not so bad.
Well, I think what we've always wanted to see from him after this delivery. Nice punch by McKenzie, straight down the ground. That is beautiful. Will it get to the ropes? It's chase on for Johan Lane, but the ball wins as straight as you like. Robin Hood would have been proud of that shot.
Shot of the game so far. I did say that earlier, but this is as good as it gets. Shamar Springer laboring in, and look at this for a straight drive. Look at him holding the pose. That is absolutely...
Qadir Mohammed could frame that and put that on his wall, our good cameraman.
And what was special about that, that was not by any means a half volley.
Yeah.
That was a lengthy delivery. He timed it well, punched through the line, held the pose, which says, I am confident here. Batting like a man who scored 130 the last time around.
Not unbeaten as well.
And this was a 50.
86 without loss after 18. And I think what's disappointing me most here is, of course, I mean, teams come in here with a plan. You're always going to come into a game with a plan. You have players with the caliber of Ruston Chase, Craig Bradford, Jamel Warrican, and you haven't made adjustments to suit. And look, the field is spread far and wide now in the first session. Well left by Campbell.
Yeah. Thought about playing, and then in the end decided, well, now they've put a man at leg step. You can see him there in the shot. That's good captaincy. That's telling John, if you sweep and top edge, somebody's there to catch you. Let's see if he will continue with the sweep shot. No. He didn't play at that. You could be fooled that he was playing that, but no. The fact that leg step is now there is making John think twice about a shot that has been very productive for him.
Yeah, but
that is good captaincy.
The cover region is open now.
Well, at least he wasn't cover driving a lot, but he was sweeping a lot. So the skipper is saying, play the sweep shot, Mr. Campbell, at your own risk. And he's, for the moment at least, cutting it out.
Short arm jab down to long on for a single. Just an update in the other games around the region. Leeward Islands Hurricanes have slipped to 64 for 4 against Trinidad and Tobago. Anderson Phillip Actually, it's 64 for 5, my goodness. Jaden Seals is on the card. Jaden Seals, 6 overs, 1 for 7. Brilliant bowling from him. Anderson Phillip, 9 overs, 4 for 23. Excellent bowling from the Trinidad and Tobago pair. Nice through the extra cover region. That's Kirk McKenzie punched. And the Jamaicans race up to 90. Now, if they get to 120, 130 in the first session, that is really, really an amazing platform to build on.
This is a classic shot. Ball slightly over pitched. And look at him playing the perfect cover drive. That was copybook, textbook, everything right about that. That's a lovely shot. And Kirk McKenzie continues to grow in confidence. You notice that with Kirk, that man at leg slip has now come to a backward short leg. So they are saying, we don't expect you to sweep, but you could be a candidate just for the straight one, bat pad, backward short leg.
In the other game at Antigua in St. John's, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they were in a real spot of bother. They were 21 for 5, and since then they progressed to 77 for 5. Sunil Ambrose, who made 100 in that last game as well in a losing cause, he's there on 25, and their wicketkeeper Noel Leo is not out on a fighting 32 of 28 deliveries. Another shot of some of the spectators in the stand. See if you can point out all these people over again.
Well, I can't point out all of them, but there's at least one national selector, one other member of the Jamaican board, and just some other.
McLeod.
Okay, there, that's Ephraim McLeod in the. Is that yellow shirt above the gentleman with the box drink?
It's in Catherine Faithful.
There you go.
And so Jamaica Scorpions 91 without loss. Still a good 27 minutes before lunch. Springer continues down the leg side, and they'll run a leg by. I heard the thunk of the ball on the pad there.
Yeah, leg wise. .91 without loss. This left-handed opening combination. Well, a double 100 opening stand. Could that be followed by a century opening stand?
Punch through the extra cover region again. Is that McKenzie again? It is indeed. Will it run to the ropes? It does indeed. Look, McKenzie. My. Well, he's tired of John Campbell doing all the heavy lifting. He says, it's time to do my own.
That is a lovely shot. What I liked about that, look at him steering it, opening the face to beat the man at cover. Look at him. The face is open. There's a man at cover, and he steered it to his left as if saying, I'm not just hitting it to you. That is not just stroking the ball. That is stroking to exactly where you want it to go. That is batting. Shot that Kirk McKenzie.
Good leave on this occasion. The other thing I appreciate about Kirk McKenzie is that he's always able to keep the ball down and skim that turf so well. It really is the hallmark of a great batter, that he can keep the ball down. Yes, I'm sure he can go aerial, and Campbell, we know, has the power to go aerial. But it's always lovely to see those cricket shots just all along the turf.
We thought Shamar Springer might have started better than everybody else, but his figures have been left a little untidy. 20 runs off 23 of 2.3. So they're taking him apart as well.
And, I feel like he missed out that one. There's a little bit of width there. The throw comes in on the non-strikers again. McKenzie gets in safe.
Yeah, he was reaching for that, no feet, so he didn't quite get his balance right. The standing up for a ball that was fairly well pitched up, but unlike the previous drives through the covers, where his balance was right, where the front foot was coming down and across, on this occasion, just throwing the bat. Not as aesthetically pleasing as the previous drives. But he still gets a single.
Well left by Campbell. That was a fantastic delivery by Springer. But yeah, the Bajans really, I'm genuinely disappointed in this contest so far. Because I expected the loss at Chetwood Park would have stung. And it really was, I mean, it was interesting, of course, Orville Higgins, to witness history in regional cricket, first class cricket at Chetwood Park, because that chase from Jamaica on the final day was brilliant.
John Campbell, well played. I made the comments last week that John Campbell appears to be bored at times in regional cricket. This time he looks focused.
Yeah.
In the first innings of that first game, he played an airy-fairy wafted shot, as he's done on several occasions in regional cricket. Now, what has changed his mindset since? Only John can tell us. He focused his mind for that game, as we see a shot of the Kingston Cricket Club, sparsely populated, but having a chase would have focused his mind. Sometimes people say when you get hit, it sometimes helps you to concentrate. In this innings, he's come out and he's concentrated hard, he's run hard, he looks like a man on a mission. There was never any doubt about John Campbell's talent at regional level. If he put his mind to it, I think he could be averaging 45 minimum.
Well, I mean, John Campbell was I think left out of regional and West Indies cricket for a little while because of a doping situation. Not that he was accused of doping, but that he didn't report for a test. So I don't know, maybe that time in the wilderness has just shown him, hey, if you want to perform, then you have to put your head down and you have to be consistent.
And that is what I was telling you about. It's the whereabouts violations rule that got him in trouble. He was out for 2 years. 2 years. No competitive cricket. He had lost, or he was thinking that my West Indies game is gone.
And he had, at that point, he had just about established himself in the West Indies team as well. So it was a situation where, I mean, your spot wasn't solid, but it was stable enough.
He wanted his game back. What did he do? Came back in regional cricket. 3 centuries. Thank you very much. He's now, you could say, likely to be a settled opener. But first game of the season, chasing 330 or 320s, another 100. He is easily, when he's set, amongst the most dangerous batsmen.
That's a beautiful shot by Mackenzie. That's flicked through long on. Delicate, almost ballerina-esque as that back foot came in the air. I'm sorry, I apologize, Mr. Mackenzie, if you don't like that comment, but it was very, very lovely play.
That's 100 partnership between the two. Now a double century opening stand followed by a 100 opening stand. Well, when was the last time we saw that from any two Jamaican openers? That one was full. So he got to the pitch. It's not the safest of shots to be playing against the spin. Yeah. To undrive or to whip the right arm spinner through straightish mid wicket is not usually advised, but he got to the pitch well.
Interestingly enough, now Mackenzie has really come along in the last couple overs. Attempted the flick again, but only up to mid-on this time. But yeah, the contributions there, 41 and 51. At the 50 over stage, I think it was about 32 to 8 or something like that, or 34 to 8, something like that.
Really batting well.
This time he goes flicks and he flicks. He doesn't try to keep this one down. That one goes down to wide long on, and that's a 6 for Kirk Mackenzie. The Jamaicans are enjoying themselves on home turf.
Rossan Chase is being treated very roughly here. And if you look at this, it's a right arm spinner operating to the left hander, which means, in theory at least, he's supposed to be taking the ball away. That shot, whipping him over mid wicket, is not necessarily the most advised. But he got to the pitch, and when you get that close, you reduce the chance of the ball spinning away from you and passing your bat. Getting fairly close, and then bang, it was over mid wicket. That is a shot of a man who is not only confident in his own abilities, but is seeing the ball at the moment as big as the proverbial breadfruit here, Andrew.
They're bringing on their ace now, Jamal Warrican. They have no choice. If you look at the bowling figures here, Johan Lane, 6 overs, none for 17. Carl Mayers, 4 overs, none for 8. But they didn't really ask the bowlers any question. And coming down there, Jair McAllister, 2 overs, none for 15. Roston Chase, 6 overs, none for 41. And Shamar Springer, who we actually thought bowled pretty well, but leaked a lot of runs still, 3 overs, none for 21. It almost seems like Jamaica, like they batted on this exact pitch before, so they know exactly how to play it. It just seemed so easy for them. Warrican, first delivery to Campbell, and he's immediately on target. And Campbell plays that delivery with the respect that it deserves.
Yep. Now just about 18 minutes to lunch, so that may be on the mind of these two. As Warrican, what difference can he make?
Punch nicely through the extra cover region, and it's runs, is it? Good stop there by Johan Lane, preventing a boundary, but they'll come back for, I think that will be 2. Sort of lazy running. They probably could have gotten 3. They could have pushed hard and gotten 3 instead of waiting to see the ball dribbled into the ropes.
Yeah.
But still 2 good runs against Jamal Warrican.
John Campbell is deciding that he's not going to allow either of the spinners to settle.
Down the leg side, and that's past the leg slip. No, it doesn't. I think that's the big man Dapper, who did really well there to stop that. We'll have a look at the replay on this one. Let's talk us through this one.
Yeah, it just fell well in front. But because John Campbell has been sweeping, they are stationing a man at leg slip. So the sweep shot has been removed from the locker.
And this time he goes over wide, long on. The fielder comes around. Didn't get quite the connection that he thought on that one. Because if I think he got the real connection, that would have been down the road to Crossroads.
Yeah, that one was just driven out towards the man at long on. A little more risk attached to that. But at the moment, John Campbell and indeed Kurt McKenzie back on strike are feeling that they can do just about anything at the moment. 110 without loss.
Drifting down the leg side by Warrican again.
Yeah, and again, they've removed the leg slip and have him at bat pad for Kurt McKenzie. So that is going to be the order of the day. They are not expecting Kurt McKenzie to be sweeping at all. He can, but it's not a shot he plays often.
He goes back off the back foot and smacks him through the extra cover region, and that's 4 more to the Jamaicans. Kirk McKenzie, and he brings up his 5th there as well. At the end of the 22nd, it's 114 without loss. Absolutely brilliant stuff by the Jamaica Scorpions opening batters. Not so good from the Barbados pride in the field.
He's timed that magnificently, and one of the things you know when you're batting well, timing is just about getting the ball to move across the outfield or to move over the outfield with minimum effort. If you look at this, there was very little effort. Well, not quite that as we get back to the beginning. It was just almost coming back and almost a gentle punch off the back foot, but it absolutely raced across the outfield, and that part of the outfield where it went is not at its quickest. As the sun beats down on it, it will get quicker. But Kurt McKenzie looking just as ominous as his captain. And at 114 without loss here, Andrew, it's this game only going one way. 104 from 22 overs, the run rate 5.18. And in 4-day cricket, scoring at over 5 runs per over in an opening session is almost unheard of in regional cricket.
Springer from the southern end now. And that, he is greeted with another cracking shot through the extra cover region. John Campbell, you absolute beauty.
You beauty indeed. Overpitched, you'd have to say. But look at the timing. Again, they are not overhitting. They are not winding up. They are not... This is just classic cricket strokes. Look at this for a cover drive. stroking. That is what the old timers would say, strokes. John Campbell is looking as good as I've seen him for a while. I don't remember 2 innings where he's looked as good and as responsible as he has in his last 2.
That's good cricket. That is brilliant cricket. That is what you want to see from John Campbell. You smack a bowler through the extra cover for 4. Next delivery, you tuck him down for a single.
Lots of times in regional cricket, and it's not just regional cricket, one of the things that get batsmen out when they are set is ego. That says, you can't bowl to me. John Campbell is saying, I can put away your good balls, and put away your bad balls and sometimes your good ones, but I'm also going to respect the ones that I consider very good. Just knock it in the offside, turn over the strike, well played. John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie are looking as good as I've seen them look.
Yorker length delivery, well played by Kirk McKenzie. At this point, they can basically do no wrong. Now, the other thing with John Campbell, I mean, he's played 28 tests as well, just over 1,200 runs. Again, his average isn't as great, it's 25.52, 350s, but he had that 100 against India in India, which of course I think would have shown to him. That's a good delivery by Springer, but again, he's angling on the leg side. Coming back to Campbell, it would have shown to him that I can perform and I can produce at the highest level. Because a century in India is probably one of the hardest places I would think to make a century. In terms of cricket, I mean, every nation has its different challenges. But certainly India, of course, memorable in that regard. So I think ever since then, he probably would have gotten to that point where he has the mindset and maturity. Tucked up on this one, and that might have been going on the leg side. Springer asked the question in despair. Chris Taylor walks off from behind the stumps as if he's not interested in that one. Probably going down leg side, maybe?
Maybe. Did it pitch on? That's the first question you would ask, because the right-arm fast bowler operating from over to the left-hander, the first question you ask, did it pitch on? Just outside again.
Yeah.
And it is difficult to get the left-hander LBW from the right-arm bowler operating over, because, like I said, the balls that are going to hit the stumps are usually the ones pitched outside of the stumps with a natural angle.
That is a beautiful delivery by Springer. Tucked up by, that one was McKenzie.
Yeah.
And that is the end of the over. 23 overs bowled, 119 without loss. And we are just at this moment, just about 10 minutes away from lunch on the first session. This is the Cricket West Indies Championship coming to you live from Sabina Park in Jamaica, where the Jamaica Scorpions are hosting the Barbados Pride. The story of the morning, the Jamaica Scorpions won the toss, and John Campbell elected to bat, he has indeed, as he and his opening partner, Kirk McKenzie, have put on 119 without loss. And unfortunately, for the Barbados Pride think tank and for Vas Rodriguez, that poor fellow, he has a lot to think about and a lot to tell his bowlers. It'd be interesting to see how they play in the second session. Do they try to come out attacking, or is it going to be pure defensive?
John Campbell did the right thing. My first look at the pitch, we'll just watch after this, is that it wasn't as quick. And winning the toss and choosing to bat is the first thing he got right. We mentioned John Campbell's average in regional cricket and why he struggles so much in test cricket. It shows the difference between international cricket or test cricket and regional cricket. In test cricket, he's targeted just outside off. Regional cricket, they clearly don't have the discipline to do that. We saw how the opening bowlers and all the seamers have been all over the place. At test cricket, they can hit that line and that length 9 times out of 10. They are not leaving. So no bad balls, no freebies.
But that's the thing. If you look at test cricket as twice as hard as regional cricket, as first class cricket, then to be a successful batter, to make 100 in test cricket, then you have to be able to at least make a 200 in first class cricket, or as a high 150, over 150s.
John Campbell knows, and well, this one is out towards that short fine leg. What will the signal be here? Buys.
Yep.
Regional batsmen know that the bad ball will be coming after 3-4 deliveries. Mentally, they are not as pressured. So you can, play defense, know that the runs opportunity will come. At test level, you know that that's not coming. So mentally, you're more easily worn down, and then you play something rash. John Campbell is having things his own way, because then you get deliveries like that. That's down the leg stump, doing what you're doing. So he doesn't have to think he has to do anything special to get runs at regional level. And this is why at times it gets too easy for him. Then he does something silly. At test level, he gets out because it is hard for him.
It's hard to buy a run in test cricket.
There you go.
Even if you get a bad delivery every 5 overs or so, the fielders are on point. They're going to be attacking the ball. It's really nice outfield, so they can dive, they can throw themselves around.
Mackenzie, let's not forget him. Century in that brilliant run chase. And he's on 51. And as you mentioned, Andrew, he's scoring much quicker in the last half an hour than he started. He's looking like another century could be on the cards.
He goes for the sweep this time. He gets this one fine. He'll run past the inside circle, and that short fine leg has no chance there. Shamar Springer will just run to retrieve the ball. Everybody on the body language of the Barbados Pride looks so down as Jamaicans progress to 126 without loss after 24.
We said Kirk wouldn't sweep, but that one was down the leg side. Now, John Campbell was sweeping from outside off. Kirk Mackenzie, for the most part, had kept the sweep shot away. That, though, was pitched on leg, spinning further down the leg side. He's saying, but I can play the sweep shot too. This is just bad bowling from Wardican, who's usually a little bit more accurate than that. But having said that this is bad bowling, the batsman still has to capitalize. These two are not allowing anything straying off length or line to get away. What I like about it, they are not swiping. They are not winding up and playing airy-fairy, indiscriminate shots. They are playing genuine cricket shots. These two are in great form against what has been average bowling so far. But average bowling sometimes get wickets. These two, up to this point, are not allowing it.
What I also liked about that is that at the beginning of the work and over, it looked like they were ready to just stay quiet until lunch. But it was a bad delivery, and Mackenzie put it away, which is excellent stuff. Springer to continue from the southern end of the ground. Wide delivery outside the off stump. John Campbell rehearses a cover drive, but really and truly didn't want to have anything to do with that one. Oh, and he's taking off his gloves and doing a little bit of stretching and adjusting his helmet just to make sure that they get through to lunch a little bit quicker. Excellent time wasting, excellent tactics from the Jamaican captain.
Yeah, 6 minutes to lunch. They don't want to be there psychologically when the opposing team doesn't see a wicket going into lunch. That deflates the opposition and at the same time gives your own dressing room a boost.
Yeah, if he can make this a last over before lunch.
I think they'll have another over after this, no matter what
so.
John Campbell is going to do here. By my cheap watch, it's still 5 minutes to lunch. I don't think we'll get 5 minutes of John doing gardening or fixing anything.
Coming up the pitch, but not playing at that one. He saw it was wide of the off stump and not going to take any undue risks now.
He got 1 or 2 steps down the pitch for that particular delivery. We saw him doing that to the Pacers in that game at Shedwin Park. If you look,
let's talk. I mean, we talk a lot about Jamaica. Let's talk about Barbados at this point. What's the mood like going to be in that dressing room over again?
They're not going to be feeling great about themselves. They lost a game after the clearing, which is the worst way to lose. Here's Springer. Look at those steps down the ground.
But I think Vasper Drakes is going to have some very harsh words to say to his bowlers.
Yeah, they haven't bowled well. They haven't bowled well at all. when you lose after the clearing, that's probably the worst way to lose, because you're telling the opposition that I don't think you can get 323 in 2.5 sessions. When the opposition does that, you start second guessing yourself as a captain and as a think tank. And then the next game, you bowl poorly. The opposition is 120 out without loss before lunch on day 1. Vasbert Drakes must be wondering what on earth is happening.
On a pitch that is offering enough for the bowlers as well.
Yes, but they've wasted the new ball. Too many deliveries too wide or too far outside off. And at this stage, John Campbell and Kurt McKenzie may think, let's bat to lunch. Maybe another 240s on the cards again. I mean, in terms of an opening stand, because there's absolutely nothing here that looks threatening. Spectators there.
Good delivery, but still a little wide, and Campbell is confident enough to leave that one alone. He's going to wander up and have a word with McKenzie, maybe the umpire as well. Ryan Hines there, and he's standing up with his arms akimbo, looking at his watch, probably preparing his angry speech for his bowlers. Yeah. Maybe after they eat their rice and peas, or before?
Maybe after.
Maybe after.
He'll read the Rat Act for sure, because the Bajans have not bowled well in the least. Still will get over, I think.
That's a better delivery, but Campbell pleased inside the line of that one.
Yeah, so they'll get one more. And those are, say to the game, John Campbell 60 from 78, Kirk 55 from 75. 25 overs bowled. You want them to bowl 30 per session, but because the Pacers have operated for long stretches, they're a little bit behind. Look at the run rate there, 5.04. Without really going at the bowling. That's the scary part. Because these two, although they are scoring at 5, you feel that there's another level to which they can still go in terms of coming at the bowling.
As I said earlier, it's controlled aggression. Aggression is sort of blind. It's sort of like T20 cricket aggression. But the controlled aggression in Test cricket, picking the deliveries that you're going to go at, and knowing, okay, I don't need to get 30 runs in this over. If I hit him for 3-4s, he's going to be broken enough that that we can go on with that. Jamal Warrican in what will more than likely be the last over before lunch. A delivery down the leg side, turned around the corner by McKenzie. Maybe an attempted catch with Dapper.
McKenzie has to be careful. He will want to be back after lunch, and he'll go into ultra defensive mode. I think they could well put another close-in fielder on the offside. But with him playing ultra defensively, that could also work against him with those close-in fielders.
That's a lovely punch. Long on will do the fielding as they trot an easy single. But they've really worked well as a partnership. You have to see John Campbell, of course, the aggressor, the enforcer. But McKenzie has shown in his own little way that he can beat the ball as well. And I think that it's been a good hallmark of the opening partnership.
John Campbell is right on the money in terms of how focused he is.
Another easy punch down the ground.
Easy like Sunday morning. Just a little sachet down the pitch. And sometimes young batsmen think that once you leave the crease, you have to go for the big shot. But John Campbell showing that you can leave your base just to score a single down the ground. Got to the pitch and just pushed it down to long on for a single. I mean, this is just exemplary batting.
Kirk McKenzie closing up shop. John Campbell helping with the fielding. As Jamal Warrican will have 2 deliveries left before the luncheon interval. Down the leg side again. That a little bit of drift there, a little bit of movement. Well taken by Boucher behind the stumps.
I said it to Kirk. I said it about Kirk. You don't want to. You want to be playing at everything, but be careful with those men hovering around the bat.
Yeah.
Final delivery before lunch.
He's closed up shop as Kirk McKenzie touches the crease. He makes sure he's safe. John Campbell is walking off as well. The Jamaicans are the happy ones. They're going to 128 without loss. 26 overs have been bowled in this first session. It's round 2 of the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. First session, first day. Orville Higgins, as a Jamaican, is absolutely delighted with what he's seen from John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie. Some final thoughts from him before we break for lunch.
Now this is adding more and more heaps of worries on the head of the Barbados Pride team. They saw these two playing a key role in toppling them in an exhilarating win at Shedwin Park. Now they've come out and continuing exactly where they left off, 128 opening stand, both scoring excellent half centuries. They'll eat easy. At lunch, the Barbados Pride will have lots and lots of worries in that dressing room. We'll be back after lunch.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jadon. Yeah, funny at all. Yeah. Between that.
two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit. Was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously, watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells. And he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Oh, yeah. Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler, when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket here, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill set, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, in terms of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken. Make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the 3 West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what do you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game. This didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking to advise. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sledge the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Walsh's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, "Listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back." And he said, "So what to do?" I said, "Just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm." And these are the conversations you need to have, and the understanding. And that to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you? If you had to look back on your career, it could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what like pushed me to like, I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's like, that period is like, I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys, started with you, Courtney.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. Like, they have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz you all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
7
times. Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think I know this one.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia.
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who was your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur, yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me.
I think it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. Well, you still play.
He has 16. And he's right up and down.
Right up
so
there.
He has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5-prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time, in the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So the planning just looks very good. The execution by all four. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the four came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main four, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main four is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the four of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all four of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar is shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace. And then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well. We know what is expected in this session. And we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day. It's cricket. But I think once you have an understanding, you have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Lastly, I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back out there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes, and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, and to me, it was just a fascinating career to know that I stopped at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kimar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in him. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's a wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
No problem.
expressions. He's got it. Nearly. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rowe's Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Oh, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100, and it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long-on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 50 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards long-on, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and in that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. the pass mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was just it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would, yeah, it would still be one of the highlights of my career with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it.
Action resumes here at Sabina Park in the second session of the first day of this round 2 match in the West Indies Championship here. Jamaica Scorpions 128 without loss after 26 overs, and John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie looking very good at the crease. Andrew Chan in your company as I welcome back Mr. Orville Higgins, who is still wiping Currygo juice off the corner of his mouth. A pleasant good afternoon to you, Mr. Higgins.
Is there a difference between curried goat and curried mutton?
There is a.
I didn't know that there was a difference, but I'm told that there was. So it was actually curried mutton. It was quite good as well.
Yeah, it was quite nice. Springer with the first delivery after lunch. It's a good delivery, and Campbell is up on his toes and plays that into the offside.
We are into what should be an interesting second session. Now, if you're a Jamaican Scorpion fans, you'd want more of the same. John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie applying more punishment. If you're a Bajan fan or a fan of the Barbados Pride, you've got to wish and hope that the bowling is a little bit more penetrative. It lacked a cutting edge. It's only going one way at the moment. It was a really one-sided first session. Let's hope, if you're a neutral, to see a little bit more balance between bat and ball.
And it's a nice little mix of the field here between offensive and defensive with 2 slips, a backward point, a man at that cover region, mid-off and mid-on as well. And there's a fielder deep backward square leg, a deep fine leg, and then that sweeper out there. So the 2 slips, a little bit of attacking, and then that sweep out there, and the fielder's on the boundary, a little bit more defensive. Mid-off is wide-ish, mid-on is very close. Punched off the back foot past that mid-on fielder, and that is a delightful little 4 from Kirk McKenzie. That was a back foot flick, as it were.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot because there are 3 people in the offside preventing one. There's a gully, there's a cover, and there's a mid-off. There is nobody in front of the bat on the onside that's preventing one. In fact, there's nobody on the onside at all preventing one. All 3 fieldsmen on the onside are pretty deep. He just adjusted the top hand and just worked it past the man at mid-on. And that was a clever shot. That's manipulation of the field. And Kirk McKenzie continues to do very well.
Leaves this one a rising delivery outside the off stump. I think what I liked about that shot is if we can have the replay. In baseball, that would have been a brilliant bunt for 2. But I think what I really liked about that shot was that A, he was up on his toes, and then B, the power of his wrist to flick it past mid-on. Yeah. There's a lot to be appreciated about in that shot.
Yeah, he genuinely whipped around his bottom hand. There we go, just to work the ball past the man at mid-on. Lovely shot, that.
Back live here. And this one, he gets a fine tickle on that one as it drifts on the leg side. And they'll jog an easy single. McKenzie, the ball has come back to the keeper. McKenzie hasn't even reached the non-strikers yet. To tell you how casual that single was.
It was off the pad, but again, badly lined. Just down the leg side. The Barbadian bowling lacks teeth. It lacks
penetration.
Venom. Yeah.
I'm not sure. This is the whole thing. Since the morning has started, since the game has started, I haven't seen where Barbados are actually going to pick up a wicket.
But
that's a good delivery. Wide outside the off stump. Opens the face, does John Campbell. Stays that down to deep backward point. And they'll come for an easy single. The batters are walking so slow. They had a couple extra spoons of rice and peas with their lunch. But they're all happy. They're 135 without loss after 27.
Yeah, at this stage, you really don't see the magic ball coming. You almost feel that one of these 2, John Campbell or Kirk McKenzie, will have to play a really bad shot to get out, because we're not seeing any magic deliveries coming. We're not seeing the consistency of line and length to just keep them quiet. Now, the conventional theory is that if you're not getting wickets, at least dry the scoring rate up, and then that will influence some injudicious shot. But even when they're not hitting fours, the singles are coming with relative ease. And these two could both be eyeing 100 again. Have we ever had back-to-back double century stands by two opening batsmen in the history of West Indies cricket? I doubt it. These two, it's well within their reach.
Opening the face and carving that through the cover region, and they will come back for two there. Nice little shimmy to the leg by Campbell.
That is what it was. And in the first, in the over before this, we saw Kirk Mackenzie manipulating his hands to get the ball past Medan with an offside field, a predominant offside field. Here, it's the very opposite. John Campbell manipulating the offside, backing away because there are more people on the onside. This was great batting.
Dug out nicely, and they'll get that one down to long on. To answer your question about the double century partnerships, I would say more than likely
in back-to-back innings, because they got a 242 in the last innings of the last game.
Yeah,
could get a double 100 stand here. I mean, I'm projecting.
It certainly will be an interesting stat. I'd have to say maybe Greenwich and Haynes accomplished it. The great Gordon Greenwich and Desmond Haynes of Barbados.
Well, I'm not even sure even they did it. I'd love somebody to tell me. That's a far way away still.
Goes to the sweep. Des Mackenzie gets this square, deep square leg. It will come off the ropes and they'll come back for the single. Some interesting developments in the other games around the region. Well, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have slipped to 121 for 8 against Trinidad and Tobago, and then the Windward Islands Volcanoes are also 128 for 8 against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Deep in this crease, pulls this one square, a short rank delivery, and got the deserved treatment from John Campbell. He swatted that away like if it was an annoying mosquito.
Yeah, it was a bad ball, but you still got to hit them. That one was short and spinning into the pads. Kept a little low though. And you could easily see where John is staying low. He saw that it was low and didn't get up until bat had made contact with the ball. So he's seeing it really, really well at the moment.
Dancing up the pitch, hits this one down to long on. Good cricket from the Jamaica captain. Taking a look at the Windward Islands versus the Guyana Harpy Eagles scorecard. Well, Shamar Joseph is back in the wickets. He's back for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. He's taken 2 for 51. Niall Smith 4 for 33. And Kimo Paul 2 for 46. So the Pacers actually doing the good work there for Guyana, interestingly enough. And taking a look at the Leeward Islands scorecard now. Turned into the leg side nicely by Mackenzie. It's a 5 for that man, Anderson Phillip, who's given yeoman service to Trinidad and Tobago and, of course, to West Indies. Jaden Seals also has 3 for 28. Actually, it's Anderson Phillip has just taken his 6th wicket as the Leeward Islands has slipped to 121 for 9. Anderson Phillip 6 for 37. In Sabina Park, it's 138 without loss after 27. The Jamaicans are riding smooth.
Well, there's a look at, is that the Kingston Harbour? There's a Jamaican flag waving in the wind somewhere close to the Kingston Harbour, so looks fairly windy out there, Andrew.
I think that's at one of the schools behind Sabina Park.
And you can see the sun shimmering off that black tank and indeed off the water. So it's a bright, warm, sunny day. And the Jamaicans are making hay figuratively while the sun is shining.
Down the leg side, flicked fine by Mackenzie. Deep backward square leg will come off the ropes. Actually, that's more of a mid-wicket position. But feel it as well, Mosley. And they had to hustle there, but they did get the 2 in the end. So good cricket. I'm loving the positivity here from the Jamaicans. They're saying, okay, we're going to get bad balls, we're going to put them away, but they're still looking to turn the ball around and get the runs, keep the scoreboard ticking over.
So neck and neck almost now between John Campbell and Kirk Mackenzie in terms of Their runs on the board. Runs coming easy like Sunday morning here. Look at that. That was good run. Just playing the ball in between fieldsmen, darting off for a single. The Barbadians just simply can't keep the Jamaican batsmen quiet at any point.
But even that, if you looked at that, it wasn't a touch and run. It was actually a little bit of power behind the ball. The Bajan fielders were just slow getting off the mark in terms of trying to create something. So even on that occasion where they could have attacked the ball and tried to get something out of it, it's still back foot stuff. Better delivery from Springer. And it's gotten so defensive in just the 2 or 3 overs already that the 2 slips has been removed, and it's just that man Ruston Chase, and he's almost at I would say a second slip there.
John Campbell there, 140 without loss. Another century here is definitely on the cards for both of these.
Nice turn into the leg side. There's acres of space. Will they look for the 2? Campbell wants the second. He's left his crease. The throw comes in and he just about makes it back. Oh my goodness, a little bit of a mix-up there. And that could have been an opening for Barbados.
I'm not sure why John thought there was a second there. The ball was played and the fieldsman from just in front of the Squirrel umpire was on it pretty quickly. John Campbell may just want the strike, because there wasn't a second run in that at all. Well sent back by Kurt McKenzie, who takes right now. In fact,
a wide delivery and a little bit of a reach there by McKenzie. That was silly, and I think he's walking away to remonstrate it himself.
The 150 in the meantime has come up, Andrew. That's
Excellent
150
stuff.
without loss, following 242 as an opening stand. Now, even this, I think, may very well be at least a Jamaican record, and at least in modern times. Can't think of 2 Jamaican openers scoring 240, and then the innings after that, 150 and counting.
Nice punch by McKenzie. Half fielded by Springer. They'll come for a single. Still sort of reaching for that one. I don't like how he's not moving his feet there. And that would actually be the end of the over. Our scoreboard is a little bit delayed in terms of the information coming in from Cricket West Indies. And I think at the end of the over it's
spectators there. That gentleman in the background seems to be trying to convince the others of his own point of view. Difficult to say how or what they're talking about. Maybe staking a bet as to whether these 2 can go on for another double century opening stand.
Or they might just be debating where to get the best jerk chicken in Jamaica. Goes for the sweep, and it goes fine. We'll have to wait for the signal from the umpire if McKenzie got a little bit of a tickle on that. And it does run into the ropes. What does Miss Jacqueline Williams say? And she indicates it's leg buys.
Leg by against John Campbell. He was going for the sweep. Wouldn't have been an LBW, I figure, because again, I feel that this was pitched just a touch outside leg. Indeed, it does. So even if that had cannoned, well, they did make a little appeal. There's Boucher, but that was never going to be given out. And John missing out on a scoring opportunity there. Badly lined that, Mr. Warwick, and you're not going to get too many wickets bowling that line.
Just to let our viewers know who are watching our stream, we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty with the scoring. We will sort it out as soon as we can. At the end of the 29th over, the Jamaicans were 150 without loss. And we're actually into about the 30th over now, I would think. So we do apologize for that. And staff is working on getting that sorted.
Yeah.
But place your bets. Orville Higgins, who will be the first to get to their century, John Campbell or Kirk McKenzie?
If sorry about that. If anyone does, I think it's going to be the captain.
That's a nice push into the onside. Yeah, because their scores are just about even. I think they're about 69-70 odd apiece. John Campbell on 72, Kirk McKenzie on 66.
Run scoring is coming with relative ease, Andrew. There's absolutely no worries. These two are just going along their merry way. No bother at all. You're struggling to see where the wicket will come from.
Back in the screen, cuts that nicely, cuts that through the cover region. Kingston Cricket Club will have some fielding to do as that is into the ropes before, slapped away by John Campbell.
That is a great shot and showed confidence. This ball was homing in on the stumps and to back away. Look at that. That would have hit the stumps had he missed that. Now for you to play a cross-batted slap to a ball that's homing in on your stumps is showing confidence bordering on arrogance, because usually you don't want to cut when the ball is so close to your stumps, but he had the skill and the tenacity to back away, expose his stumps, and still slashed it to the left of cover for 4. Is there anything now that these two cannot do?
Well, I'm actually starting to wonder if I misread this pitch completely over Higgins. I mean, yes, it's been a not the best bowling display from Barbados, as you see a shot of some of the spectators enjoying the Sunday breeze here at Sabina Park and the cricket as well. But I don't know, maybe we expected a little bit more to this pitch, maybe a little bit of spiciness, but there was that bounce. I think there is something in there for the bowlers. They just haven't utilized it as well as they should have, maybe.
Well, it hasn't looked like a pitch that you will just roll over in a position. Yeah. But is it a 150 something without lost pitch? That is good batting.
Another question completely, yeah.
But that's also just very average bowling as well.
I can't say they'd be batting on a road because Kingston is not known for its wonderful roads. Maybe the highway going north, because that's a lovely highway, well paved and very flat indeed.
Shara Springer will try again.
Nice punch by McKenzie. Beautiful, as straight as an arrow, all the way to the ropes. 4 of the highest quality.
What a shot that was. And if you look at it, John Campbell knew that this was going to the boundary. Shamar McKenzie, Kirk McKenzie wasn't sure how well he timed it. Look at this shot. He stroked it down the ground. Lovely. Look at John Campbell. John Campbell didn't run. He, first of all, was worried about the run out and out of shot there. He didn't move. Kirk McKenzie timed that absolutely sweetly. Now, it could be a question. Who can get to their 100 first? Maybe a good bet, assuming they get there.
Oh, it pulls into the corner region, mid-wicket, and the field is actually there. So there's just a single there. I think we have to place a bet on it, Orville Higgins. Whoever wins has to buy the other person patties for breakfast tomorrow. And you have to remember, I represent my whole crew, so you'll have to buy for Keshav, Kadir.
But who do I represent? That's if it was 1 against 1, I'd take it. But 1 against 3 is
1 against 4.
1 against 4 is a little rough.
Open the old wallet, Orville Higgins. I think they accept card as well, so you'll be safe.
That was just an easy pull shot again. So
you changed the subject there brilliantly, Orville Higgins.
Yeah.
Well played. Almost played that one under his stumps and it bounces. Well, when everything goes your way, it certainly goes your way. He almost played it under his stumps, bounced over the slip field and ran into the ropes for 4. Well. I think I'm going to place my bets on Kirk McKenzie.
Well, that was John Campbell actually. Just playing it over the slips. They say fortune favors the brave. Now, John Campbell has been backing away and cutting from deliveries that are directed at the stumps. This time he wanted to just run this one down past slip, but he got the bottom edge, bouncing over the man at slip, down to the boundary. He continues to go on pretty nicely.
Walking up the pitch to this one, it was a wide delivery. Springer saw him coming and decided to send the delivery a little bit wider. Well, of course, I mean, Jamaicans are very well known for their Jamaican patties, but breakfast is certainly a very good big deal in Jamaica. Breakfast, as you all would say.
Had a nice little ackee and saltfish earlier.
Punch to the covers, no run there. But what I think what gets me about Jamaicans is that you all basically eat a Sunday lunch, what we would consider a Sunday lunch for breakfast. Here's yam and dumpling and banana and stewed chicken and callaloo for breakfast.
You don't have that for lunch, for breakfast in Trinidad?
Not for breakfast at all, no. I mean, we do have solid breakfast, but of course we are more of a roti people, so you'd have your roti with, you might have your roti with your stewed chicken, but to have that entire sort of Sunday lunch situation for breakfast. And then, of course, I know you're well familiar with our doubles. I don't think you don't look like a heavy pepper guy. Medium, slight to medium.
I've heard about doubles.
You've never had doubles?
No.
Never. My goodness, Orville Higgins.
Never been to Trinidad, no.
That is so unfortunate, Mr. Higgins.
Never been to Trinidad.
At the end of the over, we don't even know the score because we're still having technical difficulties. But
it's 150 something without loss, with both batsmen in their 70s. 168, we're being told. 168.
168 without loss. Yep, our scorecard is up and running. 31 overs bowled.
Campbell is on
80, it looks like.
80.
And Kirk McKenzie Jr., 72.
Yeah, Craig Brathwaite having a chat with McAllister. He came in that game at Chedwin Park and was asked to do the rough stuff. There is he warming up. Maybe another effort where he comes in and tries to rough up the batsman, be an enforcer, because very little else has worked. So I suspect this will be the spell where his skipper says to him, "Dear Mr. McAllister, nothing is working. So see if you could rough these batsmen up and see if you could get one or two of them hooking, one or both of them hooking and getting out." So I think that this could be some short bowling for a while. Not quite, not quite. Apparently though, I think Kirk McKenzie was anticipating the short bowling because he was attempting a pull from a delivery that was fairly well pitched up in length. Now, John Campbell may be calling him down and saying, don't premeditate. But what we see rather than what we think may happen, because I think that pull shot was premeditated, thinking maybe the bowler is coming with more short stuff.
Full delivery carved through the extra cover region. And it'll get close to the ropes in front of Kingston Cricket Club, where that man Kirk McKenzie Jr. will add another 2 to his total. That will take him up to 74. The race is on still. And
I think he went for the Yorker, having bowled that one just back of a length, but
as
was
usual,
hit
a
on the
mixed
foot.
bag from
Yeah.
Jair McAllister, as it has been for the Barbados Pride all day. But I mean, even a player with the class of Jomel Warrican and the international experience of Ruston Chase have looked very, very tame on this pitch. Feeling for that one, that was a wild swipe from McKenzie. It may have been there for the hitting, but John Campbell, I think, doing the good captaincy job here now and coming down and having a word with McKenzie, telling him, hey, maybe you shouldn't be too wild with those shots.
Yeah, I think it's a case now that the skipper senses that Kurt McKenzie is just losing concentration, and it happens. When you bat long, there'll be temporary mental lapses, and I think John Campbell is just saying, stay there, you don't have to rush it. And that man McAllister, contrary to what I thought he would do, is trying to be fairly full in the last couple of deliveries. There are your 3 slips.
Wide delivery by McAllister. Now the other thing is, of course, it's been about 27 minutes. We're closing in on 30 minutes, half an hour since the resumption. So I really think if Barbados was going to get a wicket, it would have been in the first 15 to 20 minutes since the resumption. At this point now, the batters have resumed their settled nature.
So now the scoreboard is operating well again. That's it, 170 without loss.
Feeling for that one again, and that's a no ball. Well. Mackenzie's not happy with something. He's going to make an adjustment to his helmet or get a drink of water or something.
Obvious he's losing his concentration. Saw it from that pull shot, then that drive outside off, and then that drive that just eludes the outside edge. Wouldn't have counted because it was a no ball. But just so obvious that Kurt McKenzie is just maybe struggling now for his concentration. John Campbell has gone up 1 or 2 times just to have a word or two. And this is one of the humps that batsmen have to cross. When the concentration drops, how do you battle yourself out of this mode?
Short delivery. Wasted delivery, I think, by McAllister. He has Mackenzie a little bit unnervy. And it's a wide as well. So that again, that just releases the shackles. You had a good delivery to Mackenzie, but it was a no ball. And you follow up with a bad delivery that is a wide. And that I think is the problem right there. Because Mackenzie, I think, they open with Shamar Springer. Shamar Springer is fast, but he's not as fast as McAllister. So Mackenzie hasn't adjusted a little bit of extra pace of McAllister.
There's something I want to show you about that wide call, how John Campbell became batsman and umpire at the same time at the non-strikers end. Let's just look at a wide ball after this. Left alone. Take a look at that wide call, how John Campbell on 80 not out made his own signal. We have a look at the wide with our guys in production cues that one up. So here we go. No, that was a no ball. That was a no ball. And that was the one where it's obvious that Kurt McKenzie is just lapsing mentally. The no ball, the wide ball will come. It's interesting to see, John, that will come after this McAllister delivery.
That's a good delivery, well played by Mackenzie this time, or just under the eyes. End of the over.
Yeah.
172 without loss, 32 overs bowled.
Campbell and Kurt McKenzie are both eyeing another 100 and eyeing another double century partnership as well. But we'll show you that wide call in just a few. Okay, here we go. McAllister runs in. No, that wasn't it. That was the last ball. Punched easily enough off the back foot. No trouble whatsoever as the batsmen take a little break.
Our producer, Keshav, is trying to multitask and get that done for us. And as soon as we can pull it up, we'll pull it up for you.
Xavier Royal running out with the towels, being 12th man for the second game running.
Be interesting to see how John Campbell will approach the partnership now. He realizes Mackenzie is maybe a little bit, you know. I know he's going to trust him, but he might just try to be a little bit more forceful and see if this is that magical delivery.
Yeah. So that was high and wide. Look at John Campbell. John Campbell is saying to the umpire, "Come on, umpire. That was a wide. Well done, production.
No, but the interesting thing is he didn't even look back at the umpire. He just opened his
made
hand.
his own signal long before the umpire did.
And then good old Miss Jacqueline Williams decided, I'm going to open my hands.
Yes.
Which is, of course, even more important decision.
I found that quite funny on John Campbell's part. He was signaling the wide long before the umpire did.
A solid call if there ever was one.
There
for
you
sure.
go.
Springer continuing. Wide and cut away by Campbell to deep backward point. They're still walking. He's still walking as the throw comes into the keeper's end. They're not even aware that Campbell was only 3/4 of the pitch. So he could have had a shy of the stumps, Boucher, if he was a little bit more awake to the situation. But yeah, so it seems that Campbell is going to trust his partner. And hopefully Mackenzie can just regroup mentally. Nice punch through the cover region. Half stop. Mackenzie's looking for the quick run and he does get it indeed. That's good cricket there from him as well, being aware of that.
Like I said, running from a misfield is something that is not recommended, but Kirk is eager to get off strike. He's realizing that maybe my concentration is waning a little bit, so he wants to be at the other end for a while as he regroups. In the end, it proves to be safe, but never advisable to run on a misfield when the fielder is close in.
Wide delivery and smack that through the extra cover. This one he got a piece of a little bit of foot movement, but there was more hands and that fast bat from John Campbell.
That wasn't stroked. That was brutalized through the offside. That one, he came down as if he wanted to crack that ball in two. That was hit with vengeance by John Campbell. Look at that. No finesse about that. That was him throwing the bat and saying, I'm coming at you, Mr. Shamar Springer. Maybe he wants his 100 out of the way.
Good delivery. Yorker leg delivery drifting down the leg. Chris Taylor wanders away to the leg side as well. Springer has gotten a couple of those deliveries to his everlasting credit as Campbell reverses a massive hook into mid-wicket. But I have to say that Springer does have that ability to just swing the ball into the left-hander, which is very, very dangerous. His line, however, has been very, very off.
That was the lofted shot over cover. And that was a ball that was steered out towards the man at backward point. Can't score. It's Mayers.
It's actually 33 overs gone, 178 without loss.
85 to the captain. He's scoring at 86 as a scoring rate. Mackenzie is scoring a little bit slower at 72. But both these are very healthy scoring rates, scoring in the 70s and at 80. Just for reference, Brian Lara, in his test career, scores at 60 as a scoring rate. And he was considered a pretty attacking batsman.
Yep.
So when these two are going at 72 and 80, you know that they are putting bat to ball.
McAllister is resuming action from the northern end of the ground. And an interesting fact about Sabina Park, they have the same ends in terms of Melbourne Oval. So Michael Holding end and Courtney Walsh end, named after quite possibly the two greatest Jamaican fast bowlers ever. One, the consummate athlete, and one, the most brilliant workhorse ever. And of course, leading test wicket taker for the West Indies. Courtney Walsh at 519. There's a shot of the umpire, Jacqueline Williams.
McAllister is going at a runner ball as a bowler there.
That's a good delivery, but well played by Mackenzie, opening the face, running it into cover region. An easy single for him.
Yeah, and that's one of the hallmarks of this partnership. Yes, they have put away the bad ball. Yes, they have managed to make some goodish balls look bad. But whenever the opportunity has come to run, they have taken it with glee. They have managed to keep a steady state of singles going. This is forcing a change, as you see there from that shot. One of the slips coming out and going out into the offside to prevent those relatively easy singles.
Wide delivery, and it's a no ball as well. So Jacqueline Williams had a choice of if to give it a no ball or wide, and of course she went with the no ball. And that has been really, really unfortunate from the Bajans, which I think is actually symptomatic of the troubles they've had in this inning. 18 extras, that should actually be 19 extras now, with 5 no balls and 10 leg byes as well.
Well, the no ball does come before the wide. Otherwise, John may have signaled as well.
Well, I think Mackenzie would have to do it at the non-strikers then.
Well, yeah, it would be Mackenzie signaling.
Wide-ish delivery. Campbell hops twice to the offside.
John is becoming almost comedic now. Let's take a look at that. That one was wide of the off stump, and you have a look at John Campbell. You called it, Andrew. He's suggesting the bowler, you are so far wide, I'd have to do some different things just to get there. So look at this. It was wide, and then look at John Campbell. Oh, we'll take that back.
Yeah, it's camera switched across too efficiently on that occasion. A wide delivery, and he swung on that one. This is I was unfortunate and silly from John Campbell.
Yeah, and I'm saying for either of these to get out, you think it will be something like that. A ball that is not threatening in the least, something innocuous, and concentration is lost, wicket taken. I'm not seeing a magic delivery from anyone, and you think that these two are more likely to do something rash and getting out as opposed to any outstanding ball. But that is why we continue to watch. You never know.
Short delivery down the leg side, wasted. It could have been called a wide on that occasion as well. Jacqueline Williams just signals 2 for the over. But in terms of the challenge of cricket, of red ball cricket, I think it's while it of course it is physically taxing like all sports are. I think it's more of a mental game than anything else in terms of discipline and focus and determination and stuff. So of course it's something that John Campbell needs to deliver. And I refer to Carlisle Best, who, of course, that great Bajan cricketer, who used to commentate himself to keep his focus, to keep his mind on the game. I'm not sure what he would say if he was bowled or out or dismissed. I have to ask him if I ever do meet him. McAllister continue to Campbell. That's a wide-ish delivery, and Campbell is opening the face. Turns it down to deep backward point, and they'll run a single. Well, Campbell is walking a single, strolls a single as it were. At the end of the over, 181 without loss, 34 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, so there are interesting side stories, sub-stories. Whether Jamaica can go on to get a second successive double 100 opening stand, and whether either of these two opening batsmen can go on to get 100. Those are the interesting things up for consideration as the game goes into the second session of the day. This is just great if you're a Jamaica Scorpion supporter. This is a team that the Jamaicans have not beaten in their last 10 attempts. You couldn't have guessed that from what we have seen, or from what we are seeing over the last 2 games.
Adjustment in bowling. Johan Lane is going to be tried again from the southern end, the Michael Holding end, and be bowling to Jamaica captain John Campbell. Starts off with an extremely wide delivery and another no ball as well. And of course, he said no ball takes precedent, and that's what happens here. Chris Taylor has to extend his arm.
Not great. Not great from Lane. His figures says 17 overs or 17 runs from 6 overs. But those, I think, are flattering. Many of those deliveries had no chance of getting the batsman out. Much too wide. Too far down the leg side.
Another wide delivery and another no ball. Well. He's now come back for, I think this makes it his third spell. And if the first two were bad, the start of this third one, my goodness, Johan Lane.
Yeah, he's laboring in. That was the wide. And look at John Campbell now. Oh, that wasn't the one. But that was a no ball.
Yeah, it was 2 no balls in a row, actually. Both were very, very wide. And he's going around the wicket now to see if maybe he can get things right.
And what you said about this being his third spell is instructive, Andrew. He's not yet bowled 7 overs. His 7th over is not it. Hasn't yet officially started.
That's a better delivery. That's the line he
It's
wants.
no
But
ball
it's
again.
another no ball.
So this is compounding the problems that Barbados is having. The runs being scored is high enough. 184 without loss. But when your premier fast bowler has bowled 3 no balls on the trot, then maybe the cricketing gods are not in Barbados' corner at the moment.
Apparently there's a third horse in the Centurion race. Will Jamaica Scorpions get to 200 before Campbell gets his 100 and Mackenzie gets his 100? Based on the extras that the Barbados Pride are giving away.
Yeah, well.
Dancing up the pitch, well played by Campbell. It's a good defensive, it was a good delivery. And he just came off the pitch. I think he realizes that Lane is very, very dangerous coming around the wicket here. So he just got into a better line and played it. Well, he may have been trying to force the issue as well, too. We never know with John Campbell.
Yeah, they realize they need a wicket. They realize that they can't just allow the Jamaican batsmen to be just going things about their own way. So the young fast bowler may be just overexerting himself, overstriding as he gets to the crease, and thereby overstepping.
Turn into the leg side. Now, something I've noticed with Johan Lane, because of course in the last year or two, he's been playing with the West Indies Academy in the regional 4-day before. But I've always noticed, if you look at his body language, whenever he bowls a delivery and he's walking back to his crease, he sort of puts his head down and his arms kind of wave. It isn't the best body language. Wide delivery, cut away by Mackenzie, gets it into the gap, but the sweeper does well. That is Springer. Yeah, it is Springer, and I think that was actually John Campbell. So he moves on to 88 with that one. Mackenzie's now back on strike, and he's on 77.
Yeah, this over seems like it is ages. Is he overstriding? No, this wasn't a no ball.
Yeah, just a look at
or is it? Yeah, that was one of the no balls actually. You just want to move the marker back a little bit.
This one down the leg side now.
You wonder which is worse as a fast bowler, overstepping or just spearing them down the leg side. He's all over the shop at the moment, not really looking the part. Clearly lacking in confidence. His rhythm has all gone.
I genuinely can't. I mean, I'm not calling any wickets on Jamaica, but I can't wait to see when Barbados bats to see if this looks like a different pitch, if Mindley and Shields and et al. Will hit their marks.
Well, I think Mindley will bowl better than what we have seen of the Pacers up to this point. He's wicket to wicket. That isn't very complicated and generally has the ability to hold a line. None of the Barbados fast bowlers have been able to do that.
Well, I mean, you would think Kyle Mayers would hit his line and length like that, but even Kyle Mayers hasn't done it. And Springer, I thought could do it as well. He's getting a bit of movement. It just wasn't the right lines again. And this one again, wide, too wide from Johan Lean.
Yeah, Kurt McKenzie is saying, I'm not chasing that. There's a century to be had. 35 overs gone, 187 without lost the total. Well, what can you say except that the Scorpions are stinging, you would say, Andrew?
Yeah, and it's a couple minutes before the first drinks break, but they are taking a drinks break now, so we'll take a break as well. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Action resumes here at Sabina Park. Jair McAllister to John Campbell. Wide-ish delivery outside the off-stump. Campbell cuts it down to the backward point. And it's an easy single once again.
Yeah, he steered that past the conventional backward point. The backward point that they do have is all the way back on the fence now. And John Campbell proceeds unbothered. Well on his way to back-to-back hundreds here. 100 that could very well seal his condition or seal his place in that West Indies team when they gear up for that first test against Sri Lanka. He'd have to do very badly after that not to be one of the two openers penciled in. A great season for the man in the firing line now. You never know, could be considered maybe for an A team. Don't see him forcing his way into the West Indies team, but you never know. He's been there before, is Kurt McKenzie. And a few hundreds in a season, his name could well be among those that the selectors have a think about.
Yes, I mean, if you think of the players that have their place definitely in the West Indies squad, you think of the two fast bowlers, the two Josephs and Jaden Seals and Shea Hoop. Maybe Justin Greaves because of his performances in New Zealand. That's smacked through the cover region, the extra cover region. Will he get two? He does get two. The throw comes back and it's a little bit off as it came about mid-pitch. It might have been dangerous if it was over the stumps. But in the end, Kirk McKenzie picks up a nice little two to move him up to 79, I make him.
Yeah, that one was short on the back foot, punch to the right of cover. That was a good shot, but it was not really a great ball. Nothing difficult about that. And when you're batting as well as Kurt McKenzie's batting, deliveries like those, you say thank you much every day of the week. Short, wide, came on the back foot and just easy as you like, punch it square on the offside for two.
Full delivery, and this one is smacked through into the same region again. McKenzie will feel disappointed that he's missed out there. But coming back, okay, so coming back to the West Indies starting 11 for Test cricket. You have the three fast bowlers, providing that they are fit, two Josephs and Jaden Seals. John Campbell, you could say maybe is a confirmed starter. Justin Greaves as well. So that's 5 players, and then Shehu, 6. Maybe we not even confirmed if Roster Chase will remain as captain. Maybe or may not. But there is space in the batting lineup.
Yes, you would think so.
They might continue with the Campbell King experiment which worked well for one or two matches, and unfortunately didn't get a chance to develop. Another wide delivery here by Jair McAllister. So maybe King will get another chance at the Cherry, but of course, if you remain injured for this first-class season, that's going to be difficult as well. Another plane in the background there, flying in between Jamaica and Barbados. Flags, that is. Not sure where that plane is headed. Might be Mr. Orville Higgins, who was planning to go Miami for the weekend, as he normally does, but decided to stay and work the cricket. The delivery by McAllister, but well played by John Campbell, and I think that shot will take him into the 90s as well.
And that is where the Barbadians having a real issue, because even that was a good delivery. But because they are bowling so badly, the man at point is all the way back in a run-saving position, when under normal conditions he'd be up at regular point to stop that easy single. So the captain has had to be fairly defensive. 2 steps and a gully means that he still believes that there's enough carry and likelihood of an edge. But the point is all the way back, and cover and mid-off are fairly deep as well. And there's a man all the way back at mid-wicket. So as a result of poor bowling, that helped for that single. And that is another easy single in the onside as well. Well, they coming
because
back
he's
for
trying
2.
to make it into 2. The throw comes in from square leg, and the throw aimed at the non-strikers, and where Campbell was heading to was on target-ish, but didn't miss by much, I'm not sure. Campbell just about making it safely in.
I did make the point, because the bowling has been so poor and the batting has been doing so well, Greg Brathwaite has had to put people in defensive positions where under normal conditions, look at that, mid-wicket under normal conditions would be the traditional mid-wicket. That wouldn't have been 2, much less a single. And then backward point all the way back. So I suppose you make your own fortune. These two have batted so well that they've earned themselves the right for the captain to back off the field a little bit, and are now capitalizing. They are in the 80s and indeed in the 90s. But interestingly, look at that total. 195 without loss. 5 runs away, Andrew, from a back-to-back opening double 100 stand. I beg somebody, listening to this coverage, when did that ever happen before? Assuming they get there, that is. We are 2 opening batsmen for Jamaica put on back-to-back double 100 opening stands.
And it's not just back-to-back in matches, it's back-to-back in innings, because it was in his second innings as well. So that's another little statistic. Johan Lane to continue. And Campbell, well, he has decided, I'm going to get to my 100 first, and he hoiks that one into the mid-wicket region. That was a towering 6. And it's a no ball as well. My. Insult to injury. So does that mean the 200 is up? I think it does indeed, because that would be 7 runs added to the total. So 200 without loss, Jamaica. And the 2 batters are congratulating each other, and they deserve a round of applause for this magnificent opening partnership.
That shot was, how do I put it, disrespectful to the fast bowler. You see that when it comes. This is telling the bowler that I don't think that you are special. That is like what you see when you're facing club cricketers. That is against the frontline fast bowler that was saying, I don't rate you. Well,
goes big again this time. Has he thrown it away? Skies it up in the air. Shamar Springer's coming around, and he has spilled it. My goodness gracious me.
Did he spill it or did he take it?
Oh, the catch has been taken.
I've made the point before, and I'll make it again. John Campbell gives away his wicket like this for no reason in first-class cricket. I mentioned it. Some people didn't like it. That is John Campbell getting bored with proceedings. He has 100 at his liking. Slashes at a delivery with 100 there for the taking. That is a dismissal that was completely against the run of play. Look at that. That's just the kind of shot that John will have sleepless night. He was on the verge of back-to-back hundreds, and he trudges off. Poor shot from the Jamaican captain. That said, it was another fantastic innings. 96, had the bowling completely at his mercy, played a lot of great shots. He'll be getting the applause from 1 or 2 people in the stands, but he'll be walking off disappointed. That is a shot of a captain and a batsman that says, I can't wait to milk singles. This is too easy. And it cost him his downfall. I hope the people that I was telling that this is how John gets out half the time in regional cricket are now beginning to understand the point.
Well, one milestone reached, and unfortunately another milestone for John Campbell thrown away. And like you said, he'll be very, very disappointed with that. I mean, that delivery, he could have genuinely hit it anywhere. He probably could have stroked it straight to the extra cover region, all along the ground for 4. Decided to go aerial, and unfortunately loses out. Johan Lane, despite all his troubles with the bowling, has actually picked up a wicket. 202 for 1 now, the Jamaica Scorpions. And the other thing is, he also missed out because he could have, I mean, this pitch is made for a double century. He could have gotten a double century. He could have gotten a 250 here or something like that.
I made the point. Pride. John Campbell, his ego is not going to allow him to just, play, knock it around. He is far better than most regional bowlers when he gets set. And I've made a point. John Campbell will do remarkable things and then does something like that. When he's set, he is, you could say, arguably now, the most dangerous batsman in regional cricket. But then he does things like this. He gets out, not because of great bowling or great bowlers, because when he puts his mind to it, he's not the easiest batsman to dislodge. I know I'm sounding like I'm belaboring the point. But if anybody wanted a characteristic dismissal of John Campbell, that was it. Batted beautifully up till, 96? Wanted to bring up his 100 with an audacious hit over cover for 6. That wasn't meant to be 1 bounce 4. That was meant to cart it into the George Ellis stand for 6. He paid the price. But none of that takes away from another fantastic innings from the Jamaican captain. He's left his team in a great position. 200 plus for 1. He's laid the platform. He's done all that he could do. If his team doesn't get runs in this innings, get big runs, 400 plus, it would not have been his fault. Great innings.
The new batter is Carlos Brown, who is actually in a bit of form as well. Had 51 in that, 61 I should say, in that first match against Barbados at Chedwin Park. We'll also have to take a look at that Shamar Springer catch again, because it was he did really, really well wandering around from the sweeper position. Johan Lane gets a good delivery up. First up to the right hand, and no, it's a no ball again. My. Johan Lane.
Yeah, Lane gets the lone wicket, but he wouldn't be happy with the way he's bowling. He'd still feel that he's let himself down first and his team down second. But cricket is funny. Sometimes you get a W against your name, and it works for you. John Campbell spiraling that. Let's look at the catch. That was a great catch, We haven't said enough about that catch from Shamar Springer. Never easy when they go that far up.
On the leg side, it's, I should say, flicked away nicely for Carlos Brown to get 2 easy runs off the deep backward square leg.
Carlos Brown got a fighting 61 in that first innings of the first game. Struggled a little bit for his 20 in the second innings and was bowled by one that rolled along the ground. He will want another good innings here, so that if and when Brandon King comes back, he wants the selectors to look elsewhere for somebody to be replaced. He started off well. Nice little tuck shot off the back of the front foot. Let's see how he goes.
Well, the one positive thing with how the Bajans are bowling is that he'll get time to play himself in, Carlos Brown. And now all eyes will be on Kirk McKenzie to see if he can do what his captain couldn't do and complete his back-to-back 100. a delivery by Lane, lifting delivery outside the off stump, and not a no ball this time, so well done to the young man.
Yeah, well, hopefully with a wicket under his belt, Lane will just up his game a little bit. That ball was a good one. It had bounce, it had pace, and a decent line as well.
Get delivery again by Lane, so it seems like he likes bowling to the right-handers, getting his line right. Yes, a very good afternoon to our viewers watching this stream live on YouTube in the Windies Cricket Channel. This is the Championship. Session 2, Day 1, Jamaica Scorpions won the toss, elected to bat, and did quite well. Nice punch by Brown. Yeah, they did quite well, putting on 202 runs for the first partnership before John Campbell, the Jamaica captain, unfortunately throwing it all away and was out for 96, going for glory, trying to hit a 6 over the extra cover region. A good take by Shamar Springer. And Kirk McKenzie is still in there, 82 not out. And that's been the story of the day after Jamaica won the toss and elected to bat. Wide-ish delivery by Yuan Lane and left alone comfortably by the number 3 for Jamaica, Carlos Brown. At the end of the over, 205 for 1, 37 overs bowled. What can you tell us about Carlos Brown, Orville Higgins?
Carlos Brown, a man out of St. Catherine, does play for the St. Catherine CC team. Not an opening batsman by convention. Did open last year for a lot of the innings and the years before that. He's gone back into the middle order. I think he would be more comfortable batting at 4. But Brandon King's absence has forced him to come one spot earlier than I think he would have liked. Well thought of in these parts as a nice stroke maker. Good for getting 20s and 30s, but doesn't seem to carry on for much of the time. He's hoping to make amends this season.
And what about the fringe players? Tell us about the fringe players. I saw you have a young bowler, young left armer, Carrie Francis. He looks
Carrie Campbell, left arm pace, plays for Melbourne. In and around the squad. He was called after Brandon King was ruled injured, which is interesting enough. A batsman going down and a left arm pacer replacing him. But there are those who feel that his time can't be too far away.
Mayer's back into the attack as Kirk McKenzie drives loosely into the covers. Barbadians looking a little bit sharper. They've been lifted by the gifted wicket of John Campbell. A Sunday blessing for the Pride after being beaten to all parts by the Jamaica captain.
So Mayer's coming back. Didn't bowl great in his opening spell, but maybe that was because he was trying to bowl a touch too quickly, being given the new ball. Now he's gotten the ball in a more familiar role as a holding, containing bowler. He may just rediscover his length and his line. For me, just trying to bowl a touch too quickly when he opened the bowling. Now with a wicket down, the momentum slightly, I wouldn't say gone Barbados' way, but has just slowed down for the Jamaicans. Maybe Myers will be, this could be tight.
Yeah, McKenzie halfway down the pitch, oh my goodness. And Carlos Brown did not respond. McKenzie is still lying on the ground, kicking his legs and throwing up his hands because I think he knew that was a mistake in terms of calling for that run. He's getting up a little bit generally. Maybe it's to just sort of jar himself on the helmet or something. But you go up and have a word with Carlos Brown. And of course, this is always the dynamic with cricket. After batting for 3.5 hours with your friend, all of a sudden you have to bat with somebody new, and he doesn't listen to you or take you on or whatever. Carlos Brown was barely going on the pitch. The throw came in. I think it was a little bit of a wild throw. Or else I think McKenzie would have been in serious trouble there.
There was no single there. That's just nervous energy from Kurt McKenzie.
Yeah, he just has to regroup here. He's already reset after lunch. He had to reset after lunch. And now it's a whole brand new reset. And the Bajans have gone for a slightly more attacking field. They have two slips and the offside is quite packed with some with the mid wicket and deep backward square leg just as minimal protection. The Kalma is going to be encouraged to bowl and out offside, and McKenzie really has to be careful. This time he gets it past that long on region. That is a brilliant shot from Kirk McKenzie. Watch how to manufacture a single when he can just punch the ball to wide long on like that.
Yeah, well, he played that really well. And Carlos and himself just having a little talk. And look at this one. Not a bad delivery, but he went for the lofted on drive.
It's a little bit on middle and leg, which is maybe why McKenzie could do that.
Yep, 4 signaled indeed.
Played some glorious strokes today, McKenzie. Back and plays that one into point region, and there is no run. Good pick up there by that man Shane Mosley.
Carlos Brown at the other end has got to be sharp with his calling. Kurt McKenzie is, I wouldn't say nervous. You don't get really nervous in the 80s. They do talk about the nervous 90s, but it's a different kind of nerves as opposed to, say, you're a duck and fighting for your place. It's tension.
Yeah, you're quite right. It's not nerves. It's going from offensive to defensive and learning to strike that balance.
Carlos Brown has got to be aware that he doesn't allow Kurt McKenzie to get him run out. This is a nice stroke. They're coming back for the second. Lightning fast is Kurt McKenzie between the stumps. That was well played.
But that's sensible cricket. Your offside is packed, and then you can just punch it through the extra cover region, get 2. And it's 2-11 for 1 now. 38 overs bowled. Kirk McKenzie's up to 88. Carlos Brown recently arrived, replacing his captain John Campbell. He is just on 2 runs. And it looks like, interestingly enough, I'm not sure if there's rain. Actually, there are some dark clouds that are building over over Sabina Park. There was talk about scattered thunderstorms today. The groundsmen have readied the covers, not that they're pulling it on, but I think just in case they have to. So, not sure if there will be a rain delay at all. Couple dark-ish clouds just over Sabina Park, stretching from the north, heading south. There might be some consideration for rain as Lane continues. Nice punch by Carlos Brown, opening the face. He'll run that down to third man for 4. Well. He was given it seems like he was given instructions by John Campbell to just turn the screws on them, Mr. Brown.
I think he was trying to hit that for the covers. I'd have to see that again, but at the last minute he did open the face. My guess initially is that he was looking to go through the covers. No, he did open the face. You were right. Did guide it. That's a lovely shot in the end. He has the confidence to do that.
You will apologize to Mr. Carlos Brown or Will Higgins when you see him next?
I did say I'd have a look, so I didn't commit either way, but that was well played.
Watch it a little carefully next time, Mr. Higgins.
Yes. And he got a good ball in the end with his bat. He's a nice, attractive stroke player when he's on the go.
Shot of those dark clouds over Sabina Park. The wind maybe has just picked up a little. And the Jamaicans might be happy for the break if there is a rain delay. The Bajans would be maybe a little bit of annoyed with the momentum being lost. 2 slips and a gully in place for Carlos Brown, as well as a backward point. That field at cover position. Mid wicket, deep backward square leg. A good attacking field for the new batter as Lane comes in again. He gets an edge on this one, and that is straight to Dapper at the slip position. Johan Lane gets a second. That's the end of Carlos Brown. Jamaica have lost their 2nd wicket with the score on 215 for 2.
Now that is a fast bowler's dream. Pitching up, just a little shape on it. Carlos Brown, who had driven square in and through the offside a few deliveries ago, saw one that was pitched fairly up, went for it again, and this time only found the edge. This is Lane. He should take a carbon copy of that and see what happens. The ball did just shift a little bit away from the right-hander. You could say the batsman playing through the line. Was trying to play through the line. The ball wasn't right up for the drive. But that was a good delivery. That deserved a wicket. Fairly well pitched up. Just a little bit of shape on it. And good catch by the man at first slip as well. Good catch. Good cricket. Let's look at this. He was charging in. Well, that is a sideways version. The ball edging after just a little shape away from Carlos Brown's aggressive bat. Good catch. Now after being 200 and not without loss, it's now 215 for 2.
And that's the problem with when a wicket falls. They tend to fall in clusters. So I don't want to blame John Campbell for that wicket, but he's sort of directly responsible. And at least Kirk McKenzie's still on the other end. But of course the other consideration is that we've seen from the first game that the Jamaican middle order is somewhat brittle. There's strength at the top. You have Udine Smith and Romaine Morris to come later on. But that middle order is a little bit questionable with the likes of Brad Barnes, etc., who maybe hasn't done as well as he would have liked in the middle order.
Yeah, and Javel Glenn, whose game may be under a little cloud, got, I think, 18, 19 in that first innings, in that first game. Let's just watch. The groundsman getting into place, by the way.
Thick outside edge on this one, just gets past that short gully area. And a streaky single here for Javel Glenn. All of a sudden, Johan Lane looks like the dangerous bowler that I guess all West Indian fans want him to be. Maybe not Jamaicans at this particular moment.
Well, his figures now is read 2 for 37, a lot more respectful. The wicket of John Campbell, you could say, was handed to him on a platter. That second wicket was him working hard, bowling well, pitching up and leaving Carlos Brown a touch. He earned and deserved that. And maybe just now fulfilling his true abilities in this innings. As an expert here on the weather, though, at Sabina Park, I will declare what will happen in a few.
Delivery down the leg side. And it just shows, I think, Orville Higgins, what an interesting game that cricket is. 1 minute you're 200 at odd loss, you're scampering and you're running in and having fun and whatever. And then your captain throws away his hand and your man scores 96 runs and is disappointed he didn't score 4 more.
There you go.
So a situation like that. And then in addition to losing that wicket, you lose your second wicket very, very early as well. And then, well, I mean, the dark clouds seem to be extending, and they seem to be extending right over Sabina Park. The breeze is definitely a little bit cooler as this delivery is down the leg side and flicked into the leg side by Javel Glenn.
No, that was Kirk. That was Kirk with that single.
Oh, that was actually Kirk. My apologies.
Yeah. Well, you want to hear my expert prediction on the Sabina Park weather? I, Euclid Orville Neville Higgins, hereby declare that rain will not interrupt play. The Sabina Park, 200 and, what is that, 17 for 2. In all my years coming here at Sabina Park, the rains are only threatening if they are coming from, I suppose you could say, don't watch this shot how dark it is. There will be no rain. I stake my reputation on it. The rains come. The rains come from.
Change isn't real of Orville Higgins.
The rains come from directly over to the left of the scoreboard, and we are seeing the harbour clearly all the way out to the Norman Manley Airport. If that section is clear, then there will be no rain. If there is rain, I'll buy the drinks.
Well, that's so. Orville Higgins claims the rain comes from the southeast direction. As a nice drive there by Kirk McKenzie straight to mid-off, and I think that shot actually it should take him into the 90s now, so you will get into the nervous 90s. So Orville Neville Higgins has declared no rain. despite the groundsmen in position, because clearly Orville Neville Higgins knows more than everyone else in the world.
You forget the Euclid. It's Euclid Orville Neville Higgins.
What's that?
Euclid, EUCLID.
Oh my.
Yeah. And I'm declaring as meteorologist numero uno. No rain. Not for now at any rate. I was well
should we add an Esquire to the end then? I think it's suited.
I'm putting my meteorologist reputation on the line. There will be no rain. Even now the clouds are clearing up, right? the previous shot was much darker than that.
It is alleged. Loose delivery through the offside. Schmack through extra cover. Javal Glenn just extended the arms and punched that through extra cover. Loose delivery from Carl Mayers.
He played a very curious innings in that second innings, or in that first innings of that first game. He made something like 18 or 19 from 60-something balls while hitting 2 sixes. So in that innings, he was either blasting them out of the ground or blocking. This time, he's prepared to work the ball a little bit and drive along the ground for 4 as well. He looks much more promising here at the start.
Good delivery by Mayers. I actually think this weather might suit Kyle Mayers. A little bit of overcast, a little bit of wind, a little bit of cool. It might just get the ball to do some deviations in the air. But Kyle Mayers really hasn't sparkled as brightly as Kyle Mayers can.
No, he isn't bowling as well as he did in those 4 overs in that game. But aren't the clouds getting less ominous and moving away? What credit do I get if there is no rain immediately? I'll get tea.
A round of applause loading for Orville Higgins, Esquire.
Yeah, Kurt McKenzie's on 90 from 124 balls, concentrating hard. He wouldn't want to follow the example of his captain getting into the 90s and then just giving it away. He has to stay steely sharp in his mental acumen. And maybe in this, Javel Glenn also has a role to play, just to keep him calm.
Loose delivery, I think a bit of a bottom edge on that one. And gets away with it just about Javel Glenn. At the end of the over, 223 for 2. You're quite right, the dark clouds are breaking up, and all around Sabina looks a little bit blue, in fact. It almost seems like the clouds have come to watch the cricket. They're just parked on top of Sabina Park with a wonderful view of our pitch.
Yeah, there are some shots at these are the groundsmen, right? Yeah, these were the groundsmen who were summoned to come do a duty. I could have told them, stay where you are. Yeah, the clouds not as dark, not as ominous, and genuinely getting less threatening.
We're not sure. Well,
they are the flags. And the wind may have just blown the clouds away. Still fairly breezy though.
We're not sure what's happening behind us as well, because behind us are the majestic Blue Mountains. So it might be difficult for our cameraman to get a shot of that. Glenn settles. Turns this one to the leg side. They'll run a quick single here as McKenzie wants back the strike. I'm certain that he wants to get as most of the strike as possible. He's on 90.
Yeah, I like this approach by Javel Glenn. He's the one that got that single a while ago. He's looking to work the ball as opposed to just blocking. That Chedwin Park pitch was a little bit slower than this, and manipulating your hands for a single was a lot harder then, but I like his approach. He isn't bogged down, and he's just trying to work it around. He's now on, I think, 6 or 7. It's now Kurt McKenzie that's back on strike.
Short delivery, hammered over long on. Has that gone the distance? It certainly has. No, it's just a 4. Well, it has gone the distance in terms of the boundary, but it hasn't gone the distance. It's a 4 from Kirk McKenzie. And the groundsman will have a chance to stretch their legs and do some fielding. And that gentleman is in a really, really comfortable position there.
I tell you what, my meteorologist prediction, though I still believe in it, but the groundsmen are getting closer to the covers. So my meteorologist prediction may just be on the line.
Orville Higgins Esquire will be stripped of his title should rain fall on Sabina Park.
I still feel there won't be
And
any
you know
rain.
the other thing is, I have another point to make to you as Lane comes in.
Yeah. Shot.
Mackenzie goes through the offside this time. He's coming back for he's just a single this time. But the other thing is, we were going to have a little bet about parties for breakfast between Campbell and Mackenzie getting the hundreds first. At this point, you would have lost because you were backing John Campbell.
Yes.
And Mackenzie is still in the wicket. My.
Yeah. Well, all shrimp you need. But Kirk could still get out, and then both of us would have lost, right?
I'll take my beef with cheese. Thank you very much.
No. All right, now Javel Glenn comes back on strike. He's 7 from 5.
Exaggerated leave by Javel Glenn. You're an excellent person in terms of changing the subject, aren't you, Orville Higgins?
No, not really.
Euclid is very lucid indeed.
Euclid was a great mathematician or some philosopher like that. You know, my father had plans that.
So that's why you never give a direct answer, because you're a philosopher.
Well, I didn't know I was Euclid until I was about maybe 8 years old, because although Euclid Orville it is, my parents never called me Euclid. Well played. He's positive, even in leaving alone, and sometimes that may seem a little contradictory to the non-cricket watcher. How can somebody be positive while leaving alone? But his foot movements, he's decisive. He knows what he wants to do, and the minute the ball is bowled, he's picked the line and says, "I'm not going to play."
I have a question, a personal question, of course. So your mom didn't look at your father and say, "You're going to name my little beautiful child Euclid," and put her foot down?
I'll give you a little story about that. That is well played, steered out towards backward point. My mother was more concerned that I wouldn't be born at all. I was born 2 weeks overdue. And I don't know if you know, but I was born with a patch, a white patch.
Okay.
So in Jamaica, people who know me well call me Patches, or Patch of Grey, or Patch of White. My mother said I apparently aged on the way. You know? Didn't want to come into this sinful world. So giving me a name was the least of her worries at the time.
Sometimes the chicken just need a little more time in the oven. 2:29 for 2 after 41.
Yeah, are they happy or are they concerned about rain? I still don't feel it will come, you know, but you never know. There are some spectators, a smattering of them in the George Headley stand. Kurt Mackenzie is on 95.
Yeah, Mackenzie to continue. Mayors, that should be. He goes for the hook shot. Didn't make any connection at all. Mackenzie, you need to not throw your hand away here, sir. As Javel Glenn decides, I'm going to channel my inner John Campbell and come and have a word with you. Knock you on your head, Kirk Mackenzie.
He was going for a pull shot. The ball was high and a little wide and going away from him with the angle over the wicket going across him. It was a shot that had the percentages all wrong. But like I said, he's in the 90s and just a little bit jittery.
But
who can blame him?
The weather might be playing in his mind as well. Wide delivery, cracked through the offside, just a single, unfortunately. I think Mackenzie would say he missed out there. Probably wishing his arms were about an inch or two longer. He'd have reached it a little bit better. But I have to give Kirk Mackenzie credit because he was, again, he's one of those players, very talented, a wonderful 30, a wonderful 40, and hasn't been a model of consistency at all. Today, and then, of course, coming forward from the last game, if he does indeed get his 2 back-to-back centuries, it would be a marvelous milestone for the young batter.
Javel Glenn now will have his own private battles. Did very well last year and just want to kick on and have a good game.
Solidly played on that occasion.
The ground staff is standing by here, Andrew. Even if there's sprinkles, I don't think it will be lasting for too long. The ominous rain, as I said, comes to the left of that big scoreboard. That section is clear. That massive black cloud overhead is gone. Javel Glenn, well, he wouldn't be concentrating on all that at the moment.
You
He
may have
wants to
been
stay
named
there.
after a philosopher, sir, but you move more like a politician. Because after confidently declaring that there will be no rain at all, then he's amending his story to say it won't last very long. So,
All right, I'll go back. There will be no rain. I'll stick to my original.
even more like a politician, you're
I'll
going
stick
back
to my.
to what you said.
I'll stick to my previous proclamation.
Declarations aside, the cricket in this, I would say, last half an hour has been a lot more competitive, as Glenn does well in terms of getting a run there, keeping the scoreboard ticking. Yeah, Mackenzie's been there for 130 deliveries now. He's been batting for just over 3 hours. Actually, well over 3 hours, I should say, because it's about 33 minutes till the break. Short deliveries, pull this one. Does he get a piece of it? He does indeed, and it runs into the ropes, and the backward square leg for 4. And what a celebration by Kirk McKenzie. Back-to-back hundreds for him, and he deserves it. It has been a brilliant knock.
Certainly. Hasn't put a foot wrong. Not until he was about 85 or somewhere in the 80s did there look to be any kind of nerves. He overcame that. This is a solid 100 from Kirk McKenzie, continuing where he left off at Shedwin Park in the first game. Has looked the part, has played some lovely shots, has kept a sound defense, and back-to-back hundreds for the Jamaican opener. He seems to be in the form of his life at the moment.
Yeah, but he has to turn this into a big one. I think his highest score in first-class cricket is 176. You'll want to match that or better that if possible, because of course, if you're pushing for West Indies selection, if you're pushing for the top selection, then you have to show that you can push on. It's a big challenge for him now. Again, now he has to reset again. But it's a lane. No, it's actually Shamal Springer into Javel Glenn. It's a good delivery from Springer to start.
Yeah, the Sabina Park pitch now has blossomed out into a nice, easy batting strip. I think the threat of rain has now completely gone. And my meteorologist title, I think, at the moment is intact. But Javel Glenn will continue to battle on. So far, so good. And that was left alone outside off stump.
Actually, he does have a double century in first-class cricket, Kirk McKenzie. So my apologies there. But he will. His highest score is 221. But certainly, if he can match that again, he's played 6 tests for the West Indies. His highest score 50, 203 runs, average of 16.91. But certainly, if he can come back in and do a little bit better, because he made his debut back in 2023, and his last test was against England in Birmingham. That would be Edgbaston in 2024. So 2026 might be the year of Kirk McKenzie getting back into the West Indies side, and then he's showing his worth. Well, he has an opener as well, because I think he was in the middle order for the West Indies in those 6 matches. So to prove that he can bat as an opener as well will give the selectors another dynamic to look at. And what about, the fact that Jamaica Scorpions have their openers scoring 2 double hundred partnerships in 2 back-to-back innings here over Higgins. Should Brandon King come back for the 3rd match? What happens? Does he go into the middle order?
The that's a very interesting thing because Brandon King and John Campbell are the two West Indian openers.
Yeah, they're the incumbents as it were.
Right. Now, if Brandon King comes back, do we disrupt the current opening pair? Well, that would be one for the captain and coach.
Edge into the gully region there. That was.
I wouldn't disrupt it. Would you? If Brandon King comes back, he would have to slot in at number 3 for me for the next game. I'm not disrupting an opening stand.
Yeah.
That has given me 2 double century opening
400 runs into it.
I'm not disrupting that, especially when Kurt McKenzie himself is not a makeshift opener. He has opened before.
I mean, there's so many things to consider. First of all, obviously, the success of Campbell and McKenzie, one. And then, the second, on the plus side, the dynamic of a right-hander versus left-hander, because of course Brandon King is a right-hander, and then John Campbell is a left-hander. But on the negative side, both Brandon and John are very, very aggressive batters. And it will be an issue if they both try to compete with each other in terms of keeping that scoreboard ticking over. Kirk McKenzie seems like a better foil for him. As we watch his wonderful celebration here, punches the air, and a big swivel there. Acknowledges the crowd, acknowledges his high self, and then, of course, acknowledges his own self, patting his name on his back. McKenzie, the number 7. Wonderful 100 there for the young man.
Here we go, and you can see Glenn in the background, well, in the foreground. He's enjoying it as much as Kurt McKenzie is. Just a little look to the heavens to say,
yeah, certainly,
I did it.
It's good to see the camaraderie between the Jamaica Scorpions. Mayers to continue. Wide-ish delivery, and Mackenzie's happy to leave that one alone. I have to give you an update of the scores, the other regional scores. And I'll do so shortly. Leeward Islands have been bowled out for 131. Trinidad and Tobago 119 for 1. The Woodward Islands were bowled out for 151. Guyana are now 16 without loss. Wide delivery and wafted and loose from Kirk McKenzie. Did not have to play that one at all.
Nah, but he'll feel that after he's 100 not out, he may just feel that he can get away with anything, but still has to concentrate. Job not yet done. And Javel Glenn just wandering up the pitch to say a few words. No need to play.
Kelvin Pittman taking the lone wicket for the Leeward Islands, safe as Cooper. Was caught by Kareem McGaw of the bowling of Kelvin Pittman. I quite like Kelvin Pittman. I think he's a young, strong fast bowler. He has a lot about him. Nice punch to the extra cover region. Well fielded by Shamar Springer. Not giving him a run there. Your declaration, well, your declaration and then reversal and then second declaration seems to be bearing fruit as the rain clouds have stayed away.
Yeah, I get most things right, including the weather.
But as I say that, I actually do see the groundsman getting ready to pull the covers off at the southern end. So,
yeah,
your second declaration, your first declaration was wrong, and that means your second declaration could be wrong as well.
Well, we'll see. I still think that rain won't be a factor, but
yeah,
the cricket is.
They're the groundsman.
Yeah, they are. Is it drizzling?
It might be.
From where we are with this glass in front of us, it's difficult to tell, but they are on the ready. Tucked away behind square.
Yeah, turned into the leg side. And they're going to come back for two. There's acres of space, so they will get the two quite comfortably. Now, normally the commentator's curse is applicable to the cricket playing on the field, but my commentator's curse was applied to you, Will Higgins, Esquire.
Yeah.
What does the Euclid in you have to think about that philosophy, sir?
Well, the Euclid in me says I still think that rain will not be a factor as we look at the groundsmen there. Are they walking away? Can we get a shot of the groundsmen?
Yeah, they're in the background. Yeah, they're walking away.
They're walking away from
so
the
they
covers.
had the covers. I think they're just prepping it should they have to move quickly.
So yeah, my declaration that there'll be no rain is looking to hold up for now.
So let me ask you to put on your philosopher hat. Are there any any iconic sort of Jamaican quotations or phrases that you know, after this delivery here, that are philosophical of nature? So like I'll give you one, a Trinidadian one: better belly busts than good food waste.
Never heard that one before.
You never heard that?
I instinctively I know what it means.
You can never have too much. What does that one mean, Keshav? I say no, I'm not sure. Better belly bust than good food waste.
Yeah, you shouldn't waste anything. Better you. Well, I think I understand what it's saying. I've never heard that before, though. Here's Javel Glenn in the meantime.
That's straight on and stifled appeal maybe for an LBW, but Glenn had it covered.
I think one of the more famous lines we are talking about nature is Louis Bennett, icon, Jamaican poet, Jamaican comedian. Once had a line that said, "Rain a fall, but dirty tough." Ever heard that one? Could you figure out what that means, Andrew?
No, I can't at all. I have to expound on that one. Touched by Glenn into the offside.
Rain a fall, but dirty tough.
Rain a fall,
but dirty tough. Or the dirt. Dirt in patois is dirty.
Right.
So rain a fall, but the dirt is tough. If you want
I see.
English, if you want to Englify that Jamaican idiomatic expression, they call it.
Yeah.
It means that the ground is hard, and even though rain is falling, the ground is still hard. I'll break it down a little further. That's a single.
Did the late, great Bob Nestor Marley refer to that in German?
Rain
a fall, but it did.
Rain a fall, but the youth not something. No, I don't think it was saying dirty tough.
It's similar.
It's saying that usually the rains make the ground soft, but because the ground is so hard and the rains haven't fallen for so long. In other words, you may feed somebody, you may give somebody something, but the need is so great that what you give doesn't satisfy
and Neville,
the need.
Euclid and Neville Orville Higgins Esquire is wrong, ladies and gentlemen. As the covers are coming on, the fielders walk off, and there will be a slight rain delay at Sabina Park. Probably happy for the Jamaicans that they have a little chance to just regroup. The Bajans with now getting a little bit of momentum in the game with two quick wickets to fall with the score on 202 and 215. Some final words from Orville Higgins, and he will apologize to all and sundry indeed, and he will be purchasing patties by the bulk tomorrow morning for us. But let's hear some final thoughts from him.
I tell you what, I'll stick to being a cricket commentator and leave the meteorologist for the expert. I still think that we'll still have play. It's not ominous, it's just drizzling a touch. So my original pronouncement that there'd be no rain at all, I will have to take my licks on that. But as it is though, 242 for 2 after just about 45 overs is excellent going by the Scorpions. The Bajan just coming back a little bit, the wicket of Campbell, and then the wicket of Carlos Brown. But 242 for 2 with Kurt McKenzie on 100 plus not out and Javel Glenn looking fairly steady. The Scorpions will definitely be the happier of the two teams. We'll be back as soon as the covers are off.
Not this trio.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
nobody late. But like if it's dinner.
Casual, I think me, for sure.
For sure.
Yes.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Maybe between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
You see my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
It depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
Wait, mean on a game?
Nobody, all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. Wait a minute.
Next.
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your Test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Joe Root.
What Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Joe Root do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Joe Root. Joe Root.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares. It's just...
He's making you think a little bit.
Yeah. He's making it hard work. Yeah.
Who's the teacher's pet?
The whole team. Alright.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh yeah.
Full stop. Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge.
For sure.
For batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Shema will say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema will say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis. Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Scott. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite. Casey has the best
Casey fresh when
Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer Sinky.
Nice man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who I was gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody there.
Anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there?
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I
Craig,
think one name that
Craig
stands
is
is Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig just
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
Yeah. So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in Igaba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec.
Gifted.
Alec just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when they're not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes. Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody can ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and get the opportunity when they are short. And I know those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there.
He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, he's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh? Win?
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah, not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. She's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Jewel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Jewel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing, and if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Jewel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
See him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, you went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. Whilst all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, you know, that call was something that I always wanted to just be in a part of the CPL, because, you know, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 50 in ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, you know, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Alzari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional, because, you know, that's something that stands out and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can, because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, Obviously, for me, I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do, and be prepared to put some hard yards in before, so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit, was one of my motto, and I think Kimara has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Oh, yeah. Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler, when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, where you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kumar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Timar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, in terms of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kimar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kimar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kimar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kimar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be sort of at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what do you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say it to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game. This didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is always is just an upliftment. And I was down. I wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band that back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh, Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I play the supporting role. On my day, he plays the supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, "Listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back." And he said, "So what to do?" I said, "Just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm." And these are the conversations you need to have, and the understanding. And to me, was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, they really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your career.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day, they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. It's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. Like, they have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun. We also work hard, and that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz you all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
Figured that much.
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah, I think I know this one.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Roach. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pads. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about an order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur, yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six-hitter.
Me.
I think it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. But you still play. You can
he has 16. And he's right up and down.
Right up
so
there.
He has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge 6. That's gone. That's a gigantic 6. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time, in the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back Test matches. So the planning just looks very good. The execution by all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see, because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the 4 came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main 4, so to speak, Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main four is what you want to look at, and everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment, I was happy with
And the four of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all four of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. I was very obviously had high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill, and then Shamar shorter, a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well. We know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day. It's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, we have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes, and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, you know. And to me, it was just a fascinating career to know that I stopped at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kimar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in me. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's a wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
No problem.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Nearly. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it, really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were 3 boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rowe's Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100, and it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jim, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lavon, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first Test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200, for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and Yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag, and I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant, even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was just it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would, yeah, it would still be one of the highlights of my career with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
Not this trio.
No.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jadon, yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
nobody late. But like if it's dinner,
casual, I think me, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Maybe between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
You see my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3
or
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
It varies, depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
Wait, mean on a game?
No, but all them mad.
PS5.
Yeah, I have medals for football. Eh?
They give out participation medals too?
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school football level. What do you mean next?
Hey, I have an intercall game, eh?
I've played intercall final and the big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jadon.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Drew.
What Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for 1 game. Drew do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Drew.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares. It's just...
He's making you think a little bit.
Yeah. He's making it hard work. Yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh, yeah.
Full stop. Full stop.
Yeah,
conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge.
For sure.
For batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Mick and Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't see.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Next. Cut. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite.
Casey has the best
Yeah, Casey fresh when
Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer Sinky.
Nice man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who are we gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of you two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
there.
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there?
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does be real calm. You can
No matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia was probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when they're not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes? Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
Yeah, I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and play cricket and, you know, get the opportunity when they are short. And I know those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, When Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh?
Win.
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Joel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom is very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. I mean, she's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing. And if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing, sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first class experience, you went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. While all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, you know, that call was something that I always wanted, to just be in a part of the CPL, because, you know, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 15 ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, you know, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Alzari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear the anthem, I get emotional, because, you know, that's something that stands out, and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can, because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, What trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do, and be prepared to put some hard yards in before, so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit, was one of my motto, and I think Kimara has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. It's something that I've admired with Kumar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Timar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously injuries help. Obviously I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kimar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kimar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kimar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kimar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what do you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game. This didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I wasn't playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that straight partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other, and I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, "Listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back." And he said, "So what to do?" I said, "Just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm." And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And that to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's like, that period is like, I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I had with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your career.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. It's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. Like, they have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun. We also work hard, and that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're gonna transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm gonna quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
7
times.
that
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think I know it's one of those.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia
1984.
caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about it order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me.
It was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
Got you, man. But you still play. You can
he has 16. And he's right up in the
right up
so
there.
he has much more
far.
time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back Test matches. So the planning just looks very good. The execution by all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see, because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. but just the way how the four came together, not leaving out Justin Gay, but the main four, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main four is what you want to look at, and everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment, I was happy with
And the four of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all four of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. I was very obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill, and then Shamar shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well. We know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day. It's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, you have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Lastly, I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest, but I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes, and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, you know. And to me, it was just a fascinating career to know that I'd stop at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kimar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in him. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's the wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I'd have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
No problem.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it, really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were 3 boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very
Action resumed here at Sabina Park after a lengthy rain delay. Jamaica resuming on 242 for 2 with Kirk McKenzie, a back-to-back 100, and Javel Glenn there on 9. And how was your rain break, Mr. Orville Higgins, as I welcome him back? You had to go and pay your dues to whoever you promised money after he said it wouldn't rain?
But I tell you, I'll give up on weather predictions from here on in. I'll stick to cricket. My understanding is that there should be, if possible, 41 overs between now and the cutoff point, which is 6 o'clock Jamaican time. By then it would be 7 o'clock in other parts of
Yeah, well, looking at the time frame, it's basically the last session of the day could be 2 hours.
I doubt we'll get in 40 overs, though.
Well,
but light permitting, I think we'll go on until 6 o'clock. Here's the first ball.
Back and across is McKenzie. Too far across, I think. Plays it up to mid-on.
I think both teams would have appreciated that rain delay for, what was it, an hour and a half or something?
About that, yeah.
The batsman will have a chance to relax and regroup. And the Barbados team, tired physically and mentally, will have gone inside, had a little chat, and planning to come out all cylinders, all blazing in this final session.
I think Jamaica would have been more appreciative of it. Barbados had a little bit of momentum because Jamaica lost their first wicket at 202 and the second at 215. Jamar Springer finishes off a 2-hour over. 242 for 2, 45 overs bowled.
Quiet start after the resumption, completing the 2 deliveries that he had not bowled in his 10th over. None for 48. And the 2 left-handers at the crease will have different aims. Kirk McKenzie will just want to continue on what he's doing. Javel Glenn has faced some 21 deliveries. He's just trying to establish himself and to kick on in what could be a competitive Jamaican team to select from the next game. There is Brandon King hovering in the wings to come back if he's fit for game 3. And as I said, Javel then will want to ensure that when the captain and coach are looking around for who to give way to Brandon King, he will want to say, look elsewhere, but depends on who he goes from here.
Jair McAllister to resume to Javel Glenn. Glenn pulls out. He's not comfortable with something. And in terms of a total here at the end of the first day, what do you think Jamaica would be aiming for? I mean 242. I think if they can get to 350, because close to 350 in this final session, that would be a well done. I don't think they're going to score as quickly. I'm going to make a declaration and say they won't score as quickly as they did in the first session when John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie were hitting them to all parts. Well, with a horrible delivery like that, that is excellent fielding by that number 22. And it was a horrible delivery. It was a no ball, a full delivery, almost carved through by Glenn, but he only got a single for it. So the first run after the rain break.
Yeah, I think they'll get in maybe 30 overs. They are already scoring at +5. I agree with you, Andrew. I don't expect them to score that quickly. But let's say they get in 30 overs, scoring at, let's say, 4 and over. That's another 120 plus what they have now. The current rate is 5.38. I expect that to drop to maybe 4. And in 30 overs, that could be 120 added to that. So maybe 360 if the light holds, or if they don't get bowled up.
Short delivery and whacked away by Mackenzie. To play that off the eyes and play that behind square for 4. The little crowd here at the Sabina Park ground will be happy to see that. They've come in and they want to see some cricket. And there's a shot of the cheerleaders section at the Kingston Cricket Club.
Yeah, it could very well be that Kirk Mackenzie feels that, well, why not just lift the tempo? That was short and that was a pull shot. Fetched that from well outside off stump, and one that was going away from him as well. So he played that really, really well. And while we are talking about maybe they'll just score a bit slower, Kirk Mackenzie may argue, I'm set. It's a decent batting pitch. I am looking to up the tempo. That's the Kingston Cricket Club. Some players from the Kingston Cricket Club there.
A wide delivery by McAllister, and that one is called wide by umpire Jacqueline Williams. Now, of course, we're basing that on the assumption that Barbados will tighten their boots. But if they don't tighten their boots and they continue to be as wasteful as they were in the first and second session, McAllister, his economy rate is currently 7 runs and over, 5 overs for 37. So we'll have to see if the Bajans do tighten up in that regard. Short delivery, cut away into the Kingston Cricket Club. Lovely 4s here by Mackenzie. That was short, that was wide, that was 4, that was spanked.
That was a lovely shot. I know we keep saying that. Ball short, and the Kingston Club cricket members are admiring and enjoying that. Punch that sweetly, the ball rushing off the bat nicely. Not the full-blooded cut. It was almost like he, almost like a back foot square drive, because that was hit well in front of point.
Back foot square drive indeed, yeah.
Well played, Mr. Mackenzie, sir.
Your poet, Euclid Higgins. What does he do on this delivery? A nice punch to wide mid-on, and there's no run. And there's no man more happier than your good friend from the Jamaica Cricket Association who does their social media. So he has so much content for the next couple of days.
Yes, indeed. Is that you, Mr. Lennox? Lennox Aldred. I've known him too long, you know. We've been friends for a
How
very
long
long
is too
time.
long? Is that since you were a crazy ballhead, Mr. Orville Higgins, with your lovely dreadlocks?
Long before I could afford a barrel, we were friends.
Short again, whacked away again. Will the fielder get around this time? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Kirk Mackenzie, you absolute beauty. 250 up for Jamaica in style. Actually, I think it came up just before that. But Kirk Mackenzie is doing absolutely brilliantly here. Hasn't missed a trick since coming back out.
I can't say that I'm impressed by this bowling. He went in short and was pulled for 6. Back pitched and was cut for 4. And then he went short again, almost as if he's daring John Camp to take on these short balls. Mackenzie. Clearly the pitch is not lightning fast, and Mackenzie is sitting well in front of square, which means that he's seeing them, and maybe this is not the kind of pitch for the short ball stuff.
The fielder is now on deep backward square leg, so wide and cracked away down to... Where's that gone?
Second slip. Yeah, peeled off to Ruston Chase in the slips. He was aiming towards backward point, but well knocked down. But again, on the short side. Kirk Mackenzie has not come on the front foot once.
That was a good feeling there by Ruston Chase. I would have gone to him in a flash.
Yeah, look at this one. Again, back of a length, and he went for the cut shot. Oh, this was the 6 or the 4 out towards square leg.
Back live here. And a good delivery by McAllister, but this time it's a no ball. Well.
Well, if we thought that Kirk Mackenzie would have just played a quiet innings up towards stumps, he's doing anything but that. He's come out with blood in his eyes, as they say here in Jamaica, and looking to capitalize on a wearing Barbados attack. McAllister 46 runs, and he hasn't yet completed his 6th over. He's been taken to the cleaners.
Another short delivery. Pull this one down to square leg. It's in the air. Unfortunately, he's hit it straight to the fielder. That's the end of Kirk McKenzie. He's thrown away his hand. Jamaica 258 for 3. The player moved to deep backward square leg, and Jair McAllister strikes. Good end. A wonderful innings from Kirk McKenzie. Not the ending he would have liked.
Well, I was being critical of the bowling, thinking that why are you continuing to bowl those short balls and the batsman taking you on? Well, McAllister will say it's worth the gamble because Kirk McKenzie was insisting on taking them on. That one couldn't have gone to Warwick any nicer than that. I don't think he had to move an inch either way. A pull shot that went straight to the man. You could say great innings, but I'm sure he would have wanted to score a little bit more than that. And you'd have to say this was another wicket gifted to the opposition. Still, you don't want to be overly critical of a man who has scored back-to-back hundreds here. The Kingston Cricket Club spectators admiring it. But another short ball and another pull shot and went straight on the throat of the man at the backward square. Bad shot, you could say, but great innings.
Yeah, but first of all, McKenzie should have been aware that that fielder was put behind square for that exact reason. And there was acres of space through mid-wicket through cow corner, so he could have pulled it in front of square. The other thing to consider, of course, is that Javel Glenn is pretty new to the wicket, and that was the end of the over from McAllister as well, 258 for 3 now. So that the other consideration is that it's basically two brand new batters at the crease, which is essentially that Jamaica didn't make use of the rain opportunity to arrest the Bajan momentum. The Bajans have the momentum with them now.
Yeah, Shamar Springer bowling to Javel Glenn. The new batsman is Brad Barnes. And both these batsmen will feel that they have a point to prove.
A decent little partnership it was there between McKenzie and Glenn. It was building to a certain extent. .43-run partnership.
Yeah, that's in the channel just outside off, and Javel Glenn not forced to play. Right arm fast bowler bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Unless he has that remarkable ability to get them back, that is always going to be left alone once it pitches anywhere outside off. Well played, but you'd have to say the bowler was right in the line that he hopes to be.
Big news in Antigua as Trinidad and Tobago, in response to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes posting 131. They've actually slipped, would you believe, to 78 for 6. That man, Kelvin Pittman, is on 4 for 18. Your fellow Jamaican, O'Shane Thomas, working his way back into the fold. He has 2 for 32. Always liked O'Shane Thomas. Jid Gooley was actually retired hurt, so I'm not sure what happened there, if there's an injury on the field or not. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles in a solid position, responding to 151 posted by the Windwards. They're 99 for 1. Matthew Nandu was actually setting quite a good pace of 54 of 65. He was dismissed by Kenneth Demba. Kevlin Anderson has come into the wicket. A young, talented batsman. I think he deserves a little bit better treatment in terms of options at playing at Test cricket level. Unfortunately, he just played the one game, that abysmal 27 against the Aussies, right here on this very ground. Hasn't been given a chance since. Good delivery from Springer. Well, all of a sudden, Springer has a spring in his step with 2 new batters to bowl at. So we can expect a little bit maybe more sedate cricket, at least for the next 15 to 20 minutes, maybe as these batters get their eye in. You both know Javel Glenn and Brad Barnes are capable of putting away bad bowling. So if the Bajans continue to offer bad bowling, well, it will be put away. Good delivery, maybe a little bit too wide. A good attacking field here. And that is a maiden over. I can't even remember if there's been any maidens at all. We'll have to look at the bowling figures. But that might very well be the first maiden of the match. 258 for 3, 47 overs bowled.
Yeah, neither of these two got any significant runs in the game at Shedwin Park. So they'll need. They both scored less than 20 in that first innings. Didn't get to bat in the second. Javel was not out for not very many in that second inning. So they both will feel they have a point to prove. I keep saying Brandon King, once he's fit, he will come back, which will mean somebody gets left out. There's also an all-round cricketer named Andre Bailey who is hovering around the squad as well. So competition for places is always intense. So nobody wants to be the weak link, and these two will want to, just put their hands up.
That's well played by Barnes. A good delivery by McAllister, but Barnes will be happy to get off the mark for sure. But yeah, I've always had that. I have mentioned it a couple of times. The Jamaican or middle order just seems a little bit brittle. You have good power at the top with John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie, and of course with Brandon King to come back in. That's a pretty powerful top order. But the middle order, on paper, doesn't look to have that strength. And then there's a little bit of backing up when you come to the likes of Romaine Morris, who's a very capable batter now. That man, Odin Smith. Well played by Glenn. He slips a little bit as he plays at a point region, but there is no damage to him, or at least a Jamaican wicket tally.
Yeah, that's good bowling. And what is interesting is that McAllister got rid of Kirk McKenzie by bowling a series of short balls. But now that Javel Glenn is on strike, he's fairly well up to the bat. So clearly it was a plan to bowl to Kirk McKenzie and not just a plan generally to run in and bowl short.
That's well played, just wide of mid on. The fielder does brilliantly coming around as Craig Braffett setting the example there, and there is no run. So you can see the Bajans are really, really up for this one now. They're hoping that maybe they can pull it back in the last session. I think however you look at it, they're behind the 8 ball. 259 for 3. The Jamaicans have to be thinking in the region of 450, 500, of course, because we saw that Barbados posted 348, so they're capable of big scores. Good delivery, thick outside edge maybe. The fielder from point comes around. That's Kevin Wickham. The two slips a gully, that backward point, a fellow at cover. Mid off, mid on, fine leg, and then deep backward square leg as well.
Length ball again, so the short stuff has disappeared. Clearly it was a plan. Once Kirk McKenzie was demonstrating that he's prepared to take on the short ball, they were prepared to keep bowling it, even at the expense of a few boundaries. Javel Glenn, it's channels. Well, until then.
and with Jai McAllister, you always feel like the short ball is never far away.
It wasn't a bad short ball, but Javel Glenn saw it early and just pulled out.
I also think Johan Lane should be reintroduced into the attack, which is the other consideration. This is turned into the leg side, and Glenn will get a single here.
Yeah, if you want a striker to get off strike, the perfect delivery is that. Ball on the pads, easily worked away into the onside. Easy single.
260 for 3 after 48 overs, and those are the bowling figures there. Yeah, so Johan Lane, despite really unfortunate form early on, coming up with 2 wickets. One he was gifted his wicket by John Campbell, and the second, a brilliant delivery to get rid of Carlos Brown.
All 3 dismissals have been to overly attacking shots. I'll talk about that in just a little bit as Javel Glenn will face up to Springer.
Good leave.
That's an interesting leave. But all three Jamaican batsmen so far. John Campbell trying to walk over cover. Hold out to the man a little deep in the covers. Carlos Brown going for an expansive cover drive and was nicked off to the slip. And then Kurt McKenzie going for that ambitious pull, having dispatched a few before that off the short ball. So you could argue that Jamaicans have had a part in all three dismissals in terms of maybe just slightly being overly aggressive when the question is, did they really have to?
I will slightly disagree with you, Mr. Euclid Higgins. I don't think it was an expansive cover drive from Carlos Brown, but the previous delivery, he had opened the face and had got the ball down to third man. I don't know if he was trying that again, but he just got an edge to the first slip where dapper Kyle Mayers took a tumbling catch. But such is the nature of the philosophical world.
Yeah, he was driving. Well, expansive might be too expansive a word. But he was playing the cover drive and nicked off. And both Kurt McKenzie and John Campbell were also playing aggressive shots.
Yeah.
So no magic balls, as I said, that has taken any wickets. And for these two, who, like I said, have a point to prove to stabilize that middle and secure their own game, they'd want to ensure that it is a good ball that gets them out, as opposed to doing something careless and giving away their wicket.
Brad Barnes in particular is a very, very interesting player, I think, in terms of Jamaican selection. He's sort of steady, but he's never been maybe as great in either facet of his cricket in terms of being a game changer, because he's a very good bowler, again very steady, and a very good batter, again very steady. That's a rising delivery, well played by Glenn, just knocked it down to the backward point region.
He played that well. Brad Barnes actually captained the List A team last year. Or was it earlier this year or last year? So he's seen as a leader in this pack. But he's got to score runs to be able to make the team comfortably as a middle order batsman who bowls a steady off spin.
Yeah. So but that's the question, do you consider him a batting all-rounder or a bowling all-rounder in that regard? That's a nice flick into the leg side. Deep fine leg is there, Johan Lane, and there is just a single down for Glenn.
Brad Barnes sees himself as a batsman who can bowl as opposed to a bowler who can bat. But in any case, even if you do not think that, he's batting at 5 in the order. And that's a specialist batting position. You're there predominantly because you are seen, certainly in the eyes of the selectors, as batting first. That's why you're batting at 5. He needs runs. He needs to score because, like I said, he's seen as the next leader of this bunch. But you've got to be able to comfortably make the team. He will play, for the foreseeable set of games. But you want to be able to quell the doubts about your certainty in that top 6.
McAllister to continue. Well left by Glenn. It was coming back in a little bit. It sort of went away and then swooped back in a little bit. Maybe a little lead swing.
Yeah, he thought about it. For a split second, he was thinking, I won't say expansive drive, I might get in trouble. But for a split second, former Jamaica player there, Lyndon Wright, in that white shirt, former president of the Jamaica Cricket Association as well.
But Javal Glenn is also captain for his side, isn't he?
Melbourne, does he captain? He could very well be at times, yeah.
So there are leaders, and I mean, it's not to say that you perform well at regional cricket that you're going to, or first-class cricket that you're going to do well at Test cricket. There's no guarantee. Devon Smith is the classic example. Veersamy Permaul, I'm not sure if I would. I'm not sure if he was given maybe enough opportunities. in red ball cricket to prove himself at the test level. But I mean, certainly you want those players to be hardworking and to give their all for the team.
They're half appealing. Well, McAllister is half appealing. Maybe height and maybe pitched outside leg as well.
Yeah, definitely going down leg for sure, as Glenn was swiveling on that one. So a little bit tighter from the Bajans. A little bit more difficult for the Jamaicans. But they do have a platform here. What Glenn and Barnes have to look at is, okay, we have runs behind us. This one, he whacks it over long on, I should say, baseball style. Didn't get full connection. It's more of a bunt. And he's probably trying to make a statement shot, but instead he just gets a 2.
Well, McAllister was bowling a series of short balls, got Kirk McKenzie out. Pitched up a few against Javel Glenn, and Javel Glenn was, fairly comfortable. Maybe he's gone back to that ploy where he will just test the middle of the pitch a little bit more often. Well, if he can do that, even if you go for 15, 16 runs and then get a wicket, he will feel that it's well worth it. Let's see how the contest unfolds.
Good follow-up delivery.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit too wide, but good idea. But again, this is what has disappointed me to an extent about the leadership of Barbados. Not in the dressing room, because I can't comment on that. I don't know what it's like in their dressing room. But on the field, you have guys like Craig Bradford, who's played 100 tests. You have Roston Chase, who's the current West Indian captain. Were the adjustments in the field? Were the adjustments live? What was done when John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie were going all out? Nothing was done. It was just the bowlers were changed. The field went from attacking to defensive.
Yeah, that's a good bumper.
Yeah. So
Javel Glenn wasn't tempted.
Maybe during the break, 50 overs have been bowled now. The Jamaicans faced 50 overs and they're 263 for 3. So maybe when they went back in and Vasper Tricks and Ryan Hines sat down with them and they said, okay, let's try the short ball at Kirk McKenzie, see what happens. Why wasn't this ploy thought about when Kirk McKenzie was on 80, when he was on 70, when he was on 60, when he was on 50, when he was on 30?
Yeah, the question is whether or not he would have gone into over-attacking mode before his 100. But then you'll never know until he would have tried that.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. I mean, when you look at Test cricket, which is of course the pinnacle of the game of what these guys are playing for and looking to achieve. Good delivery by Springer, and that's what they have to think about. And you look at what's going on. If it's not, it's slightly reactive in the sense that, okay, this batter is having a little bit too much joy, so we have to react. But it's still proactive in the sense that the adjustments are being made, things are being tried. Whether it's a short mid-on fielder, whether it's a body line bowling, whether it's full and wide, whether it's something. A good delivery. Feeling for that one was Brad Barnes as it lifted outside the off stump.
That was tempting. He did, I would suggest, just played at it. And as the ball left him, he took away the bat to give the bowler and the fielders the impression that he didn't play. But that was good. Fairly well pitched up with just a slight angle away from the bat. I make it that Brad Barnes was lulled into playing a shot. I thought he was genuinely beaten.
Lulled indeed. Delivery down the leg side. Flicked into the leg side and an easy single for Barnes. He's looking for 2. Javel Glenn is not in a rush. And then coming back to my point about making the adjustments. The absolute and ultimate basic adjustment is drying up the runs and making the batters manufacture their own runs and take risky singles and have to do something awkward to get runs and to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Because as West Indians, we always know we like to feel bat on ball. We like to keep the scoreboard moving. We like to hit our big shots. So you have to play into that. And from the batter's mentality, you have to think, in my first 20 runs, 12 to 15 of those should be run hard.
Yes.
Turning ones into twos. Maybe I get one bad ball that I've turned into a boundary. Okay, fine. If you got two bad balls and it helps you on your way to 30, fine. But that's how you have to think. It's easy to say, oh yes, play the ball on its merit, but if you're hunkering down for big innings, for long innings, that's the mentality that you have to have.
Yeah, so that's Javel Glenn playing confidently forward. And as you said, hunkering down, you could see that he wants to be there at the end, wants to put in a big shift. Didn't have the greatest trials, as we see a shot there of the few people in the north stand.
Yeah.
Didn't score too many runs in the Jamaican trial, so maybe a little short of confidence coming in to the regional season.
But he's doing the grafting now. I mean, he's faced 47 deliveries for just 14 runs.
That could be tight, you know. No, maybe hitting down. Or maybe an inside edge, because I think the appeal was aborted.
Yeah, the appeal immediately died down. I think Javel Glenn has done himself an injury. Maybe the same thing that John Campbell did to himself earlier. 264 for 3 after 51 overs. A little bit of an inside edge into the sensitive area, which is probably why the appeal died down. So that inside edge probably saved him, but did him some damage.
Yeah, I think that maybe there was an inside edge on that.
Inside. Ouch. Oof. Inside of the knees looking at, yeah. And the magic spray comes out. They'd feel overall happy. I think Johan Lane was without his cap on, so he might be starting. Yeah, I think they're bringing him back on from this end, the northern end of the ground.
It looks like Javel Glenn will be okay to resume.
So yeah, it could be a little bit of an interesting passage of play now. Barbados have turned back to the strike bowler, Johan Lane.
This must have been the delivery when he got struck. Yeah, I was pitched outside leg. So he wouldn't have been out. But then, was that him complaining about his knee? Even though it hit the pads. Seems to have just maybe damaging an already damaged knee.
Back live, and Glenn, oh my goodness, it was a little bit slow getting down to the non-strikers, and the fielder was very close in. Kevin Wickham, I think he might have been out there, Javel Glenn, if that had hit the stumps in the run-out chance. Barnes just tucking it down. Kevin Wickham did really well to get across, and I think Glenn might have been struggling on that occasion.
Yeah, nicely worked around to the onside by I almost said John Barnes. By Brad Barnes.
John Barnes.
I think the viewers will forgive me as a Jamaican for saying John Barnes as opposed to Brad Barnes, but Lane is back.
Are you a Liverpool fan, sir? Johan Lane continuing. Nice drive. That's true backward point. That will run through the ropes for 4. Opening the face, getting a bit of width. It was a nice full delivery. Loosener from Johan Lane.
That's the word, loosener. That was just put there. No, it just floated up outside of stump, full enough for Javel Glenn to get that left foot. Well, not quite across. I don't know that he wanted it to go as square as that. He'll disagree. But in the end, 4 is 4. Not a bad delivery. Maybe just a touch too full. But the line was great. And Javel Glenn, after seeing the ball peel off the outside half, was a little anxious, but all's well that ends well, he'll tell you.
Short delivery, play to mid on. Oh, If Craig Bradford had picked that up cleanly, I think Glenn would have been in trouble there again. My goodness, he's only a couple meters from the stumps here. These two are looking at some streaky singles here. They're just about getting away with it by the skin of their bats, but they'll have to have a mid-pitch chat, and they are doing so now because it's just been a little bit streaky.
Yeah, a little bit. I think had Craig Brathwaite picked up, maybe Javel Glenn would have just got home, but it's the kind of risk that is necessary at this point.
Jan Lane, good delivery to the right-hander. Just about turns it into the leg side, and there is no run this time.
Yeah, Brad Barnes looking to start an innings. He's essentially a front foot player, so he looks to get forward all the time, and on that occasion was fairly comfortable.
Nice push, but it's only to mid-on. Springer does well coming around. Well, that's McAllister, and there is no run.
Hitting the inner half, thinking he was aiming more towards a straightish mid-off. Got it down towards mid-on. But his heart must be in his chest now, racing, as he is widely considered one of the brightest prospects as a batsman outside of maybe John and Kirk. But he hasn't yet been able to find the runs to justify that claim.
Whacked away over the head of the mid-wicket region, and just in front of Skinner, just about dribbles into the ropes in front of the Kingston Cricket Club. 4 for Brad Barnes. That will give him a little bit of confidence.
That would give him a whole lot of confidence. That was short, and he was into the pull shot. Played that really well. Through mid-wicket, got 4. Should feel pretty good about himself at the moment. The score now goes up to 270.
274 for 3, actually, at the end of 52 overs. Now, I mean, in terms of the mindset of these two, yes, okay, so they can work together. They're both struggling for form in terms of runs. They have a platform here to make runs. So what they need to do now is they need to set little totals. Let's get us up to 300, and let's move to 320 and 330 and 350.
What's interesting is that this pair, as conscious as they are about their need to prove themselves, they have not allowed the scoring rate to drop significantly. Yeah. I think when we came from the break, it was 5.3. It's now 5.27.
Springer to Glenn. Springer has tightened up a little bit in the last couple overs, though. I'll give him that. His economy rate has dropped to below 4. It's just about 3.88. Good stuff from him.
Well, cuts quite a lonely figure there. Somewhere, I think, close to the... Is that the harbour?
That's smack through the cover region. That was wide. Glenn reached for it. Will it get to the ropes? I think it's... Oh, yes. Yes, it has indeed. Of course it has. I thought the fielder... It looked like they were just casually running too, but it did get to the ropes indeed. Outfield maybe a little bit sluggish after the rain. It's certainly not lightning fast as it was at Chadwin Park. Like Chadwin Park, that ball was zipping over the turf. Seems a little bit more sedate at Sabina. But well struck by Glenn.
Yeah, really opened the face that time around. Gets himself 4. He's just playing himself in on 23 now from 52. So just getting to the point where he may feel really, really good. Oh, that's flicked
a lovely
away. Nice
flick
shot.
off the leg side, overcompensating by Springer, and this time they will get to. It's sort of interesting. It's almost like chalk and cheese in terms of the two batters. Yeah, and there's another gentleman enjoying a beverage. That certainly looks like just a ginger beer, of course.
I'll tell you who that is. That is the brother of Chris Gayle.
Oh, indeed.
Yes, well known around these parts. Hardly misses a cricket match at Sabina. heard that he himself was quite a cricketer back in his
Indeed.
time in club cricket.
That's Hoyt through the extra cover region again. Will that run into the ropes for 4? No, I think McAllister or Springer will do just enough to pull that one in. Going all out on that shot, Glenn. Didn't get maybe the connection or the timing quite right on it.
That was a nice shot. Again, just playing through the line, through the offside. And now settling in quite nicely, and is showing that he doesn't need half volleys to drive. He's trusting the bounce and the pace of the pitch. So just driving through the line, anything fairly well up. Like that. That goes.
That's beautiful. That is a wonderful on drive by Javel Glenn. And that is a shot that will give him a world of confidence as well in terms of moving on to 31 now. And there's your good friend doing the social media work and the fielding as well. Able support team member.
Yeah, Lennox Aldred is the name of that cameraman there. Yeah, but Javel Glenn at this point, feeling that the pitch is coming on fairly nicely. Stroking not just half volleys, but any length deliveries. That was probably close to half volley in length.
Yeah, well, that was a beautiful shot. Clever cricket this time, opening up the face and turning that into the backward point region for a single. He's pinching the strike is Javel Glenn. I think he wants more of it, as much as he can handle. 287 for 3 after 53. Yes, and I was making a point of, I said something about chalk and cheese. Kirk McKenzie, John Campbell, two very elegant left-handers. Brad Barnes and Javel Glenn, they're a little bit more pugnacious, and we see that there from Javel Glenn. It's more of a punch as opposed to maybe placement. But I can say it has been very effective so far. And he's really sped up his run rate, because I remember he's on 14 or 47. Now that he sort of understands the pace of the track and how the bowlers are bowling, he's raced to 32 or 56.
Interesting that the left arm spin of Jamel Warrican isn't being used more often. He was the man that destroyed Jamaica in that first innings of the first game. Didn't do all that great in the second innings of that game, and now hardly being used here.
Well, you have to give credit to Jamaica, so maybe they had a ploy in terms of how to upset him. Good delivery from Lane. Well played by Glenn. Straight to the field at extra cover. And again, it's a bit of a lackadaisical feeling from Barbados. It was straight to the fielder. He really should have picked that ball, but picked that ball up better and gotten a throw into the stumps. That's Kevin Wickham. Partnership racing on to 30 now.
Yeah, Kevin Wickham maybe just implying that the Barbadian team is now allowing the scoreline to put pressure on them. 288 for 3 represents a very formidable total.
Oh, better delivery from Johan Lane. He had Brad Barnes feeling for that one, looking for that one.
Searching just outside off, maybe figuring that the bowler from over the wicket would be angling in towards the stumps, but it didn't. Just held its line. Brad Barnes playing inside it, expecting the angle to carry it to the middle of his bat, but must have just done it enough so as not to come back with the angle. Well bowled.
Follows up with a slightly fuller delivery up in the air a little bit, and just about gets away with it, Brad Barnes, as they come back with 290 up on the board now for the Jamaican. And that is basically symptomatic of the problem that Barbados have had throughout the entire day. If there's a good delivery, it's followed up by a ordinary delivery or bad delivery where the Jamaicans are able to put it away. Barnes is new to the crease, so he's not going to have that fluidity that he might have liked.
You could argue that that cover drive is his favorite shot. He sets himself up. He's one of the few batsmen in domestic cricket that genuinely comes out on the front foot when he's driving. So he doesn't need a lot of invitation to try punch to the man at cover. Cleverly, I think they are still keeping the 2 slips in. For that cover drive, he doesn't need too many invitations. The ball not really doing a lot of the pitch, but then it doesn't have to find a nick. He has to be careful.
defensive on this occasion.
Yeah, that one was a little bit not quite as full and a lot straighter. So he opted for defense and played that fairly comfortably in the end.
Yeah, so quite a lot of cricket to be played in this game still, as we approach just about 19 minutes before 5 o'clock in Jamaica. But we won't be stopping at 5 o'clock, I'll have you know. Cut away and straight to the fielder at backward point. Jomel Warrican, that man.
Yeah, again, comfortable play, punching out to the man square on the offside. Favors the offside in his throw play, does Brad Barnes, which is not to say he can't pull or undrive or flick through mid-wicket. But generally speaking, he's maybe a little bit more comfortable playing through the offside.
Beaten by that one. That was a wonderful delivery, but I think he played inside the line on that occasion. 290 for 3 after 54.
Yeah, he's suggesting with that little waving of the arm that the ball did touch down and leave him a bit. Was on that line that he had to play. But Ewan Lane has come back and has bowled, let's say has looked a little bit better in his control of line, if not length, than he did early this morning here, Andrew. As is that somebody is calling for something? We see you could say the medics coming on.
As you would know, wicket keepers, just like goalkeepers, their fingers are in the line of battle, and it certainly seems to be, they're calling for the helmet as well. So it might be a little bit of spin coming into play.
Yeah, indeed. Ruston Chase looks to be coming from the George Headley stand end.
Ruston Chase, indeed.
Ruston Chase was put to the sword by John Campbell when he first started. His figures there, 41 from just 6 overs. That's the one thing you could rely on Chase to do, was to keep the scoreline respectable in terms of his economy rate, but almost going at 7 and over there. The Scorpion batsman certainly was doing well against him. These are 2 new people he's bowling to, though. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah, this should be interesting indeed, because Glenn is just about settled. He looked confident enough to make sure that just throw the bowlers off their line. Wax this one through the extra cover region, not to go into the ropes before. It is indeed opening up his body, did Javel Glenn, and carved that through the extra cover region.
Didn't see that coming at all. He didn't caress that. He backed away and really hit that with some kind of vengeance through the offside. Look at this. There's nothing finesse or delicate about this. This was an authentic boom. Whap. Really just gave himself room. It was flighted up outside off stump. He's playing a steady little innings here now, though, on 33. And batting well.
Back and cuts this one through that same region. It gets to the fielder. The throw comes in, and Barnes is quick enough to get to the other end. That could have been a tight single as well, but they get through in the end. The scoreboard keeps ticking over here. Jamaicans will be, I make it 295 now. So they're not far away at all.
Javel Glenn playing well. He backed away and had that back foot slash through the covers. For one that wasn't particularly wide. So the fact that he's punching off the back foot for deliveries that are fairly close to the stumps, signaling that he's feeling good about life and about himself at the moment.
And so a short leg and a slip in place, as well as a gully fielder. And then a cover mid-off, long on, that cow corner position, backward square leg. Turned into the short leg's hands again. It's the first time I think Ruston Chase has bowled to a right hand in the match, so might give him a new challenge. He might settle him down a little bit better.
One of well, I'll comment after this delivery. One of the things that John Campbell did against Ruston Chase to make his figures a little on the expensive side, he was sweeping anything outside off. He was sweeping. None of these batsmen have yet shown the inclination to go for the sweep, which means that they are looking to go up the road. And as a result of that, you feel that Ruston will be a little bit more economical than to John Campbell, who was scoring in different parts of the field.
295 for 3 after 55 overs. So the story of the match is John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie putting on 202 runs, a double century partnership to follow up from their double century partnership at Chedwin Park in that 4th innings. And then unfortunately Carlos Brown fell with the score on 215, partnership of just 13 with Kirk McKenzie. And then Kirk McKenzie, coming back out after the break, looked to be in fine form and then sort of gave away his hand. He was caught at the deep backward square leg boundary, playing straight into the hands of the bowler Jair McAllister. That was when the score was 258. The Mackenzie and Glenn put on 43 runs. And since then, Glenn has played very, very positively. He's moved up to 38. Brad Barnes still feeling his way around. Brad Barnes.
Yeah, Javel Glenn growing in confidence. You can see it all the time. The ball now, even in defense, like he was then, the ball is racing up towards Medan, which tells you that he's timing it well, he's confident, he's seeing it good. He'll want to make it count with at least a half century.
Whacked into the leg side. I'm not sure if he intended it to go there. And they're going to come back for 3, is it? That's excellent running. Turning that into 3, that's good cricket.
My guess is that he was looking to hit down the ground and it came off the inside half out to mid-wicket. He's feeling confident, and sometimes confidence can be a batsman's worst enemy.
Well, the fine line between confidence and arrogance.
Yeah, sometimes you get a little bit carried away when you are hitting it well and attempt shots that you sometimes forget about basic technique and just have a go. I think he should be a little bit concerned about that. But that's 3 more runs. He's on 38 and he'll take that.
Short delivery, whacked away by Barnes. Gets the treatment that he deserves. That's a towering 6 by Brad Barnes. And the smattering of spectators here at the Kingston Cricket Club, well, they enjoyed that one.
Well, they certainly did. I did say that he likes the cover drive, but he's known as a brutal hitter of the ball when it's short. He's brutal on the pull shot. And when they play T10, T20 games here, he's one of the more dangerous batsmen once he's at the crease. So that deserves the treatment. No real pace, just coming up, sitting up nicely, and that is a confident shot well in front of mid-wicket. That is Brad Barnes saying, don't you try that pace. Don't ever do that. Let's see how Young Lane responds.
Good response, excellent response. Johan Lane does have a very, very good Yorker. He's deployed it on a couple occasions. I haven't seen him quite get it right here. And it's disappointing that he hasn't learned as well, because he actually beat Brad Barnes with a couple good deliveries outside the off stump. I'm not sure why he's employing this short ball ploy, or at least attempting it at this stage. It's a better delivery, back of a length. Barnes has to play that down into backward point, and there is no run on this occasion.
Yeah, a little hurried into that shot. Usually he looks like a player who has time to play, but that generally hurried him, just stabbing it out towards gully. Over 300 now for 3.
Yeah, that shot did bring up the 300 as well. 304 for 3 at the end of 56 overs. Good stuff from the Jamaicans. Brilliant platform set by Kirk McKenzie and, of course, John Campbell. And it's up to Barnes and Glenn here now to continue their good work. I would say they would want to bat maybe until after lunch tomorrow, at least, depending on what score they finish on here. I think if you've got to be looking at 450, 500. I think that's what you have to be looking at, because you don't want to bat twice.
450 minimum from here, I think, should be the target at least. But cricket, they say, is a game of glorious uncertainties. The run rate has gone back up above 5.4. Well, that was a mistake, but got 4.
It looks like that indeed. Well, Javel Glenn.
Yeah, and as I said, sometimes confidence can be your own worst enemy. Javel Glenn, just maybe a little bit open. Well, that I don't know if I could blame him. He probably thought it would spin away. It didn't.
50-run partnership in double quick time as well.
Yes.
So brilliant stuff from these two batters.
That one didn't spin as much as he anticipated, but it went down to the fine leg boundary. That's 4. Javel Glenn, in the meantime, goes up to 45.
A better shot this time, and he'll still get 2 more for it. A bit lucky on the other occasion, but I've liked the positivity from Glenn. I mean, he's coming in a situation where there's no pressure on him, but in that same instance there is pressure, because the openers did the good work, but it's up to him to continue that pressure. So it's good of him that he stayed positive and continued to push for runs where they were available.
Yeah, Ruston Chase just seems incapable of keeping the batsman quiet. They are finding ways to get at him. The sweep shot, the loft down the ground, backing away and cutting, just unable to get the squeeze on. Like that. They are prepared to not let him settle. I don't know if that's a deliberate ploy by the team, but everybody who's faced him so far seems intent on scoring. And so far, Ruston Chase is coming second in this battle against the Jamaican batsman.
Goes for the big hoik, hits it straight, dead straight, that's 50 for Javel Glenn, and boy does he bring it up in style with a 6 over long off.
He started positive, he started like a man who says, but I can do this. And if there's a way that you want to get to a 50 to tell the opposition that you're here, that's the way. Launching the West Indies captain way over straight, long off. Well, he likes it. And so does these two. Javel Glenn, 51 not out, 4 fours and a 6, and bringing up a landmark with a lofted 6 down the ground. This is confidence. He had no doubt that he would nail that over long off. And Ruston Chase again can't contain the Jamaicans.
If he had hit that ball any further, that ball would be catching a boat in the Kingston Harbour. A cracking shot by Javel Glenn. He seemed to throw his entire body into that one. Back live here. And what does he do? A conventional forward defensive that is lustily applauded by all members of the Kingston Cricket Club as we end the over 316 for 3. Euclid Orville Neville Higgins Esquire is absolutely delighted, but he will not show it because of his nature.
No, well, I am showing it. I can't help the fact that though we're doing regional cricket, I'm a Jamaican, so I want the Jamaicans to do well. You'd want to see a good cricket match, but you know, I hope that the Jamaicans would do well. And this is Javel Glenn doing really well.
Yeah.
You still want a contest, and so far, for much of the bowling, I'm a little disappointed at how the Bajans have bowled.
Yeah, I'm genuinely, of course, last season, when we covered the regional 4-day cricket, Jamaica really struggled. So it's good to see that, as we have a look at that towering 6 again, ended up somewhere in the back of the George Hendley stand. It's good to see that Jamaica is being competitive, that they are competing in what is the highest level of regional cricket. Because I genuinely think that West Indies needs a strong Jamaica to survive. We need a strong all of the islands, of course, but I always think it's the Jamaicans and those Jamaican players that bring the X factor. Warrican in, and Barnes plays him solidly up the pitch.
Yeah, Warrican has been largely ineffective so far. Just in his 7th over, and has gone for 34 so far without taking a wicket. So he hasn't posed any real bother at all. And Barnes is again coming well forward to smother whatever spin. Warrican not really at the moment spinning it a mile.
Good delivery by Warrican. I think Barnes is beaten in an extent with the line of that delivery.
Barnes got hit on the... He got LBW in his only innings in that first game. I'll tell you more about that. He was doing exactly what he just did, pushing that boot right down the pitch and the bat having a little while to access ball. So he has to be careful. Hit on the pad playing forward was how he got out in that last game. So he has to just get that left foot a little to the left of the bat coming down like that. He's ensuring that bat is coming well in front of pad, conscious of the fact that he was out to that delivery similar to that. And clearly, Warrican remembers straight and full the way to go.
But in terms of that point, at the end of 58 overs, a quick over there from Jamal Warrican, 316 for 3. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion and commentary, positive and critical of the adjustment of the season here in terms of the 4-day championship, how it's playing like a bilateral series. But I think in terms of the players, it might actually do them better. Brad Barnes, if he's LBW to Warrican, can he show the selectors, can he show the team, can he show Cricket West Indies that he can adjust and play Warrican better and learn from his mistakes, as opposed to, okay, now I just have to go and play Windward Islands or somebody else, you know?
Yeah, that's an excellent point, actually. We'll get back to that after watching Ruston chase to Javel Glenn. Having hoiked down the ground for 6. Let's see how Ruston Chase adjusts and indeed how Javel Glenn adjusts.
Punch to the cover region. I'm more interested in seeing the Glenn versus Warrican battle. That should be interesting.
Well, so far, they've taken on Ruston Chase and have done well against him. He's 8.2 overs, none for 56. So he's had a rough stint with the ball so far. Still a slip, so he expects one that may just break and turn.
Hoiks again, Hoiks straight, Hoiks big, Hoiks for 6.
Well, Javel Glenn is saying, you thought that was a mistake, Ruston Chase? Don't flight like that, you'll get the same treatment. This one, I think, probably even better. I thought he got his foot a little bit closer to that. And that was gone into the George Headley stand. He hit that miles. And he's moved on very confidently now up to 57. Maybe wants 100 before stumps here, the rate at which he's going.
Well, anything is possible right now because the Jamaicans are so full of blood and fire, it would seem.
Clearing the left foot, as is the modern way. Well, in his case, the right foot as a left-hander. Getting the foot out of the way, the bat coming through, wham! He could have hit that virtually anywhere once the foot, he could have gone leg side, inside out over cover, but he chose to up straight, which is always the best option.
Getting a little bit too overconfident, as you mentioned there. Glenn Allen was too close for the cutting, maybe. Maybe actually trying to go at it too forcefully.
Overly ambitious. That wasn't there for that cut shot, and he rehearsed. He knows Ruston Chase can be a clever bowler. You've got to be careful.
Solid defensive shot. One delivery left in the 59th, and that should be actually our There might be a drinks break just after this delivery. It has been just about an hour's play since the rain break.
He respects that. He is indicating with that little rehearsal that maybe he should have carted him into the stands again. But that one was a little bit more middle and leg. And he's been going at the ones that are off stump or just outside. Drinks break.
End of the over indeed. We'll take a drinks break. And Mr. Orville Higgins has so much to tell you, and he'll tell you so much more after he gets a drink himself. Action resumes here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica, where the Jamaicans, the Scorpions, have all listing here. 322 for 3 on 59 overs. Jamel Warrican to Brad Bonds.
The scoring rate at the moment is almost 5.5. 322 for 3 is a respectable day's score in the best of times, but this is 322 for 3, losing well over an hour. Now, you could make the case that if the Scorpions bat the 90 overs, they'd be well, maybe 500. The scoring rate at the moment is just about 5.3. 90 overs, that's it, 5.44. Bat 90 overs, they'd be homing in on 500.
Goes for the sweep. Barnes doesn't make the connection, but dribbles off into the leg side, and he gets a single. Interesting. Now, of course, this ground itself, Sabina Park, is iconic across cricketing grounds. It actually hosted its first men's test all the way back in 1930, would you believe, between the West Indies and England. And the first men's ODI was in 1984. That was the year I was born, Orville Higgins.
Yeah.
You were probably out and about and having so much fun by that time.
I tell you, I was a little ahead of my time. Well bowled that from Warrican.
And Sabina Park was originally a pen, which is the urban residence and adjoining land of a wealthy merchant, shopkeeper, professional, and the entire estate was 30 acres. Before part of that land was sold to the Kingston Cricket Club. So a lot of history here at this ground, and it recorded the first triple century in Test cricket, and the Sandhams 325 versus West Indies. It was also the ground where that man, Sir Gary Sobers, arguably the greatest all-rounder this game has ever produced, scored his 365 not out. And then the most amazing debut ever, Lawrence Rose, 214 and 100 not out against New Zealand in 1972. So it's a wonderful ground here. Absolutely seeped in history. You can always see a part of it when you come through the Kingston Cricket Club. 323 for 3 after 60. 25 overs remaining in the day. If the Bajans continue with spin, we might get through a good allotment of that. Not sure if we'll get through all 25. Well, that decision is out of my hands.
Yeah, Brad Barnes, like I said, was trapped LBW, playing at a straight one. It wasn't against Roston Chase, but that is one of the modes of dismissals that he'd have to just be watchful and be careful of. And they clearly realize that that could be an Achilles heel. They're bowling very straight at him, trying to bring the stumps or the pads into play.
Now, the other thing about Sabina Park is that it's in Jamaica, which in itself is a catch. You've met our producer Keisha Bahadur Singh and then our cameraman Qadir Mohammed. And the culture of Jamaica is so vibrant and so wonderful that when they came here, the first day they were saying good morning and good afternoon. By day 3 and day 4 is Wagwan and respect everywhere from Keshav and Kadir. That one is a little bit uppishly and just getting it past that short leg fielder as well.
We've been very critical of the Barbadian bowlers, but they are bowling really well to Barnes. If he has one weakness, it's working straight deliveries to either the leg side or opening up and punching into the covers. He comes dead down on it. If it's outside off, he'll pull out that drive. But those that are straight like that, he's just reluctant at the moment, maybe with not the greatest amount of confidence to work it into gaps in the onside or push it into gaps in the offside. They have realized and they are staying there. They are saying, you make the mistake. We are not coming off this line or this length. That's good bowling and a little bit more competitive, and that is what we like to see.
61 overs, bowled 323 for 3. There's a reason I was giving all these facts about Sabina Park and of course discussing the love of Jamaica and its culture and its vibrancy. But I really wanted to ask you about the place of cricket in Jamaica now. Of course, track and field has taken off in a way that I don't think cricket can actually compete with the success and the love of track and field now in Jamaica. Whack through the leg side, no run there for Glenn. Oh, unfortunately, that's a bad throw at the stumps. And will that run into the ropes for 4 overthrows? It goes very, very close indeed. So a freebie there for the Jamaicans. Certainly something that the Bajans can't afford to give.
Yeah, 2 overthrows. Never something that a fielding team likes to do. It's hard enough containing batsmen, but then when you are giving them, literally just giving them free runs, it's never something that any captain like to see.
Yeah, so in your time in the media, you would have seen where the focus was primarily on cricket and how it switched to track and field. And I understand for sponsors, for any team officials or coaches or managers, track and field is very cheap to maintain. You get a short pants and a pair of shoes and you're pretty much set. You know, and you can run anywhere. It's not to say you can, you need specialized equipment in that sense. Goes to the big whack. This Glenn gets that over the cow corner region. Does it go all the way for 6? It does indeed. Jacqueline Williams signals it. Java Glenn moves into the 60s, and the Jamaica Scorpions are having fun here at Sabina Park.
When he plays defensively, he looks tight, but when he opens up those massive shoulders, he does hit it a long way. This is perfect. The left arm spinner spinning into him, and he went with a spin over cow corner, as they say. That was always going to go for 6 once he gets it anywhere close to the middle of his bat.
Dancing up the pitch again, goes straight. Oh my goodness, that's a wonderful catch by Jair McAllister. I cannot believe that. He went at that one-handed and he may have done himself an injury. But what a catch, and a brilliant innings so far from Javel Glenn. He's gone for 65. Jamaica have lost their 4th at 331.
Well, I don't know. I did hint that he's just becoming a little bit overconfident. You can't knock the fact that he scored 65. He played a brilliant innings. But that was another big score, another 100 just given to batting that didn't pay enough attention to the state of the game. He had the bowlers at his mercy, having hit the bowler out of the ground for 6. This time attempted to do it straighter to hit down the ground. Only went as far as McAllister, who took a good catch. Good innings, but yet another Jamaican will feel disappointed at the way he got out.
Yeah, really, really good catch from McAllister. 87 runs, that partnership. Unfortunately, it comes to an end. And the new batter is that man, Romain Morris, who I think is an excellent wicket-keeper batsman, but still needs to push on and do a little bit better in terms of his scores more consistently.
Yeah, Romain Morrison got a, 48 in that 44 in that first game. And look at this. Having carted the man over mid-wicket, this time attempted to go straight. I think he was attempting to go a little bit straighter than that.
Yeah, I think so as well.
But maybe the ball not quite spinning. Got the outside half of the bat. McAllister maybe just feeling a little twinge in his back, but got up in the end fairly without bother. And Romain Morris is back.
3:31 gets a wicket as well.
Yep.
His first of the game.
Another left-hander in the Jamaican top 6.
Yeah, so coming back to my query, how does cricket live alongside track and field in Jamaica?
Well, cricket is nowhere near the national pastime that it was 30 years ago. That's a fact. For whatever reason, and you know, as the over comes to an end, 3:31 for 4.
I mean, there are a lot of figures. I think cricket is still important. And it's not a national pastime anymore. We have to admit that as humans, we have so much distraction. There's so much things around. As we see a young spectator there, wonderfully dressed in her Sunday best. Very stylish, my goodness. Look at all the matching accessories.
Yep. Who knows what she could turn out to be in this game called cricket. At the games from early.
Yeah, so it's sort of like cricket has gone from a national pastime to sort of a valued hobby, and there are a lot of changes in terms of that regard. One I think, of course, is street cricket, which you don't play much anymore. But the guys we here from Trinidad, we were having a knock in the street in front of us as we see another collection of
walking
gentlemen who are
in the
working
direction of the car
side.
park.
And yeah, so we were having a little knock in front of our gate, and immediately guys who were around wanted to play, and that's a sort of draw of cricket. Once there is cricket going on, people will come and they'll have a look.
So Ruston Chase continues this dead straight line to Brad Barnes, not giving him any room at all outside off stump. He's finding it difficult to work a single either side of the wicket. Now this is good bowling. This is what you hope to see. You zoom in on what batsmen are not particularly comfortable with. He's defending well, but he's unable to score.
Goes for the sweep this time, doesn't get any connection out of it, sort of bubbled up. Ruston Chase is asking a question that if it was Pat first.
That was struck with the batsman playing outside off, so that would have been safe. But this is telling Brad Barnes, you've got to do something different. That's him just running out a little bit of patience, just blocking. And sometimes pressure does not only burst pipes, but disrupts concentration.
And this time, Brad Barnes trying to dance up the pitch, and it's a spectator's catch as Ruston Chase pulls.
That's pressure. That's 9 balls in succession where he's blocking and deciding, no, I have got to do something different. This is good competitive cricket.
Goes for the sweep again. Does he make connection? He does indeed. That should run into the ropes at the backward square leg for 4. So he just releases the pressure of whatever Ruston Chase managed to build up. And the Jamaicans end the 63rd over on 335 for 4.
Cricket at the top level, and this is the best of our cricket in the region, is a game of very slim margins. When they are straight, Brad Barnes was not prepared to do anything but block. That one was just outside off stump, and he says, now I can get my foot outside the line and pull the sweep out. This is fine margins. This was outside off, not with that angle. But he wasn't prepared to play any attacking shot once the balls are straight. Once it is just outside off where he could get the broom out, and by extension the pad outside off.
Warrican to Morris, who's yet to get off the mark. And coming back to our discussion about cricket, I'm sure you'd have seen that wonderful documentary, Fire in Babylon, about the Great Western East in the 80s. And the late Bonnie Whaler, who featured in that, had turned into the leg side by Morris, and that should be his first run. Are they looking at a second? No, they are not. But Bonnie Whaler, at the beginning, he said, cricket runs so deep in the West Indies. I'm paraphrasing because, of course, he spoke in patois. But he said that everybody has some knowledge of how to hold a bat or how to bowl the ball, and that's quite true. So the passion is still there. It's just simmering. It's waiting to be released. We saw it to some extent with the T20 World Cup. We saw it when Shamar Joseph did so well in Australia. And you were here again. You were here for the cricket at Sabina Park when Australia demolished the West Indies with just 27. And even though there weren't a lot of spectators in the ground when West Indies were on top in the night, they made that noise that made it sound like a full Sabina, which is a difference I've always thought with West Indies grounds. While in England and in other sports, it's more of a chant, while in the West Indies it's noise, it's cacophony, it's excitement, it's entertainment, it's the conch shell blowing, the horn blowing, the drum beating, the tassa in Trinidad.
The days of Gravy and Co. Those days are long gone.
Well,
that is probably Warwick's best delivery.
Yeah.
That pitched on and ripped and spun a mile. Look at this. Where was this all along? Brad Barnes was coming forward. Look at that. Wow.
He delivered that wide of the crease work, and so created the angle with that one as well.
This will put ideas in Brad Barnes' mind. The aim is to bowl straight to hit him on that front foot, but now he has to wonder about his outside edge as well.
He covers this one a little bit better, but he's still not convincing with that one.
Look at what is happening here. I'd love this to be shown again. Sometimes batsmen get out more based on the previous delivery than as well as the one that's come. The delivery before, they spun across a mile. This time around, as he comes down on it, he was hesitant. He was almost compensating him for the ball that will spin, and almost got bowled down through the gate because the bat wasn't as close. He didn't want the outside edge to be hit. Look at this. This is the one now. That was the one that spun across his bat. So this time he didn't want his outside edge to be hit to the delivery after, and almost overcompensated and was late as the ball almost sneaked through the gate. Look how wide the bat is. He didn't want that to spin past him again. So now the bat is here, but then the ball almost came through. This is high quality cricket from Warwick. And one of the reasons that when he gets it right, he can be a handful even to batsmen at the test level.
Austin Chase will bowl to the left-handed Morris now. And Morris is easy into that one. So they have, I think, if the Bajans play their cards right, they can get into the lower order here. A couple more wickets, and I think the Jamaicans would get nervous. Two new batters at the crease. Morris turns this one to the leg side. There is no run.
Morris surprised himself with that innings at Chedwin Park. He batted for a very long time for 44. It's not the typical Romain Morris. He's now demonstrated that he can play that innings, or that type of innings, and maybe now with stumps imminent can will himself not to be that ultra aggressive player that we know he can be. This is a test of not just his skill but also of his temperament. Can he just bat time, because it doesn't come naturally to him.
Which I think it's a sort of middle facet. Okay, you can block and defend, you're good job. You can hit the ball a long way. Good job. What about turning the ball around? What about getting the single? That's the other facets that they need to develop.
Yeah, you don't want to be hitting the ball in the middle of the bat and can't score. Right now he's blocking. He's not looking to take singles, which is one of the problems I have with West Indian batsmen. Fine, you can come forward, but are you looking to open the face? Are you looking to just drop and run? It can't be just block, because inevitably one will come with their name on it. Get off strike. It's always the best place to be.
Nice punch this time, but no run. At the end of the over, another maiden here from Ross and Chase. That's back-to-back maidens from the West Indies captain, not the Barbados captain. 336 for 4 after 65, and it's an issue that we can't cover in T20 cricket anymore as well. The classic example I saw was in the T20 World Cup, not this year, but the one where we played in the West Indies at Taruba, where West Indies scored 130 or 140, and it was a competitive score given the circumstances, but they were about 60 dot deliveries. So if they had gotten 40 to 50 runs after those 60 dot deliveries, then their score would have been 180, 190.
Yeah, perennial problem. Let's see. This is an intriguing battle. Brad Barnes now knows we are not just targeting your pads. The outside edge is now a real possibility.
Pushes this one nicely, so a little teaser of a battle there.
Yeah.
And in the end, it's no battle because it's an easy single. But I think Warrican might enjoy bowling to Morris as well.
Brad Barnes, a relieved man. Get off strike. Even for a while, catch your breath. Think about it. Romain Morris, like I said, this is an uncharacteristic innings. He likes to get on with it. Looking at him there, he looks fairly slim character, but he does hit it a long way when he's seeing it well.
Yeah, well, his mindset, of course, this evening needs to be: I need to consolidate. I need to be there tomorrow to start the day, and that's when maybe he can open up. But the thing with spinners is I really want to see batters using their feet more and unsettle the spinners. Campbell did unsettle the spinners, but he did it from the crease. He wasn't up the pitch. He wasn't dancing up the pitch.
Yeah.
Which is something that I think has really gone out of cricket in that regard. Nice punch there by Morris down to long on.
Yeah, a little bit more flight and the line just outside off, which gave the batsman a little bit more freedom to come down and free up the arms as opposed to faster and straighter.
Do you agree with those safe runs now? Because you have two batters who are lacking a bit of confidence against the spinners. Shouldn't this field be a little bit more attacking? Beaten by that one as that one is drifting down the leg.
Clever bowling, straight, but a little pace off it. So that rhythm in just coming forward and blocking, he had to wait a little bit, look up a little bit more. Warrican is now coming into his own. We are seeing all the tricks being displayed.
Punched by Barnes to the cover region, but there is no run.
Yeah, hit with a spin through the offside. Did get or try to get close to the pitch. He's doing the right thing. He's not just making himself a sitting duck. Coming out of the crease to drive is a good thing.
A good move now. Mid-off is coming into the circle, so it's getting a little bit more attacking now, which is what I want to see.
It's an intriguing contest before stumps.
Yeah, so that skill of using your feet to the spinners I think has almost completely gone out of Western cricket. I can't think of anybody who does it consistently with any level of skill. Barnes onto the back foot now, and that's dangerous against Warrican. Survives that over, 338 for 466 overs bowled. Now it's amazing how the complexion of the game has changed so very, very quickly.
Yeah, the team now batting, I wouldn't say for survival, but they are far more cautious than when Kurt McKenzie and John Campbell was hitting to all parts. And it's understandable. We have maybe half an hour left before stumps if the light holds. And these two would just want to be there at stumps. 338 for 4 already represents a fairly decent total. The run rate is well over 5. Which means that even if they get 2 and over from here on, it would have been a good day's play for the Scorpions once these two remain at the crease.
But I really think, I think it's still too early to go into their shell. There has to be positivity. Positivity has to come. It does not have to be aggression, but positivity does not equal aggression.
Agreed. Yeah, that was a half volley, and he's tentative, is Morris.
Yeah.
Were this a T10 or T20 game, that would be lost somewhere. He does have that ability.
And there is space over the extra cover region once you get it out of that 30-yard circle. Mid-off is halfway back to the ropes. And again, playing from his crease. He's not getting forward, he's not getting back, he's just sort of there. And that's the problem. They're camped in their crease, Brad Barnes and Romain Morris. And they're allowing the bowlers to dictate terms. $15 deliveries now, 16 deliveries now for his 2. He's really
getting the ball in the middle of the bat, but not having the confidence yet to go down the ground and not having the ability yet to pierce the field.
Back to that one, but darting delivery onside the off stump, and Romain Morris solid.
That one hurried him a little bit, stayed down a touch. This is a contest. He knows it. He's battling to stay there until close.
Excellent over from Ruston Chase once again. I think that's 3 maidens on the trot for the West Indies captain, settling into a groove here very, very late in the day. The honours still with Jamaica at the moment, because you have to say 338 at the end of, after 67 overs is brilliant batting, however you look at it. But if the Bajans can just arrest this momentum, and then they'll have the Jamaican think tank really awake tonight, plotting what to do and how to deal with this, then they could change the complexion of this game.
Yeah, so we're getting closer and closer to stumps here. Day 1, round 2. And Barnes will continue this battle with Warwickon.
Forward is Barnes this one, no run.
Yeah, the ploy of bowling straight continues. And we saw what happened when one was ripped and passed the bat. Good contest here, Andrew. Loving it. You want Jamaica to do well as a Jamaican, but you want a contest. And right now, that is what we're getting.
Yeah, it's one of the beautiful delivery by Warwickon. Beautiful, flighted all over. That could have been a plane from Norman Manley International Airport. Thankfully, it didn't touch the wing of Brad Barnes' bat. I mean, it's one of the interesting things about red ball cricket, the ebbs and flows of the game. You look at the first 2 sessions and wow, could it have ever been like this? This is absolutely sedate. This is the template of 4-day cricket that we're seeing right now, compared to the wham bam of Kirk Campbell, of John Campbell and Kirk Mackenzie earlier today.
Brad Barnes exhibiting patience. That's admirable, but ideally you'd want him to be able to pick up a single. Now they're putting a man under the bat at silly mid-off. So those lunging forward defensive shots may just be something that he wants to be careful about.
Dancing up the pitch and hits it one straight. Does he release the shackles? Well enough, he does indeed. That's a towering 6 by Brad Barnes. You said his patience was maybe diminishing it. As Euclid called it, so be it.
Yeah, and this time around, the fielder at silly mid-off, so he didn't want to just prod forward and bring him into play. What does he do? I'm going to get down the pitch, take that silly mid-off out of the equation altogether. Didn't hit across the line. He did attempt to keep the bat straight as he was lofting it over. That's a quality cricket shot in what is a quality contest between Brad Barnes and Warwickon. You'd have to say Warwickon is coming second at the moment, but just second. He's in the contest for sure.
344 for 4 after 68 overs. 34 extras have been bowled by the Jamaicans, mostly the pacers with some no balls and some serious wides. Ruston Chase, after being extremely expensive, is really settled into his role now. Romain Morris resumes. Almost getting an inside edge under that one. Well, he did get an inside edge, as you see, dribbling out to short leg. So good shot by Barnes to release the shackles here. Romain Morris, on the other hand, getting a little bit too sedate here for him. Faced 20 deliveries now and just 2 runs on the board. Really has to be looking for those runs. Has to see where he can create a run scoring opportunity.
Well, demonstrating really great patience. The mid-on and the mid-off are fairly well up, so the option of going down the ground is always there. But he's a very bottom-handed player, if you notice. Grips the bat tightly with the bottom hand. Hitting the ball straight down the ground is general for people with good top hands. And that is probably why he isn't yet taking the chance to dance down the pitch and hit down straight. Unless it's outside off like that, that's speeding
Yeah, he
off.
gets a thick outside edge as he spears that one over backward point. He'll run close to the ropes. Will they come back for three? They're looking at three as the throw comes in. Well, a more direct throw at the stumps, and Barnes might have been in trouble, but as it was, they get through for three.
That's risky. Too risky. That wasn't necessary at all. That was much too close for comfort if you're a Jamaican supporter. Was a risk not worth taking to come back for the third. And just a little chat between both men to say, was that really necessary? Let's be careful.
Turned nicely into the leg side by Barnes. It'll run close to the ropes, but they'll come back with an easy two. Barnes says no to a third, learning his lesson after that last delivery. 350 is up for the Jamaicans. They've taken 69 overs to do so, and they've done absolutely brilliant. After John Campbell won the toss this morning and elected to bat, the Bajan bowlers maybe didn't do as much as they would have liked with the ball in the first opening salvos, and eventually Campbell and McKenzie settling into a rhythm there that brought them 202 runs in that first wicket partnership. And now the Jamaicans have actually, my apologies, it's 349 for 4, so one run away from that magical 50 over mark, 358 mark.
Rastan Chase going for 71 from 14 overs, so he's having a really hard time keeping the Jamaicans quiet. And Warwican will continue his battle against Romain Morris.
Yeah, he'll get the. It'll be interesting to see how Warwican settles into a groove against Morris. He did brilliantly against Barnes, a right-hander. There's acres of space on the offside, so it's a packed leg side field. So they should be bowling to the leg side. Anything wide on the off stump, and I think Morris will crack it away. Has to be careful here, Warwican. And it's a good delivery on the line of the off stump, and no run there.
Yeah, he's on the defensive for much of his innings, Romain Morris. Now what? 5 runs, 23 deliveries. There's enough space in the offside to knock and run one. Square off the wicket if he's able. This is down the egg side though. Still scoreless from this over. Ideally, you don't want to bat 25, 26 deliveries for just 5. But he's being kept honest here by some steady Bajan bowling.
Beaten by that one. That is Warwican. That is the Warwican we know, and well, batters fear.
Didn't spin back, was playing for the one that spun back in with the left arm, from the left arm spinner, went straight, genuinely beaten.
This one turned into the leg side, hands on his head is Warwican as they scamper a single. No signal from Jacqueline Williams, so Romain Morris will get a run, and that will be the 350 on the board officially now. for the Jamaica Scorpions. It is indeed 350 for 4. A little bit of congratulations there between the two batters. They came together with a score on 331. And while it's been fairly quiet for them, they've done the work necessary so far. But I think these two batters really need to see out the day for the Jamaicans to say this day has been a complete success.
No more than 20 minutes left, weather permitting. Barnes out on the front foot. They've brought in that man right under the bat at Silimidaf. Must be in the consciousness of Brad Barnes. Warwick continues to trudge away.
Turn into the leg side and they'll run. There's acres of space on the leg side. That should be a comfortable 2. No. Barnes says, let's not risk it. Springer has a very good arm at backward square leg. And that is the end of the over. I think Barnes maybe wanted to strike as well. Clever play from Brad Barnes. You have me seeing John Barnes as well. 351 for 4. 70 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, that was played well. He realized that the ball was a little bit shorter than previous lengths and had the presence of mind to get onto that back foot and working it square on the leg side for a single. That's good batting.
In terms of Sabina Park and cricket in Jamaica, we've all, I mean, all the cricketing nations have had the little icons and the guys that become part of the cricketing folklore, such as Grave in Antigua, and then I don't know if you know about Jumbo, the Nutsman in Trinidad.
Yes,
He's
yes.
very, very accurate. He could have made the West Indies team as a fielder alone. And Jamaica being full of characters in itself, I'm sure Sabina Park has a few.
Yeah, Brad Barnes was, I wouldn't say beaten, but that delivery caused him some concern. It was straight, maybe a touch low, didn't spin, but there's a man at backward short leg, so from time to time he's on the other side. But this battle between himself and the spinners continue. In defensive mode because that was right up, almost half volley length. But because of his defensive mindset, just patted it back at the bowler. A different day, that would be gone. Clever bowling. That flighted, a little bit more loop, but not right up. Still forcing a defensive bat and again to another straight delivery. Something may just have to give between these two. Before the close of play. Well, Brad Barnes did spank him down the ground and into the stands for 6. But with 3 deliveries to go, can he keep his cool? Or will Ruston find a magic ball?
He did well on that occasion. Barnes just stabbed that down into the leg side. On his back foot, almost got himself in a tangle.
Yeah, this is what you want first-class cricket to be about. There's a contest between bat and ball. At the moment, you'd say Brad is winning. Once the batsman isn't out, he's winning. But he's not 100% comfortable at taking on Ruston Chase. Oh, that didn't spin back at all. Went on with the arm.
I think there are a couple little sandflies or little tiny mosquitoes that are starting to affect the players as you see a lot of them waving around their faces, waving their hands.
Again, that didn't spin back. He was playing and he's just signaling that that one just held its line. So yeah, Rasta now bowling a lot better, getting the balls, the odd ball to spin, but then that arm ball is going through. The drifter, as sometimes he does have the ability to bowl. Brad Barnes genuinely beaten by that one that time around.
351 for 4 after yet another maiden on the trot here by Ruston Chase.
What's happening here?
Seems that there's a slight break. I think Barnes may have something in his eye. I mentioned discussing about the little flies and stuff that are around.
Yeah.
So Barnes just getting his eyes washed.
I don't think this is gamesmanship trying to influence the umpires into calling the light. He genuinely has an issue because based on it is now, it's fairly bright. I think the umpires will play until 6 o'clock Jamaica time, which is another 15 minutes away. So we will, I think, get a full day's play. And Brad Barnes and Romain Morris will just have to deal with the inconvenience of these irritating little flies hovering around. They must be liking what they're seeing, some Jamaican spectators there.
Jamal Warrican to Romain Morris. And Romain Morris is content to block.
Taking absolutely no chances is Morrison. He's content just to offer a resolute defensive bat. Reminds me a little bit about a gentleman that would have played for Jamaica some years back called Orville Pennant. Good first name, that. Was a wicketkeeper batsman who looks very similar to how Romain Morris is shaping up, for those who remember Pennant.
Looking to turn that one into the leg side is Morris kind of drifting over to his off stump. This one he gets through the mid-wicket region and he will get a single as Mosley comes off the mid-wicket boundary. The really typical end of day stuff, batters shutting up shop, as it were. And the bowlers really on top of their game here, and it's changed the complexion to a certain extent.
Straight again. So Warrican is persisting with bowling dead straight to Barnes. No loop outside off stump, dead straight. Can I hit you in the pad and get you LBW again? And Brad Barnes is saying, maybe you won't.
The other thing to consider, of course, Orville, is that 71 overs have been bowled, 72. 72 overs have been bowled, 352 on the board. So the Bajans could very well start tomorrow with a brand new ball, which would, of course, make things a little different if they do get all their ducks in order, because none of the pacers today were particularly on the money. Johan Lane got lucky with a couple of wickets, but none of them were really on the money, as it were. So if Barbados get a fresh chance with a new cherry tomorrow, then it is very possible the Jamaicans could be dismissed for less than 450.
352 for 4 from 72 overs is great going. Absolutely great going.
So far the spinners are ruling a roost, and Ruston Chase is on top of the batting as he is there on that delivery. Yeah, a good friend from Jamaica Cricket Association who gets that social media. Apparently, he told me he's also a filmmaker. So he wants to produce a film about Jamaica this season, and might see a lovely cricket documentary coming out soon.
Yeah, Romain Morris is stonewalling here. As I said, he played that uncharacteristic 44 in the first game. Now he's convinced himself that he can do it again, and he's certainly doing it again. Just occupying the crease and maybe just milking, not in any rush to get runs. And at this stage of the day, it's completely understandable. Just 10 minutes to stumps, well over 350 on the board, and all of tomorrow where they could bat. Can't fault him for this tactic at all. And Brad Barnes, who's looked good for his 30, has that defended stubbornly, but every now and again pulls out an excellent shot.
But I'd like to ask your friend from the Jamaica Cricket Association social media, what has adjusted, or what adjustments have been made in terms of the back room of the Jamaica Scorpions? Because after this delivery from Roston Chase, is that an edge? It might have gotten past the slip, yes, and it'll run very, very close to the ropes. Does it reach the ropes? It does not actually. They still have to keep running, and the field has to run all the way from mid on, and eventually they get to the ball. Will they run 4? It looked like they might have run 4 in there indeed. My goodness.
That's exactly what happened. The fieldsman had stopped thinking that the ball would have run into the boundary. And in a way, you can't blame them, because that looked for all money as if it was going to go to the third boundary of 4. The ball stopped 2 inches away.
that got as close to the ropes it could get without stopping.
Yeah. And
without
Brad
getting
Barnes,
there, I should say.
And all run 4 didn't carry it to the man at slip. Even Brad Barnes thought it was going to get 4. Look how close. Can it get any closer? Not that angle. Look there. My goodness.
The ball is like, no, I don't want to touch this rope anymore. I'm annoyed with touching it.
This is funny. And everybody had stopped. People coming from square leg, people coming from all over. But by the time they did all that, Brad Barnes, probably the first all-run 4 in his entire career.
But I'd actually like to see the replay on that to see how close it was to being a slip catch from Dapper.
I didn't think it carried, but maybe your eyes are better than mine.
Yeah, but in terms of the Scorpions have not been competitive over the last season, but over this season they've really, it seems that there's a mindset and adjustment. And the Jamaica Cricket Association official saying that the training sessions are a little bit longer, a little bit harder, so there's a more concentration on fitness. What about the mindset, mentality, and training as well? So there's been a lot more of that in terms of that. And their unity as a team as well, it seems very strong as well. Yeah, so it seems that the players are very happy with the management and staff that are helping them along here. So that's good to see in terms of Jamaica cricket. You always want to see a competitive Jamaica Scorpions side. I think I think it was last year in the Super 50. You all were very unlucky in terms of the final match being rained out or something like that. But
Well,
Jamaica
both captains
Scorpions,
had decided that they wouldn't play.
Yeah.
And a final that was affected by rain. Morrison, as defiant and stubborn as ever.
And I was a little bit annoyed at that situation, because I thought that would have been the sort of thing to bring Jamaica Scorpions back into bringing the sort of excitement back into the cricket. There's something to build on, the success of that Super 50 squad. But unfortunately, it didn't play out as it did. Nice punch by Morris to wide mid-off, and they get an easy single as that big man Jerry McAllister struggles to bend so late in the day. And that will bring up the end of the 74th over with the score on 3:58 for 4. Oh no, my apologies. One delivery left. Barnes punches this nicely. And a bit of tangle with Romain Morris and Jamal Warrican. They seem to be almost hugging each other there.
Yeah. I think Jamal Warrican is saying, well, it was off your body that prevented me from feeling the ball. So a little rugby tackle in a friendly spirit. I don't know that Romain Morris would have gone for the single anyway.
Yeah, good spirit still.
Yeah.
Very good spirit to see. I mean, it's always good as commentators and as officials, in a manner speaking. We always get to see a little bit of behind the scenes with the players and interactions and stuff like that. And it's always good to see how they interact with their opponents, as it were. Roston Chase was specifically telling Carl Mayes where he wants him to stand at slip after delivery from Brad Barnes got through the slip region, but it's actually Morris on strike. So we'll see if the exact directions of Roston Chase come to fruit. Morris is solid. He's asking Barnes if he wants to run. Barnes says no.
Yeah, definitely was offering Barnes a single, who I thought did the right thing. That would have been tight, and you don't want to run out.
Yeah, 3 fielders were converging on that one.
He's a defiant little character, as wicket keepers tend to be. They usually are great fighters. He's fighting away here.
It's been a long day out in the middle for the Bajans, with 3 deliveries left in this over. The remaining overs 10 in the day. I think the light has just started to fade a little bit. I'm not sure what the umpires intend to do. Be interesting to see what happens after this over, as that just about makes it might have maybe 1 over in afterwards. Just minutes before 6 o'clock here. Morris pushing into the leg side again, and there's no run in that mid-wicket region.
Again, bowling straight, but you have to admire the temperament of Romain Morris. May not look pretty, but it's very effective. And we think, well, certainly I think that he could be, trying to work it around a little bit, but his method is blocking unless it's a rank bad ball. The effect of all this is that the run rate, maybe for the first time in a while, has dropped below 5, but that doesn't matter. 4.77 is still scoring at a pretty good clip, and with only 4 wickets down, tomorrow could be another long day for Barbados. The Scorpions are putting themselves in a position where it's going to be difficult.
Jamal Warrican to continue. And in between that over, the umpire and the Southern and Chris Taylor was having a discussion with Jacqueline Williams. I very well feel this may be the last over of the day. Taylor looked sort of standing up in the middle of the pitch, wondering in terms of the timing of what's going on here. The groundsman also moving into position, probably to cover the pitch as well. Barnes pushes this one down to mid-on, and again Morris and Warrican get in a bit of a tangle. There's no run.
And Barnes had to be scampering back to his to his end. Just not to be run out. Now the umpires are going to be meeting. Will they call light with just about maybe 3-4 deliveries left? This will be interesting. It is not the brightest.
Yeah, it seemed like there was enough light maybe about 5-10 minutes ago, but it's gotten dark fairly quickly.
They will bowl out the remaining 4 deliveries.
That would make the most sense to just bowl out the remaining overs.
It's 6 o'clock now by my watch, which is the expected end of play, but they are going to be allowing the rest of deliveries to continue. It's a little dark, and Brad Barnes would dearly want to hold on for dear life to come not out at stumps.
Yeah, he's not going to play at anything he doesn't have to. 34 of 71. It's been a lovely little rear guard here from Brad Barnes in terms of finding his way back into form, and then batting with, of course, Javel Glenn, who did really well for 65. Forward defensive solidly.
Yeah, Warwick is just holding a line just outside off as opposed to those flat straight deliveries. Maybe just trying to bring the slip or that man at Silimidov into play.
Again, defensive. Raul Dravid would be proud of that. And Romain Morris decides to do the fielding just to speed up the process. Romain Morris clearly wants to go and have some good dinner. This should be the last delivery of the first day of this match. It's been a long day in the field for Barbados. Barnes almost feeling for that one, almost, and there's a stifled appeal from Lenico Boucher, but that is the end of the day as the batters walk off. The game ends. The first day ends at 358 for 4. Jamaican scoring 76 overs. The real story of the day, of course, that double century partnership between John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie at the top of the order. McKenzie eventually getting to his 100. Campbell falling short of 96. At 96, Johan Lane managed to take 2 wickets. Javel Glenn batted really well for his 65, but it's Brad Barnes and Romain Morris who will start tomorrow, with Jamaica in a very, very strong position here at Sabina Park. And that's the end of day 1 in this round 2 match in the Cricket West Indies Championship between Jamaica Scorpions and Barbados Pride. We will resume tomorrow morning. We'll get information from the match officials in terms of what time the game will start. We suspect it might be a slightly early start, maybe 9:30, 9:45, as we lost some time to rain today. And of course, stay tuned for the Play of the Day interview and highlights of the day's play coming your way. Courtesy, of course, Cricket West Indies. And to all our viewers, thank you very much for tuning in. And, of course, we will see you tomorrow for resumption of this game.